Chapter 1225. In the primordial demon realm, the reincarnation ocean, the water churned, and a huge whirlpool spread out for thousands of miles, swallowing everything around it. The reincarnation ocean was one of the most terrifying forbidden lands in the primordial demon realm. Very few people dared to step into it, even emperors. It was an ominous place with danger everywhere. Almost no one who entered could walk out. Gradually, no one was willing to go near the reincarnation ocean. On this day, demonic chi surged above the reincarnation ocean. A peerless, demonic figure descended from the sky, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire ocean started to churn violently. The number one demon emperor of the primordial demon realm had descended. Huge waves surged out of the ocean, and the scene was shocking. In the sky, Demon Emperor Kuin looked down at the reincarnation ocean. He raised his right hand, and the ocean within thousands of miles split, forming two huge waterfalls. His demonic aura could shake heaven and earth. Every move he made could split mountains and seas. The strongest demonic cultivators could go anywhere in the world. Even the infamous reincarnation sea couldn't stop the path of a demonic immortal cultivator. The surface of the ocean split, and Demon Emperor Kuin descended slowly, walking toward the reincarnation ocean. The light below the ocean gradually dimmed, and one could not see more than 10 feet. After a few breaths, Demon Emperor Kuin's figure descended. He did not stop for a moment and kept sinking. The number one demon Tao Emperor had personally appeared to investigate the reincarnation ocean. The secret hidden in the deepest part of the ocean would be revealed today. Huge creatures could be seen everywhere in the ocean. They were of different races, and their forms were also different. There were hundreds of races on land and thousands of races in the ocean. Compared to the hundreds of races on the 5 continents, the world below the ocean was the true living world. There were many intelligent creatures. However, although the number of intelligent creatures below the ocean was shocking, their evolution was far inferior to the continent. Apart from a few huge sea monsters, most of the creatures in the ocean were far inferior to the hundreds of races on land in terms of intelligence and strength. Today, the demon Tao Emperor, who stood at the peak of the hundreds of races, had descended. Thousands of intelligent creatures below the ocean all trembled. Some huge beasts were unwilling to be suppressed. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and roared at the sky. Noisy! Demon Emperor Kuin shouted coldly between the two opposing currents. His demonic aura erupted and endless demonic chi surged out, shaking the entire underwater world. Boom! Demonic might swept out. Within the world of the sea, countless marine life forms exploded. Their blood mixed into the sea and dyed the sea red. A world-shocking demonic might shook the world. The corpse of the 10,000 long giant beast sank to the bottom of the sea and was swallowed up by reincarnation. At the bottom of the ocean, it was a scene of darkness. Huge black whirlpools were churning, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Above the black whirlpool, first Demon Emperor Kuin stopped and frowned as he looked down at the rapidly churning whirlpool. With a flip of his palm, chaos energy surged out like a tidal wave. With a single slap, the entire ocean exploded. The bottom of the ocean changed drastically. Huge waves surged into the sky above the ocean. Layers upon layers of raging waves soared into the sky and swept across the 9 heavens. Below the sea, the demonic palm smashed into the maelstrom at the bottom of the sea. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic aura erupted, and the shockwaves spread out rapidly. Boom, boom! The might of this palm caused numerous volcanoes to erupt at the bottom of the sea. Magma gushed out, forming a scene of doomsday. In the world of fire, first Demon Emperor Kuin looked down. After a while, he moved and flew into the maelstrom. Just as first Demon Emperor Kuin entered the reincarnation ocean, in the unknown immortal realm in the sky beyond heaven, a withered old man's body suddenly shook, and his eyes turned serious. This aura belonged to an emperor Tao supreme of the primordial demon realm, Venerable Changshan. The old man spoke and sent a voice transmission. The aura of a demon emperor has appeared in the human world. Have you sensed it? Outside the endless starry sky, on a bustling planet, a fortune teller nodded lightly and said with a serious expression, I have sensed it. It's coming from the Z-Way star zone. Old friend, you should go there. In the immortal realm, the old man said solemnly. Okay. Far away in the endless starry sky, the fortune teller nodded and looked at the woman in front of him. He smiled and said, Benefactor, although fate is determined by heaven, you have to fight for good karma. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, the fortune teller picked up a long staff beside him and walked away. Under the woman's confused gaze, the fortune teller's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. In the starry sky, the fortune teller walked out and headed toward the Z-Way star zone. The two Emperor Tao Supreme Realm experts moved at the same time. The battle had yet to begin, but the game had already begun. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, in front of a vast altar, human experts sat cross-legged. Auras surged around them as they focused on cultivating. Around them, millions of Reverence Moon Ancient Races people prayed quietly, praying for the human race. The power of faith continued to gather, turning into moonlight that sprinkled down on the human world. It was so holy and so dazzling. On the altar in the center, Knowing Destiny sat cross-legged, using his body as a medium to convert moonlight energy to the human experts. In these 3 years, the human experts did not dare to relax for even a moment. They cultivated day and night, trying their best to increase their strength. Another 3 months later, the sky suddenly changed. In the sky above them, a giant flying dragon serpent appeared, roaring and shaking the heavens. On the altar, Knowing Destiny opened his eyes and looked at the shocking phenomenon in the sky with a serious expression. King Qi was about to break through. In front of the altar, among the human experts, Lin Yuzhen stood up. She looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Congratulations. Mu Qianshang and the others opened their eyes one after another, congratulating sincerely. The King Realm could be said to be one of the most important realms among the 4 realms. As long as one stepped into the King Realm, they would have the chance to glimpse the origin of the great Tao and break through to the Supreme Emperor Tao Realm. The King Realm's heavenly tribulation was imminent. Lin Yuzhen did not delay any longer. She took a step forward and flew up into the sky. After King Qi left, the human experts closed their eyes again and focused on cultivating. In the air above the altar, within the pure and holy moonlight, an illusory and noble figure appeared. He looked at the human powerhouses in front of him and said in a soft voice, High Priest, these friends of yours have astonishing talent. The Deep King's Pure Land is truly a holy land filled with outstanding heroes. Below, Ning Qin shook his head gently and said, It's not the inner realm that is filled with outstanding talents, but the survival of the fittest. The law of survival of the fittest is even more obvious in the inner realm. These people who have survived the Great Tribulation can be said to be the most outstanding geniuses in the inner realm. They are the strongest and the hope of this era. Survival of the fittest. In the void, Moon Goddess murmured softly. This description was really appropriate. Whether it was the human race or the gods, it was the same. High Priest, a part of your soul is still sleeping in that little girl's body. If you can't take it back, it will be difficult for your cultivation to improve. You must be mentally prepared. Moon Goddess reminded him. I understand. Ning Qin nodded and said calmly, The cauldron and the phoenix's origin have long merged into one. However, Yin Er's body still needs the phoenix's origin to repair. I can't take it back in a short period of time. What a pity. Moon Goddess sighed softly. That little girl was obviously unable to use the power of the phoenix to its fullest. In the future, when the human race faced a great calamity, losing the help of the phoenix's power would undoubtedly be a great loss. You spent 10 years to help these people reach the king realm, but you yourself can improve. Don't you feel indignant? Moon Goddess asked softly. In the future, the human race will need their power. Ning Qin looked at the people in front of him and replied, No matter how strong a person is, there will always be a limit. I deeply understood this principle when the Nether King descended. In order to fight against the primal demon realm, they must reach the king realm as soon as possible. Moon Goddess sighed softly and didn't say much. Sacrificing oneself for others was easier said than done. Everyone had selfish motives. To be willing to waste 10 years to make a wedding dress for others, this kind of behavior was extremely stupid in the eyes of many. However, perhaps it was because of this reason that these strong cultivators of the human race were willing to gather here. On the altar, Ning Qin closed his eyes again and continued to absorb the power of the moon between heaven and earth. He turned it into the most original spiritual qi of heaven and earth and poured it into the strong cultivators of the human race in front of him. At the same time, in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the sounds of battle continued. The kings stood guard and stopped the kings of the primal demon realm from coming out. The promise of 10 years couldn't be shaken. The legendary figure of the Great Xia displayed shocking strength. In 3 years, the kings of the 100 races couldn't take half a step forward. In the ancestral land of the heavenly demons, a person sat cross-legged with a heart-burning demon sword on his knees. The strongest swordsman of the primal demon realm couldn't hide his fighting spirit. 3 days later, Xianqi stood up and walked out of the ancestral land of the heavenly demons. Xianqi, what are you doing? In the depths of the ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Sparring with the sword. Xianqi said indifferently, Even Azura couldn't defeat this person. Even if you fight, what can you do? This person's combat strength isn't any weaker than Juyo's in the past, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice. So what? Xianqi said coldly, If we don't fight, how will we know the result? Your sword is too pure. This is a war between 2 realms. It's not the time for you to spar with the sword, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice. No one can stop what I want to do, Xianqi said coldly. Xianqi said coldly. He didn't say anything else and walked forward. A few days later, in the Red Luan Star Zone, a powerful sword pressure appeared in the spatial tunnel. The person didn't show up, but the sword intent shook the world. In front of the spatial tunnel between 2 realms, the kings of the 100 races were stunned. This sword intent belonged to the 4th prince of the heavenly demons, Xianqi. In the center of the battlefield, Prince Yan pushed back the 7 kings in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. Pure sword intent. After waiting for so long, a true expert had finally appeared. In the next moment, a purple-robed demonic cultivator stepped out of the spatial tunnel. He held the heart-burning demon sword in his hand. Demonic flames rose from his body. It was a shocking sight. All of you back off. Xianqi appeared and glanced at the kings inside and outside the battlefield. He said coldly. Hearing this, the kings all stopped breathing. However, no one dared to disobey Xianqi's order and left the battlefield. Chapter 1226. In the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation in the primordial demon realm, the first demon emperor walked in personally to check out the situation. There was no light in the dark world, and it was filled with a terrifying, devouring force. Nothing could fly out of it, including light. The black hole formed by stars was buried under the Sea of Reincarnation, turning into a forbidden land. In the black hole, the first demon emperor released his divine sense, but he felt a strong tearing sensation. His divine sense felt a stabbing pain. and it showed signs of leaving his body. What a strange realm! The first demon emperor frowned. How could there be such a terrifying place in the primordial demon realm? The space here was at least 1,000,000 times denser than in the primordial demon realm. Logically speaking, with such a realm, the primordial demon realm should have been devoured long ago and couldn't exist until now. Thinking of this, the first demon emperor continued to spread his divine sense. While guarding his mind, he tried his best to check the limits of the black hole. 50 miles, 500 miles, 10,000 miles. The emperor's divine sense kept spreading, and the tearing force in the space became more and more terrifying. Even the strongest person in the primordial demon realm gradually felt a bit of strain. Just as the first demon emperor entered the sea of reincarnation, Venerable Longevity walked over in the Z-Way galaxy with a long staff in his hand. He walked in the starry sky, and his speed was unbelievable. On the peak of the god realm, an old figure stood quietly. He looked at the human world with a serious expression. "Old friend, did you notice anything?" the old man asked in a deep voice. "Not yet." The fortune teller shook his head and said seriously, "That aura appeared for too short a time. I can't sense its exact location, but I'm sure it's in the Z-Way galaxy. This is a serious matter." "Thank you, old friend," the old man said in a serious tone. "I'll do my best." The fortune teller nodded. He looked at the stars in the galaxy and narrowed his eyes. There were so many stars. He would have to check them one by one. The human race still needed time to recuperate. The kings and emperors of the primordial demon realm couldn't come out so soon. There was no time to waste. The fortune teller's figure flashed, and he flew toward the nearest star. Just as the human and primordial demon realm emperors were searching for the second space tunnel in the Red Phoenix galaxy, two kings looked at each other. Their battle intent was blazing. Before the battle even began, sword intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the human realm and the demon realm, the two strongest swordsmen in the world met for the first time. The two swords clashed, and a great battle was about to break out. "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, he put his fingers together mysteriously and soared his sword. In the blink of an eye, his purple clothes moved, and the demonic sword moved. The great battle began. The number 1 person on the primordial demon realms sword once again displayed his world-shocking sword art. A sword cut through the starry sky, and demonic flames filled the sky. The heart-burning demon sword was one of the top 3 legendary swords in the primordial demon realm. After being reforged, it was even more powerful than before. Clang! The two swords clashed, and sword chi scattered in all directions. The two kings started their battle, and the flames of war filled the sky. The demonic sword was swift and fierce, unparalleled in the world. The heavy sword had no peak, great craftsmanship without work. The two famed swords of the present age clashed. One was fast, the other was heavy. More importantly, the hearts of the strong verified each other. The pinnacle of martial arts, returning to one's natural state. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, speed, accuracy, and concentration. The quick swords clashed, and the momentum was as heavy as a mountain. The two people who stood at the peak of the sword realm pushed their attainments in the sword to the limit, and all things paled in comparison. After 100 moves, it was hard to determine the winner. In the starry sky, thousands of stars lost their color. Only the swords shone in the world. Heart-burning, 1,000 flowing fire. The battle reached its climax. Xian Qi held his sword horizontally, and demonic flames filled the sky. Endless black flames broke through the sky, burning everything. In front of him, beams of demonic flames attacked. Prince Yen focused and clenched his left hand. A sand sword formed, and as the sword slashed out, a sand waterfall rushed into the sky. The two swords clashed again, and the sand waterfall blocked the demonic flames. One after another, it was hard to determine the winner. With such attainments, you shouldn't have fallen into the demonic path. After 100 moves, Prince Yen looked at the number 1 sword of the demonic path and said calmly. The sword aura was clear and untainted. Such a sword shouldn't have become a killing weapon for the ambitious. Human Tao and demonic Tao are just the judgment of the world. I don't care. Xianqi replied coldly. He stepped forward and tried to get close to him again. With a clang, the 2 swords clashed, and the demonic sword's aura became even stronger. Feeling a slight numbness in his right arm, Prince Yen frowned slightly. The sand sword formed in his left hand again, and he slashed out, breaking the battle. To show my respect, I won't hold back anymore. With that, the 2 swords left Prince Yan's hands and turned into flowing light, entering the sword rack not far away. Ha! The king's sword was about to be drawn, and the sky shook. Endless black light spread out, swallowing the starry sky. When the abyss condensation appeared, its divine might shocked the heavens. When the king's sword brilliance appeared, the heavens and earth shook violently, and the pressure of the entire battle became heavy. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Xianqi's expression became serious. His right hand clenched the demonic sword, and his demonic aura was pushed to the limit. Heart-burning, Song of the Dead. Pushing it to the limit, Xianqi's sword rotated, and the spirits of hell played a sword song. The song of the dead echoed between the sky and the earth. The heart-burning demonic sword displayed its most shocking power. A move that had never been seen before was shocking. Outside the battle, the kings of the 100 races felt an inexplicable fear. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. In the battle, the 2 kings showed their sharpness. The strongest sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sword song devoured the heart, and the sound was soul-snatching. In the starry sky, the stars collapsed one after another, unable to bear the shocking, demonic power. The moment the song of the dead spirit was played, Xianqi moved. The heart-burning demonic sword's radiance rushed to the 9 heavens, and the demonic power overturned the sky and the earth. The demonic sword was pressing down, and Prince Yan's sword intent rose rapidly. The abyss condensed in his hand, and the sword light spread out rapidly. 1 sword forbidding martial arts, no Tao in the world. The forbidding martial arts move appeared in the world again. The abyss condensed was waved, and the black light swallowed the sky and the earth. The entire battle instantly turned into endless nothingness. The spirits of the dead were silent, and the 10,000 techniques withered. A dazzling waterfall of blood splashed out. A deep sword wound appeared on Xianqi's chest, and the blood flowed down, dyeing his purple battle clothes red. The sword fell half a move, and the outcome was decided. Xianqi retreated a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura around him quickly dispersed. He lost, the swordsman lost the sword, and everything disappeared. Ha ha ha. Xianqi chuckled. Gradually, his laughter became louder and crazier. The violent sword aura surged. In the starry sky, beams of sword qi broke through the air without any pattern, and the power was shocking. Ugh! Outside the battle, the kings of the 100 races were affected one after another. Finally, the 3 kings couldn't bear the terrifying demonic power and exploded. Before the bloody bones in the sky could scatter, they were swallowed by the surging demonic qi and completely disappeared. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the purple-clothed demonic cultivator's black hair turned blood red. The forbidden demonic path, Wu Jian alone. Is it worth it to give up yourself to obtain this power? Seeing this, Prince Yen frowned and said, I only have 1 sword. In order to prove the way of the sword, he entered Wujian. The demonic qi around Xianqi gradually turned red, and the heavy and cold aura made people tremble. The demonic cultivator who had transformed into Wu Jian had imperial might looming around him. Half of his body entered the imperial path, and the wind and clouds changed. His body moved, and his sword moved. The blood-red, demonic flames burned the stars, and day and night reversed. Boom! The king's sword and the demonic sword clashed again, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The king took half a step back. Blood dripped down from Prince Yan's right hand silently, and it merged with the king's sword and disappeared. They looked into each other's eyes. One was cold, and the other was calm. The king's sword competition had started a new chapter. Your sword is no longer pure. Disappointment flashed across Prince Yan's eyes. Although the power exchanged with the forbidden technique was powerful, it also blinded the swordsman's sword heart. What a pity! The demonic heart was covered in dust, and the sword competition was meaningless. Prince Yan sighed softly, and his figure flashed to the side of the sword rack. Since they couldn't compete in the sword competition, then it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The king held the sword, and the broken stone sword was slowly pulled out. In an instant, the starry sky changed color, and the terrifying immortal aura shocked all the major galaxies. For 100 years, the king used his blood to nourish the sword, and the immortal slaying sword gradually recovered. Vaguely, one could see the power of an ancient, ferocious sword. Crack! With the immortal sword in hand, the crown on the king's head shattered. His black hair danced in the wind, and thunder surged around him. He was like an ancient, immortal emperor, and his power was inviolable. The king pulled out the immortal sword, and murderous intent surrounded him. At this moment, he wasn't competing in the sword competition, but in killing demons. Outside the battlefield, the kings of the 100 races felt it, and their pupils contracted. This was the first time the human swordsman had shown such a terrifying, murderous intent. Could it be that this person hadn't used his full power in the past 3 years? The legendary swordsman who was filled with murderous intent flashed out, and with a swift slash, he killed the demons and the kings in front of him. In front of the kings, coldness flashed across Xuanqi's eyes. The demonic sword met the immortal sword head-on. Boom! As the immortal sword and the immortal slaying sword clashed, the murderous intent exploded, and the demons in front of them were sent flying. Outside the battlefield, the kings couldn't withstand the immortal aura, and their bodies exploded one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, and the starry sky was dyed red. Retreat! At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the primordial demon realm. The next moment, imperial might filled the air, and a destructive palm force traveled through time and space, sweeping out from the passage between the two realms. The emperor attacked with earth-shattering power. After the palm, a giant black hand appeared out of nowhere in the space passage, grabbing Xuanqi and returning to the primordial demon realm. Outside the battlefield, the remaining kings of the 100 races retreated into the space passage one after another, disappearing. In the starry sky, the emperor's path palm force passed by, and the indescribable power shook the stars within 1,000,000 miles. Prince Yan's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his left hand, and the king's sword appeared again. The two swords clashed, and the aura of the sword shot into the sky. The king's sword and the immortal sword worked together, and the two swords hummed together, and the extreme path of the sword was pushed to the peak. In an instant, the emperor's path palm force arrived, and the two swords met it head-on. With a boom, the world tilted, and the kings took 3 steps back. The two swords were dyed red, and they blocked the earth-shattering palm. In front of the passage between the two realms, blood and bones flew everywhere, and the souls of the dead never returned to their hometowns. The war between the two realms hadn't started, but casualties had already begun. The two swords in Prince Yan's hands disappeared, and the immortal sword sank into the sword rack, hiding their sharpness. The invincible kings were still standing, and the primordial demon realm lost another round. Chapter 1227. In the space beyond heavens, at the border between the All-Heavens Starfield and Loagia Starfield, the Reverence Moon Ancient Land. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In front of the altar, the human experts left one after another. With the help of the moon god and Jiming, Xiazi, and the others' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the King Realm barrier. They were only half a step away from entering the King Realm. In the sky above the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, dark clouds rolled as the King Realm tribulations appeared one after another. Every time, a human expert would stand up and leave to face the tribulation in the depths of space to avoid harming the innocent. In these 5 years, almost half of the human experts had left the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, heading to the depths of space. On the altar, the moonlight around Jiming shone like a blazing sun as he absorbed the moonlight's energy. Through the divine tree's origin energy, he converted the energy into pure heaven and earth's origin energy and infused it into the human experts' bodies. In the void, the moon god's figure floated up and down. The moon god, who had transcended her realm, looked at the human experts and quietly did her best. The gap between the moon god's realm and the human realm was too great. It was not something that could be measured by distance. She could only do her best. She couldn't bear to refuse the high priest's request. The human experts had been cultivating day and night to resist the invasion of the primal demon realm. As the moon god, she should do her part. Under the moonlight, the moon god sighed softly. She raised her slender fingers, and the bright moonlight gathered in the sky like a torrent, entering Jiming's body. With the moon god's help, the moonlight around Ningchen grew brighter, illuminating the entire Reverence Moon Ancient Land. Not far away, on the wheelchair, Peacock looked at the Jiming Marquis, who had been meditating for 5 years. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Now, she could understand why the Jiming Marquis was able to gather so many people. 5 years. How many people in this world were willing to make such a sacrifice? Boom! Right at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Below, an incomparably powerful King Realm expert soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Congratulations! Not far away, the human experts opened their eyes and congratulated. Many thanks. Mu Qingxue stood up and glanced at the white-clothed figure on the altar. He said calmly, "I'm leaving. Be careful." On the altar, Ningchen opened his eyes and instructed in a light voice. "Yes." Mu Qingxue nodded and did not stay any longer. He took a step forward and left. On the altar, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, collected his thoughts, and did his best to help the remaining human clan experts cultivate. At the same time, in the depths of the reincarnation sea, inside the black hole, the first Kuan demon emperor stood in the air. He released his divine sense and constantly searched for possible exits. Within the black hole, space-time collapsed and the concept of time no longer existed. Several years passed in the outside world, but the people within the black hole did not feel anything. Inside the black hole, First Demon Emperor Kuan guarded his mind and moved forward step by step. Even the black hole of the stars could not stop a demonic cultivator who surpassed the heavens and earth. Drink. After walking for an unknown period of time, the first Kuan Demon Emperor stopped in his tracks again. With a deep roar, he unleashed all his cultivation and activated his demonic arts. Unparalleled demonic might, boundless and endless. This unparalleled demonic cultivator, who surpassed the heavens and earth, wanted to use his own peerless cultivation to forcibly break open the black hole. The demonic cultivators were enraged, and the deities were terrified. At this moment, the entire ocean outside the reincarnation sea began to shake violently. Huge waves surged into the sky and swept out for thousands of feet. Everyone in the primordial demon realm was shocked. They looked in the direction of the sea of reincarnation, and fear flashed across their faces. Only the number one sovereign of the celestial devil imperial family could have such terrifying demonic might. Why did first Kuan Demon Emperor want to enter the sea of reincarnation? Did he discover some secret? Just as the sea of reincarnation was moving in the heavens beyond heaven, on a primitive planet in the Z-Way galaxy, a fortune teller's body trembled slightly as he looked into the distance. Sovereign Tao Aura! The sovereign Tao Aura reappeared, and it was so clear that the fortune teller did not dare to hesitate. He stepped into the starry sky and quickly rushed in the direction of the sovereign Tao Aura. In the inner world, in the netherworld king's pure land, the demonic wheel sea shook. Traces of sovereign Tao Aura spread out, shocking the mortal world. This is... On the 5 regions continents, many martial arts experts trembled subconsciously as endless fear rose in their hearts. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that the Netherworld King has returned? In the eastern region's divine prefecture, the Great Xia, the Northern Ming imperial court, and the barbarian dynasty, all the survivors from 100 years ago looked in the direction of the central region. Their hearts grew heavier and heavier. The calamity had arrived once again. In the northern polar region, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master walked out with a heavy expression. What was supposed to come had come. In the demonic wheel sea, in the middle state demonic wheel sea, in the black hole that connected the 2 realms, the number 1 person of the demonic realm stood in the air. Demonic might roared and surged, rapidly spreading in all directions. The immortal lord of the demonic realm, who had survived since the ancient era, displayed supreme power. Demonic chi surged, gradually filling the entire black hole. The strongest demonic realm cultivator fought against the black hole that could devour everything alone. It was an earth-shattering scene. The black hole started to shake, and at the weakest point of the 3 realms, traces of cracks appeared, and demonic chi surged out. Found it. Suddenly, first Kuan Demon Emperor turned around and looked into the distance. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The aura of the alien realm. The sea of reincarnation was indeed connected to the other realms. Unfortunately, it was not easy for him to travel back and forth, not to mention the army of the 100 races and the various kings. However, it was still a rare harvest if it could be used. Thinking of this, first Kuan Demon Emperor gradually withdrew his aura and walked back the way he came. In the Z-Way galaxy, the fortune teller stopped. The demonic chi that he had locked onto disappeared again, and his expression sank. Not good. He was about to find the source of the demonic chi. He was just a few minutes away. The galaxy was vast. If he could not lock onto the source of the demonic chi, it would not be easy to find the source of the disaster. A few months later, demonic chi surged in the heavenly demon ancestral land. First, Kuan Demon Emperor walked out and returned to his ancestral land. Not far away, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor, who was healing himself, opened his eyes and said, "Brother, did you find anything?" The second spatial tunnel. First, Kuan Demon Emperor did not hide anything. He said, "Seriously, the primordial demon realm and sky beyond are connected by a strange black hole. I can sense the aura of the human world at the end of the black hole. It must be sky beyond." Oh! Hearing this, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was surprised. He said, "Really? The sea of reincarnation has existed for so long. Why hasn't anyone discovered this before?" "It's not strange." First Kuan Demon Emperor said calmly, "The space in the sea of reincarnation is extremely dense. Even I can't enter and exit freely. Once someone enters, there is almost no chance of survival. If what you said is true, the army of the primordial demon realm can't enter sky beyond through this place." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, "Yes." First Kuan Demon Emperor nodded and said calmly, "The army can't enter, but you and I can. If necessary, this might be an opportunity to turn the tide of the battle." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned and said, The strength of the human race is far inferior to that of the primordial demon realm. As long as an Emperor Tao supremacy can defeat that swordsman, my heavenly demon army can invade sky beyond at any time. I'm afraid this place won't be of much use. The human race isn't as simple as you think. First Kuan Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He said, "In the ancient war, the primordial demon realm thought that victory was within our grasp. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm, who stood at the peak of the human race, turned the tide of the battle by himself. I still remember how powerless the other 9 heavenly demon emperors were when they died in battle. That kind of overwhelming strength was truly despairing. In the ancient times, the 10 heavenly demon emperors of the heavenly demon imperial clan were in their prime. His strength was ranked at the bottom of the 10 heavenly demon emperors. Even with such great strength, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm. That supreme expert of the human race had already surpassed his knowledge. Not far away, the 7 Brilliance demon emperor's expression turned solemn. During the ancient war, he hadn't reached the Emperor Tao yet, so he didn't know much about these things. The human race is a race that's good at enduring. No one knows what kind of shocking power they'll unleash until they're pushed to the limit." First Kuan Demon Emperor continued, "Therefore, in the future battle, our realm must completely crush the human race and not give them any chance to counterattack. Are the human race really as powerful as you say, now that the 4 immortal realms have disappeared, and the lords of the 4 immortal realms have all fallen? Who else in the human race can resist our primordial demon realm army?" 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said grimly. Before the swordsman in front of the spatial tunnel made his move, did we ever think that the human race would have such a peerless genius? First Kuan Demon Emperor said grimly, "He might not be a threat to us now, but what if he's given some time to grow?" Speaking of this, First Kuan Demon Emperor looked at the eastern horizon and sighed softly. There will always be true geniuses in the human race, regardless of the era. You haven't forgotten why our primordial demon realm suffered such a great loss, have you? 13th son. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned cold. He said, "I admit that this kid is indeed extraordinary, but now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to cause any more trouble. A swordsman and a 13th son have already brought so much trouble to our primordial demon realm. Is there someone even stronger behind them? 7 Brilliance, don't be careless. Even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention that we're about to face the human race who once defeated our realm." First Kuan Demon Emperor said grimly. "I will keep your words in mind." 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and replied calmly. The war was about to begin, and the undercurrents were surging. Whether it was the human race or the primordial demon realm, the atmosphere became heavy, suffocating to the point of suffocation. Deep in the starry sky, thunderclouds filled the sky, and rumbling sounds echoed across the entire star field. The human race's experts were trying their best to break through the sovereign Tao, accumulating strength for the upcoming war. The human race had been weak for a long time, and the future war would determine the survival of the entire human race. No one was exempt from it. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. The human race's experts were well aware of the immutable truth. Therefore, they focused on their cultivation day after day. The number of figures sitting cross-legged in front of the Reverence Moon Ancient Land's altar gradually decreased. Almost 10 years had passed. Finally, when the appointed day arrived, the last person standing in front of the altar stood up and left, rushing to the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 1228. In the red Phoenix planet zone in sky, outside of sky, a king stood in the boundless planet mist. He hadn't left for 10 years. A sword rack floated next to the king. 5 ancient swords of different shapes were on the rack. Their auras were restrained. Blood dripped down from Prince Yan's right hand onto the green and red swords. He nourished the swords with his blood and refined the two divine weapons day and night. The green and red swords hummed softly. They were originally mortal weapons, but they had been with the swordsman for 100 years. Now they were as strong as any divine weapon. The cracks on the swords gradually disappeared. The impurities in the swords were completely gone after being refined by the king's blood. The two swords were reborn again. Sword light flowed around them, sharp and threatening. 10 years were almost up. Demonic chi surged on the other side of the passage. Thousands of sky demons were waiting for the moment to arrive in sky, outside of sky. Many kings stood in the air in front of the sky demon army. Their powerful auras made people shudder. Azura, Xianqi, Xianlai, Xianmo, the first battle of our race in the human world is yours. A majestic voice sounded in the ancestral land of the sky demons in the distance, reaching the ears of every sky demon soldier in the sky. Yes, demonic chi surged in the air, for kings appeared out of nowhere. Their auras were infinitely close to the emperor level, shocking the world. The demon race's war god, the world's #1 sword, the world's #1 palm, and the Sky Devil Royal Guard's great commander, the 4 peerless masters of the Sky Devil royal family, who were second only to the 2 demon emperors, appeared the same time. Let's go. Azura looked at the 3 next to him and said, Xianqi, Xianlai, and Xianmo nodded and flew toward the space passage. The 4 kings appeared together. Prince Yan sensed it in front of the passage, and his eyes grew serious. They're here. The next moment, demonic chi surged in the planet mist. The 4 peerless overlords walked out one after another. Their terrifying auras shook the stars in the sky. Swordsmen of the human race, we meet again. Azura looked at the human guard in front of the passage and said calmly, 10 years is almost up, but the demon emperors can't wait any longer. Said Prince Yan indifferently, looking at the 4 cultivators below the imperial plane. You are the guardian of the human race. If you die in battle, the human race will have one less peerless expert. Therefore, we will not hold back in today's battle, Azura said solemnly. Please. Prince Yan said calmly as he pulled out his heavy sword. His sword intent rose rapidly. The battle was about to begin. The 4 peerless cultivators of the Celestial Devil Royal family also exploded with their strongest combat power. Black demonic chi soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. This was a battle between the strongest kings. Every single one of them had strength close to the Emperor Dao. Shocking pressure swept out, and the entire Hongwan galaxy shook. For a time, the experts of the mortal realm in the Hongwan star field all looked in the direction of the star field mist with shock. Was the war about to begin? Under the attention of the world, a great battle began in the Red Phoenix galaxy. The heavy sword in Prince Yan's right hand hummed and sand filled the air. The sword shocked the 9 heavens. The promise of 10 years could not be violated. The promise of a king was worth more than 10,000 gold. In front of him, Azura waved his hand. A black spear appeared in the surging demonic chi. Fire beacon and demonic chi filled the sky. On the other side, Burning Heart Demon sword appeared in front of Xuanqi. Blazing demonic flames broke through the star-field mist and shocked the world. The war god of the demon race and the #1 sword under the heavens. These 2 peerless powerhouses moved together. With a boom, Prince Yan waved his sword to block the 2 demons. In the earth-shattering vibration, sword chi filled the sky, and the aftershocks spread out rapidly. The battle began. Xianmo and Xianlai looked at each other. Without further delay, they moved together and used their swords and palms. The attacks were about to reach Prince Yan. Sand gathered behind Prince Yan and formed a sand sword, forcefully blocking the attacks of the 2 demons. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the heavens and the earth became chaotic. Even the legendary battle pet warrior of the Xia dynasty couldn't withstand the joint attacks of the four kings. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his azure robe red. The suppressed king's sword trembled slightly. A cold glint flashed in Prince Yan's eyes, and his sword Qi burst out. In front of the passage between the two realms, the legendary battle pet warrior was furious. Sword Qi surged, shocking the four. How can the king's sword be defeated? Prince Yan was furious. He yelled, and the blood Qi around him surged. Instantly, black light filled the sky. An ancient sealing sword shot up into the sky. Shocking sword Qi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The moment the king's sword appeared, the starry sky lost its color. The moment the king held the sword, a strong Qi returned from the sword to the king's body. The seal was unlocked and all the power was gathered. The king's might shocked the world. Half imperial plane. Azura narrowed his eyes and slowly uttered for words as he looked at the powerful cultivator who was emitting a strong pressure from the former. The other 3 also looked serious. It turned out that this person had been holding back all this time. The king was furious. In the center of the battlefield, the extreme state on the sword spread out. Tiny blood-red lightning filled the air. Each lightning had the power to destroy the world. The legendary battle pet warrior of the Xia dynasty used all his power for the first time. Sword Qi filled his body. He was like a celestial king who had descended to the world. I said that no one can leave this place for 10 years. Using all his power, Prince Yan's eyes became extremely cold. He held the sealing sword in his left hand and the heavy sword in his right hand. The shocking sword Qi spread out wave after wave. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Be careful. Azura glanced at the 3 people on each side of the battle and reminded them in a serious voice. The human swordsman was comparable to an imperial plane cultivator. If he really entered the imperial plane, he would undoubtedly reappear the ancient celestial emperor's might. The king used all his power. The situation became tense. Xian Qi and Xian Mo moved. Their swords and sabers attacked together. The swords and sabers worked together. Saber Qi and sword Qi crisscrossed. In the center of the battlefield, Prince Yan stepped forward. In an instant, he was in front of Xian Mo. The swords and sabers clashed. The heavy sword shook the military saber. The collision of power caused the sky to collapse. Rumbling, the remaining power around the 2 exploded. The terrifying impact destroyed the world. In the distance, meteorites turned into dust. At the moment when the swords and sabers clashed, Prince Yan's body moved again. It was like a clone. The sword appeared at the same time. The king's sword and the demon's sword clashed. They were competing with each other. In the moment of confrontation, demonic flames spread on the demon's sword and pressed toward the former king. However, as soon as the demonic flames rose, the king's sword shone brightly and devoured the demonic flames on the demon's sword. Back off! With a shout, Prince Yan used both swords to push back the 2 demons. The sword radiance flashed and forced the 2 to retreat. Heart-devouring palm. As the 2 devils retreated, a mighty palm strike came from behind the king. It was earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At this moment, wind and sand gathered around Prince Yan. The sand sword formed and met Xian Lai's palm. The sand sword cut open the demonic cultivator's palm. The sword didn't stop there. It broke through the air. Xian Lai focused. His palms gathered Yuan. Vast demonic qi gathered and blocked the sand sword. Ugh! The sword was blocked, but the sword intent couldn't be blocked. A wisp of sword qi penetrated Xian Lai's body. He took a few steps back and his mouth turned red. Xian Lai was injured. In the battle, Azura's expression darkened. He gathered Yuan and his demonic arts reached the peak again. The god of war gathered all his energy and stepped forward. The fire beacon demon's spear whistled through the air. At the same time, on the other side of the battle, the demonic chi around Xian Qi turned blood red. The heart-burning demon sword swallowed blood and the sky. The demon's sword arrived. Its power was even stronger than before. The sword radiance spread and the starry sky dimmed. The two demons worked together again. In the center of the battle, Prince Yan's expression didn't change. He stepped forward. Not far away, the sword rack flew up. The two divine weapons broke through the air again. In the starry sky, the green and red sword radiance circled into the air. Endless sword pressure rose, symbolizing the appearance of a world-shocking move. Green and red breath together, one chi unwavering. Green and red moved the world. 100 years turned into one chi. The sword of contemporaneity resonated with each other. At this moment, the most shocking power was displayed. The two swords turned into flowing light, intertwining and spiraling into the 9 heavens. The sword chi in the sky gathered and condensed into sword clouds. After a moment, the two swords pierced through the air. The sword cloud in the sky also pressed down. The terrifying power surpassed the limit of heaven and earth. It crushed everything. In the battle, Azura and Xianqi saw this. Their expressions changed. They changed their moves and met the green and red swords. Crack! At the moment of collision, the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing was heard. Sword wounds appeared on the two demons. Blood flowed out and dyed their bodies red. 3 swords equal the sky, life and death pact. After defeating the two demons, Prince Yan's sword didn't stop. The two divine weapons in his hands flew out. The wind and sand swirled. The 3 swords intersected and illuminated the world. Watch out! Not far away, Xian Mo and Xian Lai saw this. Their expressions changed at the same time. They rushed out and their palms broke through the air, trying to stop the former's move. However, it was too late. At this moment, the wind and sand filled the air. Time and space froze in the entire battle. The rain of swords poured down. The two demons who came to the rescue were restrained by the frozen time and space. They were too late to attack. In the starry sky, the rain of swords broke through the air. Azura and Xianqi were the first to be engulfed. Not far away, Xian Mo and Xian Lai were also affected. Streaks of sword light swept over. They couldn't dodge. The terrifying scene was indescribable. The two demons blocked the rain of swords and kept retreating. Their bodies were covered in blood. In the center of the battle, the two swords fell and returned to the hands of the kings. The wind and sand in the air were still hard to distinguish. The vermilion dots were so dazzling. Ugh! After the shocking move, blood spurted out. Azura and Xianqi's chests were covered in a bloody mist. The power of one sword had injured all 4 demons. The unbelievable scene shocked the world. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 2 demon emperors stood in the air and looked at the battle reflected in the sky. Their expressions became more and more serious. This human swordsman had surpassed the limit of the king realm. They had thought that Azura and Xianqi could defeat him if they worked together. They didn't expect that they had underestimated this peerless talent of the human race. 7 luminaries. After a long while, Demon Emperor Kuin collected his thoughts. He looked at 7 luminaries Demon Emperor not far away and said, "Do it yourself." Okay. 7 luminaries Demon Emperor nodded slightly. He didn't refuse. This person was worth a trip. A moment later, demonic chi surged in the heavenly demon ancestral land. 7 luminaries demon emperors figure faded and disappeared. Chapter 1229. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the battle between humans and demons had come to an end. The invincible legend of the human race suppressed the 4 kings of the demons all by himself. His peerless demeanor shocked the world. All the human experts who were watching this battle were shocked. They found it hard to believe that the human race had such a powerful swordsman. One man could hold back 10,000 enemies. How many people in the world could have such courage and cultivation? There is hope for the human race. A wise man of the human race had tears in his eyes. He couldn't hide the excitement on his old face. The invasion of the 100 races was imminent. The absolute difference in strength made all the human experts despair. They desperately needed a peerless expert to appear and give the world a glimmer of hope. The world watched the battle between the kings of the human race and the demons. At the end of the battle, the king suppressed the 4 demons with his sword. Blood seeped out of Prince Yan's hands that were holding the sword, dyeing the 2 swords red. The peerless king was as immovable as a mountain. What a shocking swordsman! You have impressed me. Just as the 4 demons were in a precarious situation, demonic chi surged in the passage between the 2 realms. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. The heavenly demonic emperor had appeared in the sky beyond sky. Demonic chi surged in the Red Phoenix star zone. The powerful demonic aura filled the entire star zone, shocking the world. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Prince Yen looked at the supreme demonic cultivator who walked out. He finally appeared. The heavenly demonic emperor had the highest combat strength in the primordial demon realm. You may leave. The 7 Brilliance demon emperor walked out of the demonic chi and glanced at the 4 injured demons. Yes, Azura and the other 3 bowed and left the battle. After the 4 demons left the battle, the 7 Brilliance demon emperor and the legend of the Great Xia faced each other in front of the passage between the 2 realms. Their auras surged. A great battle was about to begin. The king and the king were going to fight at the pinnacle before the promise of 10 years. Prince Yen sheathed his heavy sword. The surrounding sand condensed into a sharp, peerless weapon and flew into the king's hand. On the opposite side, the 7 Brilliance demon emperor didn't let his guard down either. He flipped his right palm, and 7 giant demonic suns rose into the sky. The 7 suns in the sky, and a catastrophe befell the world. The battle instantly turned into a fiery hell. Heat waves filled the sky. Huang Dao made his move. Powerful demonic aura surged. It was dazzling. Sword sound, flying swan. In the first exchange, Prince Yen waved his sword. Sand filled the air, and streaks of sword chi pierced through the air. The 7 Brilliance demon emperor harumphed coldly and slammed his right hand forward. A demonic sun descended from the sky and scattered the sword intents. There was a clear difference in cultivation between a king and an emperor. When an emperor made a move, the strong and the weak would be judged. Sword sound, change of wind and thunder. Prince Yan's expression did not change after being suppressed by one move. The king's sword stirred up wind and thunder, and the sky changed. The black sword light sped forward, accompanied by wind and thunder. With a rumble, it collided with the demonic sun in front of it. Extreme might collided, causing heaven and earth to rumble. King and emperor, their auras rushed into the clouds, neither showing the slightest bit of mercy. The sword moves took turns, and the demonic sun collapsed. The powerful king's swordsmanship shocked the world. Do you think you can still block it? The 7 Brilliance demon emperor let out a cold grin. He flipped his right hand, summoning 2 demonic suns from the sky. They circled around each other and unleashed a formidable aura. Demonic might descended once more. In the surrounding starry skies, black demonic flames roared and surged, waves of fire shooting into the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the 2 suns arrived. Their sovereign aura swept through everything in its path. One sword prohibition. As the demonic might approached, Prince Yen held his sword horizontally. Sword aura surged around him, entering the sword and strengthening the king's sword. Tyrannical world. The king's sword sealing move appeared once again. The sword shook the two suns, rumbling and resounding through the starry skies. The two suns shook the world, and the demonic might was boundless. The king's sword blocked the two suns head-on. The sealing sword swallowed everything in the world. Attack and defense, the extreme confrontation. The terrifying impact spread in all directions. Blood spurted out from the corner of the king's mouth. He was injured for the first time. With a deep roar, sword light appeared around Prince Yen again. Tens of thousands of swords gathered and turned into a stream of swords that flowed endlessly into the king's sword. With the support of tens of thousands of swords, the sealing sword's aura reached its peak again. Amidst the shocking scene, the unshakable, sovereign demonic might trembled. The two suns trembled and were quickly swallowed by the king's sword. In front of the passage between the two realms, the seven brilliance demon emperor squinted his eyes. The astonishing human swordsman already had the strength of a sovereign. It was truly shocking that the human race had such a peerless genius. Human swordsman, how long can your sword last? As soon as he finished speaking, the seven brilliance demon emperor roared and flipped his hands. Demonic essence roared through the starry skies. The four suns moved together and descended upon the human realm. The starry skies turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the endless demonic flames, the four suns broke through the cycle of reincarnation and burned the stars. The apocalypse shook the entire starry skies. Meteors within 1,000,000 miles shattered, unable to withstand the terrifying demonic might. In front of the passage between the two realms in the starry skies, the king's eyes reflected the four blazing demonic suns. At this moment he was calm and peaceful. In the distance, on the peak of an unknown immortal realm, a haggard old man stood quietly. He looked at the battle in the Hong-Wan starry sky with a solemn expression. "Old friend, aren't you going to intervene?" In the faraway Ziwei starry sky, on a planet with life, a fortune-teller in green robes walked in the human realm and said lightly. In the immortal realm, the old man sighed and replied, "If I intervene, the demon king of the primordial demon realm won't sit back and watch. It's not the time for the humans to fight against the primordial demon realm. As the master of the immortal realm, I can't intervene." On the planet with life in the distance, the fortune-teller in green robes frowned. Even though the swordsman's strength had surpassed the king realm, he hadn't reached the imperial level after all. It would be difficult for him to stop a true imperial level supreme. While the two human imperial level Taoists were talking, in front of the passage between the two realms in the Hong-Wan starry sky, the four suns fell and destroyed the human realm. Below, the legend of the great Xia dynasty stood in the sea of fire. Sword intent kept rising around him, and his sword light shone like a divine sun. The four swords move the world, and the sky and earth fall together. The four suns' demonic calamity attacked at the same time. The demonic suns and the king's swords clashed. In the starry skies, green and red colors intertwined. Sand spread everywhere. The king's swords moved the world. The most powerful swordsman attacked with four swords at the same time, blocking the path of the heavenly demon emperor. The rumbling shook the entire Hong-Wan starry sky. In the battle, the shock waves spread out and destroyed everything in their path. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Sword chi and demonic chi swept out. The power to destroy the world was beyond the limits of the world. After the shocking moves, the entire world gradually quieted down. At the center of the battle, the demonic path's imperial-level Taoist stood proudly. His demonic might shook the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the imperial-level Taoist's left arm cracked. Sword chi pierced through the air and tore his battle robe. Blood flowed out silently. On the opposite side, the imperial-level Taoist's arms were covered in blood. Blood flowed down and dyed the king swords red. With the suppression of the realms, the king's swords went against the emperor's might. The invincible imperial-level Taoist saw red for the first time. "You name." The seven brilliants demonic emperor said with a dark expression, "Xia Yan." Prince Yan suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and replied calmly, "I'm impressed that the human race has an expert like you. Be careful, I won't hold back anymore." The opponent was too powerful. He couldn't afford to be careless. The seven brilliants demonic emperor's eyes turned serious. Demonic suns appeared around him and floated in the 9 heavens. He unleashed the burning sun hell again. 8 transformations of the heavenly demon. With a deep roar, the demon image appeared again. A giant demon, 10,000 feet tall, appeared behind the seven brilliants demonic emperor. It was like a giant that split the sky open. The demon image appeared, and its demonic might increased by several times. Demonic aura circulated rapidly around the seven brilliants demonic emperor. The demonic essence was as heavy as a mountain, stabilizing the universe. The 8 transformations technique appeared again. The seven brilliants demonic emperor pressed down with his palm. An entire starry sky fell silent. The peerless demonic might change time and space. The unparalleled power made everyone feel insignificant. In the battle, Prince Yan flashed to the side of the sword rack. The sand sword in his left hand dissipated and disappeared. When the battle reached its climax, the imperial-level Taoist held the immortal slaughtering sword again. In an instant, the world sank as a terrifying murderous intent erupted. "This is..." The seven brilliants demonic emperor sensed it. His expression darkened. It was the immortal slaughtering sword of the Western immortal realm. In the ancient times, the Eastern and Western immortal realms were the strongest. The Queen Mother of the West's strength was second only to the ruler of the Eastern immortal realm. During the ancient war, countless experts of the 100 tribes died to the immortal slaughtering sword. Although he hadn't reached the emperor realm back then and wasn't qualified to participate in the peak battle, he was no stranger to this ancient sword. In the battle, the immortal slaughtering sword appeared. The imperial sword and the immortal sword in the imperial-level Taoist emperor's hand shone at the same time. The 2 swords hummed, and the stars in the sky lost their color. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the seven brilliants demonic emperor suppressed the shock in his heart. He didn't want to fight for a long time. He gathered his energy and threw a punch. When the imperial-level Taoist attacked, the demon emperor moved as well. A huge fist fell from the sky with terrifying demonic energy. It shattered the passage of time and pressed down forcefully. Prince Yan's eyes darkened. He turned the 2 swords around. The 2 most powerful swords hummed together. Prelude to the immortal sword, chapter of man. The 2 swords began to play the song. The imperial-level Taoist emperor and his sword appeared. In an instant, strange light rose around the imperial-level Taoist emperor. Endless red lightning appeared and sank into the 2 divine swords. When the imperial-level Taoist emperor and his sword appeared, the immortal martial emperor moved the stars. 2 sword lights soared into the sky and slashed at the imperial-level heavenly demon. Boom! The imperial-level Taoist emperor used a move that had never appeared in the world to deal with the strongest opponent in this life. The imperial-level Taoist emperor and his sword split the sky and the earth, drawing 2 stunning sword scars in the starry sky. The most powerful heavenly demon and the prelude to the immortal sword clashed with each other. The 2 sword lights shattered in the starry sky, and the sword qi scattered rapidly. The aftershock spread out. In the battle, an almost undetectable grunt sounded. The imperial-level Taoist emperor took 3 steps back. His blue robe was stained with blood, symbolizing how tragic this shocking battle was. The aftershock spread out in front of the passage between the 2 realms. The sword song ended, and cracks appeared around the heavenly demon. In the blink of an eye, it shattered with a bang. Ugh! The demon form collapsed. The Seven Brilliants demon emperor grunted. He took half a step back, and blood flowed out quietly. It was a shocking scene. A ruler was injured, and both the human and the devil were in the same realm. All the powerhouses who were paying attention to this battle were shocked. No one had thought that the human swordsman could do this. The difference between the imperial-level Taoist emperor and the imperial-level Taoist emperor was like heaven and earth. In the demonic realm, there were countless imperial-level experts, but only a few imperial-level Taoists. However, everyone knew that even if all the imperial-level experts in the primordial demon realm worked together, they would not be a match for these few imperial-level Taoists. The difference between realms could not be made up with numbers. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the first demon emperor slowly opened his eyes. A glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes silently. Chapter 1230. In front of the passage between the two realms, the sovereign of the demons and the Xia dynasty's top legends fought each other. After several rounds of attack and defense, they were both injured. The world-shocking swordsman went against the flow and killed the immortals. The prelude to the immortal sword broke an ancient taboo. The sovereign's Tao was dyed red, and blood was spilled in the starry sky. The earth-shattering battle attracted everyone's attention. It was a battle that would determine the future of the human race. The kings couldn't back down. The 10-year promise was right in front of them. However, the sovereign's sword wouldn't stop until the time was up. Swordsmen of the human race, how long can your sword stop me? The Seven Brilliants demon emperor yelled. Demonic suns circled around him as he stepped out and moved for the first time. The sovereign's Tao closed in, and a monstrous demonic aura swept out in all directions. The vast palm moved the galaxy with an unstoppable momentum. Prince Yan's expression didn't change at all. He faced the sovereign's sword head-on. Black light surrounded him as he resisted the sovereign's Tao's demonic aura. The clash of extreme Taos shook the surroundings. Prince Yan's hand that was holding the sword was bleeding, but his sword didn't stop. The sovereign's sword and the immortal's sword moved side by side. He wouldn't regret it even if he died. The peerless demon emperor, the immortal of the mortal world. His strength was so terrifying that it made everyone despair. Every move he made could destroy the world. The king was fearless. He didn't want to give way to the people behind him, even though he was drenched in blood. The 10-year promise was worth 1,000 gold. He wouldn't regret it even if he was facing a true immortal. In front of the passage between the two realms, the king was dyed red, and the Seven Brilliants demon emperor was also injured. He didn't have much of an advantage. The Seven Brilliants demon emperor let out a roar and raised his demon aura again. The demon suns around him began to glow brilliantly as he displayed his true, unparalleled demonic might. A destructive force comparable to the Big Bang of a star was unleashed continuously. The heavens and earth could not withstand the destructive force. Boom! Boom! In the battle, earth-shattering vibrations kept ringing out. The two were at each other's throats. Demonic light and sword light lit up the 9 heavens. Excellent swordsmanship. No wonder the sovereign of the human race chose you to guard the passage. The Seven Brilliants demon emperor's expression darkened as he dodged the deadly attacks from the two swords. He urged his palms forward and thrust them forward. Prince Yan did not answer. His two swords, one fast and one slow, alternated between attacking and defending and blocked the demonic power. With a thunderous rumble, the king took half a step back. The hand that held the sword was dyed red once more. Prelude to the sword and immortal. Earth chapter. Pushing his limits to the limit, Prince Yan shouted. The sword will around him shot up into the sky. Thousands of sword chi pierced through the clouds. The shocking move was sharp again. In an instant, beams of sword light appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky. They were endless, without beginning or end. The seven brilliance demon emperor focused. His expression darkened as he glanced at the sword rays floating in the sky. This person's sword had already reached the imperial path. The prelude to immortals and swords reappeared. In the starry sky, streaks of sword light hummed as sword filled the air, shocking the ghosts and deities in the sky. In the next moment, a sky full of sword radiance broke through the air, transforming into shooting stars that crashed into the demonic cultivators. The sword of extreme Tao surpassed the realm. In front of the passage between the two realms, tens of thousands of swords swept over at extreme speed. In front of the demonic cultivator, they condensed into one. The seven brilliance demon emperor grunted. He stepped forward and clasped his hands together to block the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The earth sword was blocked, but its attacks didn't stop there. Its unparalleled power continued to attack the demon cultivator's body. The demon slayer technique couldn't be stopped. Under the impact of the sword, the seven brilliance demon emperor subconsciously took 3 steps back. The demonic chi around the demon emperor dissipated temporarily as he retreated. At this moment, Prince Yan moved 100 feet away. His immortal sword light flashed across the starry sky and pierced through the earth sword with extreme precision, stabbing into the gap between the demon emperor's hands. Ugh! The immortal sword penetrated the demon emperor's body. The seven brilliance demon emperor grunted as blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Back off! The demon emperor was injured. His demonic nature went berserk. He activated his palm and slapped backward. Prince Yan held his sword horizontally. The king's sword emitted a black light and blocked in front of him. Boom! The king's sword vibrated as the palm energy landed. The palm energy that exceeded the king's sword's tolerance landed on the king's sword's body. Prince Yan grunted. His mouth also turned red as his body slid back 100 feet. The result of exchanging injury for injury was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. All the experts in the human realm who were watching this battle fell silent. They clenched their fists tightly and were extremely nervous. The primordial demon emperor was too powerful, so powerful that it made people despair. However, the human race still had hope with this peerless swordsman. They hadn't lost yet. The human race hadn't lost yet. This was a battle that would affect the world. It was related to the rise and fall of the human race. Facing such a powerful demon emperor, the human race needed to see a glimmer of hope, even if it was just a glimmer. What an admirable swordsman! In front of the passage between the two realms, the seven brilliance demon emperor's demonic chi spread rapidly. The more admiration he had, the more murderous intent he had. The guardian of the human race in front of him was too stunning. He wanted to completely destroy this person and destroy the last glimmer of hope in the human race's heart. 7 demons in the sky, dark yellow destruction. After making up his mind, the seven brilliance demon emperor didn't hold back anymore. He yelled as demonic chi surged into the sky. His most powerful technique appeared for the first time. It was an ultimate technique with endless destruction. The stars in the sky instantly dimmed and lost their brilliance. Dense demonic energy shook heaven and earth. In the starry sky, 7 demon suns took form. Giant fire demons appeared in the human realm. The 7 demons appeared at the same time. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. The entire red phoenix star zone began to shake. Many large stars deviated from their orbits and crashed into the meteorites in the starry sky. The power to destroy the world was horrifying. The rumbling shook the entire red phoenix star zone. When the most powerful demonic aura descended, the kings in the starry sky moved together. The 2 swords turned, and the sword might shook the 9 heavens. Prelude to the immortal sword, heavenly chapter. Heaven, earth, man and immortal marshal appeared again. The supreme, heavenly sword appeared. At that moment, heaven and earth froze. No sound could be heard in the starry sky. It was like a scene of death. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The stars stopped moving. Everything seemed to have died. Beyond the limit, the heavenly sword appeared. Blood gushed out from Prince Yan's body. An ancient divine sword appeared in the starry sky. The blood was dyed red, and it was extremely beautiful. The imperial sword proved the heavens. An unparalleled power rose rapidly. It transcended the limits of the human realm and shook the universe. The supreme sword resonated with heaven and earth. An instant later, the heavenly sword slashed down and descended upon the human realm. The end was here. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor channeled all his demonic chi into the seven demons. The ultimate technique was unleashed. Boom! The heavenly sword shook the seven demons. The earth-shattering tremor echoed in the starry sky. The heavenly sword shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. The giant demons collapsed as demonic flames spread rapidly. Ugh! The heavenly sword slashed the demons. The left half of the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's body exploded. Blood gushed into the sky and dyed the stars red. On the opposite side, the demonic aura rushed past. The Emperor was also sent, flying 100 miles away. He was bathed in blood and looked extremely tragic. Clang! The two swords stabbed into the ground. On a meteorite, Prince Yan stabilized his body. His blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the two swords red. The ultimate technique, the ultimate sword. The undefeated emperor was defeated. In the east of the faraway immortal realm, the sun rose. It symbolized the end of the 10-year promise. The emperor kept his promise and protected the human realm for 10 years. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor staggered. His eyes were filled with rage. He was so close to dying under this person's sword. Demonic chi rose. The destroyed half of his body gradually recovered. The Emperor Path, heavenly demon, showed its true power. It was so close. The demon saved his life. The Emperor Path, origin, healed his injuries. His demonic chi rolled like waves, and his murderous, intense sword. You are unforgivable. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor flipped his demonic palm. He slapped out, trying to end the human swordsman's life. 100 miles away, in front of the meteorite, the demonic palm arrived. Its terrifying power caused the world to change. At the moment of life and death, a strange light shone in the starry space. Wooden swords appeared out of nowhere. Each of the wooden swords was engraved with complicated formation runes. 49 wooden swords appeared at the same time. Time and space twisted as they blocked the demonic palm. In an instant, the demonic palm arrived. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with strange light. A shocking vibration was heard, and the wooden sword shattered. At this moment, a figure in plain clothes appeared in the twisted space. The immortal bell appeared in front of him. The remaining power rushed forward and crashed into the immortal bell. Dong! The Dong Huang bell vibrated, and a celestial sound spread. The terrifying sound waves were destructive. Ning Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of Prince Yan. He waved his hand, and a green cauldron appeared, covering the two inside. The celestial sound spread and crashed into the green cauldron. The green cauldron trembled and blocked most of the sound. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Dong Huang bell rang. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor, who was unprepared, was affected. The celestial sound entered his body and severely injured the demon. Ugh! The celestial and demon auras clashed. Half of the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's meridians collapsed. Blood spurted out like rain. On the meteorite 100 miles away, Ning Qin temporarily put away the green cauldron. He looked at the severely injured king beside him and said with a stern expression, "Senior, can you still hold on?" "Yeah." Prince Yen nodded gently. He looked at the young man in plain clothes in front of him. His tired eyes flashed with relief. The lost young man from before could finally stand on his own now. "It's you." In front of the passage between the two realms, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor suppressed the injuries in his body. He looked at the familiar figure in front of him with anger burning in his eyes. "Master Demon Emperor, long time no see. How are you?" Ning Qin took a step forward and said with a smile on his face, "You were lucky enough to escape from the demonic realm, but you still dare to come here to die. How foolish!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor raised his demonic aura again. He was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill the two people in front of him. Ning Qin stepped back. On the meteorite, Prince Yen suppressed his injuries for the time being. He picked up his swords and walked forward. His sword intent rose again. "Human swordsman, 13th son, I commend you for forcing my realm to this extent. However, it's time to end this." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared in the passage between the two realms. It had never been seen before. It was so powerful that even the sky and earth showed signs of collapsing. 100 miles away, Ning Chen sensed it. His face darkened. It was the first Kuan Demon Emperor. He still came. A few seconds later, demonic aura surged in front of the spatial passage. An unparalleled demon emperor walked out of nowhere. One of the 10 demon emperors of the ancient times had appeared in the human world again after hundreds of thousands of years. The celestial demon emperor appeared. In the starry sky, the swords in Prince Yan's hands vibrated uncontrollably. He and the swords united as one, unable to hide their battle intent. How many years had it been? This kind of fear was so nostalgic. The powerful opponent in front of him stimulated the king's sword intent. Prince Yan's eyes burned brighter and brighter. His sword intent rose to the peak of his life. Chapter 1231. In front of the passage between the two realms in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the most powerful demon emperor of the heavenly devil royal family appeared. One of the 10 demon monarchs of the ancient times had appeared in the human world. Chaotic demon aura swept across the galaxy, and all the major galaxies in the human world felt the terrifying pressure. The 10 demon monarchs of the ancient times really live up to their reputation. In Jinsei City, in the Dawn Moon Tower, the Dawn Moon Tower's master stood in front of the window of the Bright Room. She looked at the battle in the distance and murmured softly, "Could Great Xiao's prince, Yan, stop this demon? With such a huge gap between their realms, could his undefeated legend continue?" In the depths of the galaxy, the human powerhouses who were going through their tribulations also felt the terrifying pressure in the distance. They couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Was this the strength of the strongest demon in the demon realm? It was so terrifying that it made people despair. The battle that everyone was paying attention to had reached the most critical moment. In front of the passage between the two realms, Demon Emperor Kuin appeared. Chaotic demon aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The most powerful heavenly devil reappeared in the ancient times. "Human swordsman, you remind me of that person." Demon Emperor Kuin raised his hand, and the galaxy shook. A huge demon shadow appeared in the human world. A huge demon appeared out of thin air, and its huge fist smashed down, shattering the stars. The power to destroy the world was indescribably terrifying. It was beyond imagination. In the fog of the galaxy collapsed and endless fog scattered in all directions. 100 miles away, Prince Yen saw this. Sword intent soared into the sky, and the two swords combined. A shocking sword light pierced through the galaxy, and the galaxy was split open. The most powerful demon emperor of the demon realm and the most powerful sword of the human world clashed in front of the passage between the two realms. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling explosion sounded in the galaxy. The entire battle instantly turned chaotic. Violent space-time turbulence swept out, swallowing everything around. In the battle, a pool of blood splashed out. The king retreated. Demonic aura devoured his right shoulder, destroying his king martial bones. His right arm fell silently. The immortal sword left his hand and floated in the void, dyed red. In front of him, in the explosion of the galaxy, the most powerful demon emperor of the demon realm walked out step by step. Chaotic, demonic aura surged around him, blocking all the aftershocks. There was a clear difference between the strong and the weak. The 10 ancient demon monarchs were terrifying existences that surpassed the current sovereign Tao. Even the deities of the 9 heavens feared them. They were not existences that could be stopped by the martial artists of the mortal world. 100 miles away, Prince Yen stood still. The right half of his body was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Not far away, Ning Chen, who had barely stabilized himself from the explosion, looked anxious. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped. "Don't come over." Prince Yen looked at the ancient demonic monarch in front of him and shouted coldly, "Stand there and watch carefully. This is the last time I will teach you swordsmanship." Not far away, Ning Chen's figure stopped as tears flashed in his eyes. However, he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in his heart and did not step forward. He knew that he was unable to stop this battle. 100 years ago, he had ruined the senior's chance to prove his swordsmanship. 100 years later, he could not do it again. "Have you said your last words?" In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the first demon emperor looked at the human swordsman in front of him and said indifferently, "Actually, if you have anything to say, you can say it when you reach the netherworld, because none of you will survive today. You can't kill him." Prince Yen suppressed the injuries on his body and said calmly. In his left hand, the king's sword swept across, and black light spread continuously. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, in the extreme realm of sword, the small world of swordsmanship expanded. Blood-red lightning screamed, and the destructive aura was terrifying. As the small world expanded, it clashed more and more fiercely with the big world beyond the heavens. The 2 kept colliding and devouring each other. The king's sword stabbed into the ground. In the small world, the blood-red lightning suddenly went crazy, and the destructive aura increased. The battle of proving swordsmanship was shocking. In the small world, beams of sword light shot into the sky. The 5 ancient swords that followed King first were all unsheathed. They circled in the starry sky, and the sword power shocked the 9 heavens. The final battle was witnessed by the heavens and the earth. The small world expanded to the extreme, and the sword light lit up the entire human world. At the same time, the sword pressure spread out silently from all the planets in the Hongwan galaxy. In an instant, the ordinary swords in the human world started to vibrate uncontrollably. In the human world, the postnatal and postnatal martial artists looked at the swords in their hands in shock. They didn't know what had happened. The king of swordsmanship's final battle was felt by all the swords in the human world. After a short vibration, the sword shot into the sky and flew into the distant starry sky. In an instant, the entire Hongwan galaxy was filled with beams of sword light. They pierced through time and space and rushed to the distant battlefield. It was a shocking scene. The swords came to send off the king of swordsmanship on his last journey. In the depths of the galaxy, the human martial artists who were fighting to pass the king realm tribulation felt the shocking sword pressure from the distant starry sky. They were all shocked. "Did you feel it?" Under the lightning tribulation, Mu Qianshang asked. "Yes." In the distance, Luo Xingqian nodded and said with a solemn expression, "It's sword pressure, an unparalleled sword pressure. I'm afraid it's not a good thing." Mu Qianshang nodded and said in a deep voice, Do you remember the last time there was such a strange sword pressure? When was it? The sword of Desolation City, when the sword of proving swordsmanship. Luo Xingqin said seriously. He would never forget such a sword intent that was filled with determination. At the same time, on the other side of the starry sky, Een also felt the familiar yet strange sword pressure. Tears welled up in her eyes. Was something going to happen to that senior? He was the last senior master had left in the human world. Master's wife. Een looked at the woman in white in the distance and said with unconcealable sadness, under the 1,000 lightning tribulation, Mu Qingxue turned around and looked into the distance with his beautiful eyes. He was silent. When the warmth around him disappeared, could he still hold on? Hong Wan Galaxy, the final battle. Beams of sword light pierced through the starry sky. With a speed that surpassed time and space, they flew towards the distant battlefield. It was a breathtaking scene. In the sky above the galaxy, sword light flew past. Millions, tens of millions, billions of swords flew from the human world and headed towards the farthest demon slayer battlefield. In front of the passage between the two realms, the number 1 sword of the demon race, Xian Qi, looked at the breathtaking scene in the distance and was shocked. It turned out that the true pinnacle of swordsmanship was so dazzling. Outside the battlefield, Ning Chen's immortal slayer trembled. It was affected by the sword intent and showed signs of slipping out of his hand. Ning Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. His expression darkened. Do you also want to send Senior off for the last time? Ning Chen sighed and said softly, You go ahead. With that, Ning Chen let go of Immortal Slayer. It turned into a blazing meteor and flew towards the small world in front of him. In the small world above the sword, Immortal Slayer and Immortal Slayer met again after hundreds of thousands of years. They flew into the sky, and the sound of their swords was mournful. Swordsman of the human race, is this your sword? In the battlefield, Demon Emperor Kuin looked at the man in front of him who had thousands of swords bowing down to him. His expression became serious for the first time. He didn't deny that this person's strength was comparable to the Imperial Tao. Give him another 1,000 years, no, maybe only 100 years, and the human race might have a peerless powerhouse comparable to the ancient immortal lords. However, he wouldn't give him the chance. All those who were a threat to the Sky Devil Imperial family must be destroyed. At the thought of this, the first Kuin Demon Emperor opened his hands slightly. A vast and unparalleled demonic qi rushed to the 9 heavens. Chaotic demonic qi filled the air and turned into giant hands. They directly grabbed the 9 stars in the distance and forcefully pulled them over. It was a terrifying scene that was beyond comprehension. A terrifying existence comparable to the gods of the 9 heavens could grab the stars and the moon with a wave of his hand. After this battle, the glory of the Sky Devil Imperial family will spread across the entire Sky Devil tribe. Swordsmen, rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the first Demon Emperor roared and flipped his palms. 9 huge stars smashed down with a loud bang. The scene of destruction made people despair. In front of the stars, Prince Yan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He kept activating his sword intent and surpassed his limits. The sword-proof technique descended upon the human world. Sword. With that one word, sword streams filled the sky. Thousands of swords from all corners of the star field flew over and crashed into the 9 stars in front of them. This was a move that contained the last sword intent of a king. It was immeasurable. Thousands of swords broke through one star after another. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire Hongwan star zone. In the starry sky, the 9 stars collapsed one after another. Gravel flew everywhere and was swallowed by the sword streams in an instant. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Demon Emperor Kuin focused his eyes. He gathered his qi and activated the chaotic demonic qi around him again. A chaotic qi shield appeared in front of him. In the starry sky, thousands of swords broke through the stars. At a certain point in time, thousands of swords arrived at the same time. In an instant, a shocking scene occurred. The thousands of swords gathered. The swords from the entire Hongwan star zone kept crashing into one. The horrifying density was close to the black hole formed by the collapse of the stars. The final sword, the final move. A giant black divine sword appeared in the starry sky. It gathered all the swords in the human world and crashed into the chaotic chi shield in front of the demon emperor. Boom, boom. The sword of Tao affirmation was immeasurable. The peerless demonic cultivator was known as a sovereign among sovereigns. The two most powerful forces in the world collided. The entire starry sky seemed to be on the verge of destruction. In the neighboring star fields, thousands of stars were constantly collapsing, completely turning into dust. Crack! There was a slight cracking sound. In the starry sky, cracks appeared on the giant black divine sword. It was showing signs of collapse. However, almost at the same time, the chaotic chi shield in front of Demon Emperor Qin also cracked. It was so eye-catching. Boom! The next moment, there was a tremor comparable to the explosion of a star zone. In front of the passage between the two realms, the chaotic chi shield and the black divine sword collapsed at the same time. Sword chi and demonic chi clashed, destroying the entire starry sky. Arg! In the center of the battle, a painful groan sounded. A black sword chi pierced through Demon Emperor Qin's chest, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. In front of the spatial passage, Demon Emperor Qin retreated again and again. Blood flowed from his chest, dyeing half of his body red. In the battle, the black sword chi swallowed the sky and earth. Blood, dust, and light were all swallowed by the sword chi and disappeared. Demon Emperor Qin stumbled and spat out another mouthful of blood. The chaotic demonic chi around him kept dissipating. It was showing signs of dissipating. The final move condensed all the cultivation of a king. It heavily injured the demon emperor and sealed the chaotic demonic body. In the aftermath of the battle, a white-clothed figure flashed past. She waved her hand and took away everything that belonged to the king. Then, she stepped into the spatial turbulence and disappeared. Chapter 1232. In the Red Phoenix star field, after the great battle, the space trembled for a long time. Everywhere one looked, there was devastation. In front of the passage between the two realms, first Demon Emperor Qin was bleeding profusely. This was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury in the past 100,000 years. The world-shaking swordsman had killed an immortal with his sword, reaching an unprecedented height. Ugh! Sword chi filled the air, and first Demon Emperor Qin groaned again. Black sword chi circulated inside his body, and it was as dense as a black hole, devouring the remaining energy in his body. After the shocking battle, the devil cultivator won the battle. After losing the last move, his cultivation was sealed, and he was heavily injured. In the distance, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor arrived. Looking at the former, he asked solemnly, "How are you?" Return to the devil region first. First Demon Emperor Qin suppressed the injuries on his body and did not linger. He turned around and disappeared into the space passage. Retreat. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor glanced at the four devils nearby and ordered them to retreat into the space passage. The Devil Dao's venerables left one after another, and there was no one left in front of the passage between the two realms. After a shocking battle, the legend of Grand Xiao once again stopped the primal devil realm's invasion. Several days later, on the Reverence Moon Ancient Grounds altar, Ning Chen appeared. Without any delay, he formed a seal with his hands, and a strange light shone from his body. The divergent yellow secret technique had reappeared. In an instant, dragon roars shook the sky in the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. Giant dragons made of dust and sand coiled around the ancient ground. On the altar, thousands of reverence Moon clansmen were shocked to see this. What is this? Why have they never seen this kind of power before? The divergent yellow secret technique reappeared. Borrowing the power of the heavens, the strange light around Ning Chen's body became brighter. The divine tree's origin energy in his body was activated, and he flew into the sky. Moon God, help me. Using the power of the heavens to pray to the gods, Ning Chen used the reversal art once again. His boundless vitality soared into the sky, shocking the 9 heavens and the gods. High Priest, what are you doing? At this moment, moonlight filled the void and the moon god appeared. She looked at the crazy young man below and exclaimed in shock. Save him, Ning Chen said in a low voice. Blood spurted out from his body like a waterfall. The scene shocked everyone present. A waterfall of blood shot into the sky while the heavens and the earth wailed sorrowfully. Amidst the space that was stirred up, a figure in green clothes that was dyed red with blood appeared. His eyes were closed tightly, and the vitality in his body was almost impossible to detect. When a king proved his sword, he would burn all of his life force and enter the Tao with the sword. It would be difficult for him to remain in this world. Up in the sky, Moon Goddess sensed the remaining sword while on the body of the king in the blood waterfall, and her eyes narrowed. A swordsman who had entered the Tao. There was actually such an amazing swordsman in the human world. A moment later, the Moon Goddess came back to her senses and looked at the young man below. She said in a low voice, High Priest, give up. This person has already stepped into the Tao and can't be saved. I will never give up on him. In the past, when he was weak, this figure was like a teacher and a father, sheltering him from the wind and rain time and time again. Today, it was time for him to do something for his senior. Qi Huang borrowed strength, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Within the huge coiling dragons, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered, forming a 10,000 zhang large vortex that startled ghosts and gods. In the center of the whirlpool, Ning Chen's body was dyed red. His life origin was burning. He was sacrificing himself to forcefully pull Prince Yen back from the gates of hell. Pushing himself to the limit, Ning Chen once again unleashed the luck of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan in his body. In an instant, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan cried out together. After the 2 huge phantoms appeared, their terrifying power shook the stars in the sky and changed the trajectory of the world. As the dragon chi erupted, the Dragon Emperor sword on Ning Chen's right arm sensed it and awakened at the same time. The sword light rose, wanting to devour the Dragon Clan's fate. Get lost. Seeing this, Ning Chen was furious. He took out the Immortal Slaying Sword and slashed at the Dragon Emperor sword. The Immortal Slaying Sword shook, and the Dragon Emperor sword shook violently. The sword spirit in the Dragon Emperor's sword trembled as it sensed the former's monstrous anger. If you dare to touch the Dragon Chi, I guarantee that the Dragon Emperor sword will no longer exist in this world from today onwards. Ning Chen looked at the Dragon Clan's divine weapon in the sky and said in a cold voice. The Dragon Emperor's sword trembled slightly. After a while, the Dragon Emperor's sword gradually turned illusory, turning into a stream of light and entering the former's right arm again. When the Dragon Emperor's sword disappeared, the Immortal Slaying Sword also disappeared from Ning Chen's hand. He gathered his thoughts and circulated his life force. His blood essence erupted and dyed the sky above the reverence moon altar scarlet. In the void, the moon god sighed softly. She no longer sat there and watched. Her slender hand moved, and moonlight fell from the sky to support the high priest below. The human and the celestial worked together to stop the endless path to hell. Between heaven and earth, the King Realm cultivator's figure floated up and down. His body that had stepped into the Tao was still dispersing. Before the altar, the reverence moon great elder recovered from his shock. He closed his eyes and prayed sincerely. At the same time, behind him, Millions of Reverence Moon tribe members also closed their eyes and prayed to help their high priest. The prayers of all living beings, the human and the celestial, worked together, and with the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan's fate, the strongest power in the mortal world gathered and poured into the King Realm cultivator's body, preventing him from transforming into the Tao. Boom! This heaven-defying action enraged Xiansong. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. The whole world became oppressive. Below, the Reverence Moon tribe members woke up and looked at the horizon with fear in their eyes. In front of them, the Reverence Moon Great Elder opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for?" With a shout, everyone came back to their senses. They looked at each other and closed their eyes again to pray. Millions of Reverence Moon tribe members prayed together. Thin strands of faith gathered from all directions and flew into the sky. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky, trying to kill the person who went against the heavens. In the void, the moon god saw this and her face turned serious. She said, "Be careful. Don't let the lightning touch him." "Understood," Ning Qin replied in a deep voice. He took a step forward and leaped into the 9 heavens. Roar! Between heaven and earth, 9 sand dragons roared the sky and followed, knowing destiny, into the sky. At this moment, ghost chi filled the sky. The In-Sea Ghost Prison's Saint artifact appeared, and the 6 paths of reincarnation reappeared. Knowing destiny held his sword and slashed. A huge sword light broke through the sky and met the raging lightning in the sky. With a boom, the ghost sword broke through the lightning. The ghost chi roared and surged into the 9 heavens. In the sky, thunderclouds rolled. The dark clouds turned golden. In a flash, golden lightning fell. The holy chi spread and shattered the ghost sword chi. In the void, Ning Qin frowned. He clenched his left hand, and the immortal slaying reappeared. The ghost and immortal came out together. The 2 swords joined together. The dazzling sword light was activated. The sword chi went against the flow. Knowing destiny was angry. Between heaven and earth, the 9 dragons roared again. The endless power of heaven and earth flowed to support the former. The ghost and immortal flowed together. The sword chi penetrated the sky and the earth. In the sky, the 2 sword lights merged into one. The ghost chi filled the air, and the immortal power was vast. The sword split the sky, and the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. A heaven-shattering move, a heaven-defying move. The sword light rushed into the 9 heavens and slashed apart the golden lightning that filled the sky. It was a shocking scene. In the tribulation clouds, the sword light spread rapidly. It forcefully dispersed the tribulation clouds and cut off the will of heaven and earth. In the void, the moon god saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the high priest's cultivation was suppressed, he was still strong. Otherwise, if the lightning struck, this swordsman who had entered the path of Tao would not be saved. Let's continue. Above the altar, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. He put away the immortal ghost swords and said, as soon as his words fell, Ning Chen's life force surged again. His blood essence burned, exhausting all his cultivation to stop the King Realm cultivator from transforming into the path of Tao. Days passed. On the altar, the blood-red flames around Ning Chen's body burned more fiercely. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix gradually faded away. More than half of their power had been consumed. Between heaven and earth, the 9 sand dragons coiled around each other. The Qi Huang art displayed its divine power. Endless energy gathered to support the knowing destiny to change his fate. 10 days later, in the sky above the Reverence Moon ancient ground, a beautiful figure in white flew over. After traveling for many days, she finally returned from the depths of space. In front of the altar, Mu Qingxue stopped. His pupils shrank when he saw the figure in plain clothes on the altar. Mu Qingxue took a step forward. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped. Mu Qingxue turned around and saw the person who came. He frowned and said, "Ruoxiyu, let the young master do it." Ruoxi's eyes were filled with tears. She said softly, "That senior means a lot to the young master. If something happens to senior, the young master will regret it for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Mu Qingxue's body trembled. He stopped and fell silent. How could she not know the importance of Imperial Prince Yan to Ningqin? However, if this continued, it was unknown whether Ningqin could save Imperial Prince Yan. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. Several days later, in the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, the human race's experts rushed back from the depths of space. Half a month ago, the world-shaking battle in the Hongwan star field was known by almost everyone. They also noticed it and did not dare to delay any longer. The kings of hell returned and stopped in front of the altar. Beside Luo Fei, Xia Zi clenched his fists. There was a rare ripple in his cold eyes. "It's okay." Luo Fei held Xia Zi's hand and comforted him softly. "Can the sword of Tao really be preserved?" Luo Xingqian sighed softly. In the past, to stop the Nether King, the sword of Desolation City had also transformed into Tao and erupted with shocking battle strength. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen again after 100 years? The only thing we can do now is to trust him. In front of them, Qing Ning said calmly. She looked at the white-clothed figure on the altar and did not say anything else. In the past 100 years, he had created miracles again and again. It was not because his ability was different from ordinary people, but because he was unwilling to give up. If he gave up, it would be a true failure. There would be no more hope. On the altar, Zhi Ming, who was resisting the heavens with his strength, was covered in bloody flames. He was giving his all to fight against the heavens. In the void, Zhi Ming transformed into Tao. His figure gradually turned illusory. Even if man and God worked together, they could not stop the will of the great Tao. From now on, I give up my blood and bones. I am willing to fall into the abyss after death and suffer the pain of hell for all eternity. I only beg the heavens for my life. The will of the great Tao could not be disobeyed. Ningqin slowly knelt down. The bloody flames around his body soared into the sky. The yellow forbidden art appeared for the first time in the mortal world. He burned his life and sacrificed himself to the heavens. It was a shocking scene. The bloody flames illuminated the world like a red lotus. It was so dazzling that people did not dare to look at it directly. Chapter 1233. On the altar in the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, blood flames illuminated the mortal world. Zhi Ming sacrificed himself to borrow life from the heavens. It was a scene that shocked the world. Bloody flames soared into the 9 heavens and dyed the entire sky the color of blood. Below, the human experts were shocked. They wanted to stop Zhi Ming, but it was too late. On the altar, blood mist filled the sky. Ning Chen's body was covered in cracks. He sacrificed himself to the heavens, and his life essence was burning crazily. In front of the altar, Qing Ning's eyes were filled with tears, but she did not say a word. Since it was his choice, she would let him do it. "Master!" Behind him, Yi-Er cried and shouted. Her figure flashed, and she was about to go forward. The phoenix spread its wings, and its speed was extremely fast. Everyone wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In front of the altar, 10 steps away, a white figure flashed past. In an instant, she reached out and stopped Yi-Er. "Go back!" Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of him and said sternly, "Master's wife." Yi-Er said sadly, "I want to save Master." "Didn't your master teach you that you must walk the path you chose? This is his choice and no one can change it," Mu Qingxue said solemnly. But tears fell from Yi-Er's eyes. She wanted to refute, but she did not know what to say. In front of the altar, the human experts were silent. They knew that no one could change Zhi Ming's decision, including the person he respected the most. In the reverence moon ancient ground, after the sacrificial technique was activated, the laws of heaven and earth began to change. In the void, the speed of the Tao assimilation slowed down. The blood qi in the air gradually merged with the Tao assimilation technique, reversing the reincarnation laws. It was a shocking scene, a heaven-defying ability. Zhi Ming sacrificed himself to stop the Tao assimilation technique of the Grand Xia dynasty. This scene had never happened before, and it shocked everyone present. In the void, the moon god looked at the scene below, and shock flashed through her eyes. A human could do this. Even her original body might not be able to stop a Tao assimilation technique, let alone a human who had lost his cultivation. The mortal world was indeed a place full of miracles. High Priestess, my time in the mortal world has come to an end. I can no longer help you. If fate wills it, we will meet again. With her power exhausted, the moon god's figure in the void gradually dissipated. Not long after, she had completely disappeared. The moon goddess left. On the altar, the pressure on Ning Chen's body multiplied. Cracks spread all over his body and blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. Bang! Suddenly, the 9 dragons circling above the altar exploded one after another. The power of heaven and earth surged into the knowing destiny state below. As the heaven and earth energy entered Ning Chen's body, intense pain spread throughout his body. Ning Chen groaned and endured the pain. He opened his palms and a powerful suction force spread out, forcefully grabbing the dragon and phoenix fate on his left and right. Roar! The dragon and the phoenix roared at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. Under the powerful suction force, they quickly disappeared into the body of the knowing destiny state. The power of heaven and earth and the dragon and phoenix fate all entered Ning Chen's body. A strange light shone around Ning Chen's body as he broke through his limits. His figure slowly rose into the air and stood there. In the air, Ning Chen looked at the unconscious imperial prince, Yan, and raised his right hand. Immediately, his blood origin flew towards the latter. The cycle of life and death was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes at this moment. Exchanging a life for a life, it was earth-shattering. In the air, a huge reincarnation vortex appeared around the two of them and started to spin violently. This unprecedented scene appeared in the world for the first time. Below, everyone was shocked. They stared at the sky, and their hearts kept churning. Reincarnation. Did reincarnation really exist in the world? In the reincarnation vortex, Ning Chen's figure gradually faded away. Correspondingly, Imperial Prince Yan's body gradually solidified. Endless blood origin entered his body and rebuilt it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew. 7 days later, Imperial Prince Yan's body had completely solidified in the air. Blood flames burned around him, and his martial bones were rebuilt. In front of him, the vitality of the knowing destiny state's body had mostly dissipated. His eyes gradually dimmed and lost their former luster. Another 7 days later, in the blood flames, the wounds on Imperial Prince Yan's body gradually healed. The demonic qi dispersed, and his royal might appeared vaguely. In these 7 days, Ning Chen's white hair had turned into a deathly gray. There was barely any vitality left in him. Even though the immortal tree had rebuilt his body to reverse reincarnation, it gradually used up all its power. Reincarnation vortex of life and death is a taboo in the world. It's the first time I've seen a mortal defying the heavens. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you've impressed me this time. In front of the altar, Peacock looked at the scene in the sky and murmured softly. This scene was too shocking. Reincarnation vortex of life and death was the realm of gods and also a taboo for mortals. Even imperial path sovereigns didn't dare to step into it. She admitted that the knowing destiny Marquis in front of her was indeed qualified to be the next lord of the divine land, but he might never have the chance. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In the air, the reincarnation vortex around Imperial Prince Yen gradually disappeared. It symbolized that a king had left the reincarnation vortex and returned to the world. In front of him, the last bit of vitality in Ning Chen's body dissipated. He had used up all his energy, and his body had completely faded away. Everyone will meet again if fate wills it. After that, Ning Chen's body gradually melted into the reincarnation vortex and disappeared. His body disappeared. In the air, 3 deity swords that were neither metal nor stone fell from the sky and stabbed into the altar. The fairy-slaying sword, the fairy-trapping sword, and the fairy-slashing sword appeared at the same time. Between the 3 swords, demonic chi surged. The demonic body walked out. Looking at the reincarnation vortex that was about to disappear in the sky, he stepped out and jumped up. Below him, the 3 deity swords rose from the ground. When the 3 swords moved, the reincarnation vortex was cut in the mortal world. The demonic body moved his swords, and the 3 swords fell. In the air, the reincarnation vortex shook violently. In an instant, the demonic body reached into the reincarnation vortex and forcefully pulled out the body that was about to disappear. "You've done enough. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, demonic chi surged around the demonic body and swallowed up the demonic body. In front of the altar, Qing Ning looked at the black-haired figure in the sky, and her eyes narrowed. The original body and the phoenix body had passed away. Was it the demonic body's turn to take charge now? Among the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny realm, the original body and the phoenix body were relatively kind. The demonic body was much more ruthless. In the future, if the demonic body took charge of the war between the 2 realms, it would really be a bloodbath. Under everyone's gaze, the demonic body slowly descended from the sky. The 3 deity swords entered his body one after another and disappeared. "Long time no see, everyone." The demonic body's gaze swept across the crowd and said indifferently. On the altar, the faces of the human experts turned solemn. They were no strangers to the knowing destiny realm demonic body. Previously, the demonic body had been suppressed by the original body and the phoenix body, so the demonic body didn't do anything out of line. However, now that the 2 bodies had passed away, no one knew what the demonic body would do. No need to be nervous. The demonic body looked at the people in front of him coldly and said indifferently, "In the coming war, what you need is a ruthless executioner, not a saint. What the original body and the phoenix body can do, I can do. On the contrary, what I can do, they may not be able to do." After saying that, the Yama mask appeared in the demonic body's right hand. He raised his hand and covered his face, hiding the cold smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. "High Priest." In front of the altar, the Reverence Moon Great Elder looked at the demonic body and called out. The devil physique turned around and looked at the old man in front of him with eyes as cold as the abyss. "Your high priest is dead. From today onwards, I will seal off the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground until the end of the war. This is my last mercy to you." The demonic body turned around and looked at the King Realm experts floating in the moonlight. His right hand made a grabbing motion, and the last immortal sword flew out. "I'll borrow this sword temporarily." With the 4 immortal swords gathered, the demonic body's aura changed silently. Baleful chi swirled around the demonic body, suffocating everyone. At the front, the Aaron King frowned slightly. The knowing destiny realm demonic body's cultivation had already reached the King realm. "Everyone, it's time to leave," the demonic body said calmly. In front of the altar, the human experts nodded and leaped into the air. Since the war was about to begin, it was time for them to return to hell. After everyone left, The demonic body stood quietly in the air above the reverence, moon, ancient ground. His hands formed a seal, and a dazzling light rose, sealing the reverence, moon, holy ground once again. After doing all this, the demonic body turned around and left. In front of the altar in the reverence, moon, ancient ground, thousands of reverence, moon clansmen were at a loss. There's no need to panic. One day, the high priest will return. The reverence, moon clan's grand elder said solemnly, in the Z-Way galaxy between two giant stars, a primitive planet floated up and down. On the primitive planet, the 10 halls of hell stood tall, towering into the clouds. On this day, numerous figures appeared in the sky above the primitive great star. Their faces were covered with evil as they returned to the netherworld. The 10 halls of hell, the 10 kings, the pinnacle organization of the human world, once again took on the responsibility of slaying the devils after 40 years. At the same time, within the primitive demon realm, the 100 Races army gathered. One after another, kings appeared in front of the army, and their majestic momentum shook the world. The heavenly devil imperial family was the leader, and the 100 Races army had gathered to attack the heavenly human race. On the northern continent, on the sorcerer tribe's altar, Tian-Xen looked at the 100 Races army in the sky above the eastern continent, and a trace of emotion flashed through her beautiful eyes. Benefits could indeed make people forget all grudges. Not long after the civil war in the primitive demon realm ended, the 100 Races army and the heavenly devil imperial family formed an alliance to attack the human race. Sorcerer Emperor. At the front, the 12 sorcerer empresses knelt and asked for orders. The 100 Races army, including the other imperial families, had already sent out their troops. Now, only the sorcerer tribe had yet to express their stance. On the altar, Tian-Xen remained silent and did not say anything. This war was a true invasion. After the ancient war, the war between the two realms would start again. It would not only be a disaster for the human race, but also for the primitive demon realm. You may go. After a long while, Tian-Xen sighed softly and said, perhaps her decision today was wrong, but the current situation didn't allow her to continue remaining silent. Yes. In front of the altar, the 12 sorcerer empresses accepted the order and left. 2 days later, in the sky above the eastern continent, in front of the passage between the two realms, the 100 Races army moved out and entered the space passage. In an instant, the top cultivators of the human race in the various galaxies outside the heavens felt the powerful aura from afar, and their expressions darkened. The war between the two realms that continued the ancient grudge had finally arrived. Chapter 1234. Hongwan Star Zone, Jinxi City. On the second floor of Xiaochang, and the owner of Xiao Tower stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the starry sky. After a long time, she sighed. What was supposed to come had finally come. This calamity was unavoidable. Tower Master, you were looking for me? The door opened, and Hong Wan walked in, looking at the man in front of her. Hong Wan, get ready. This place won't belong to us soon. The owner of Xiaya Tower returned to her senses and smiled. Hearing this, Hong Wan's expression shook as she asked in confusion, What do you mean? I've decided to sell this place, and the buyer should be arriving soon, the owner of Xiaya Tower said softly. Why? Hong Wan asked in disbelief. No reason. I've stayed here for too long and want a change of environment. The owner of Xiaya Tower glanced at the furnishings and sighed in her heart. She was getting old and had become sentimental. Hearing the former's answer, Hong Wan fell silent and did not ask further. She did not know why the Tower Master insisted on leaving, but since the Tower Master had decided, she could only comply. I'll go pack up. Hong Wan said softly and turned to walk out of the room. Half a day later, on the first floor of Xiaochang, a luxuriously dressed merchant walked over. Looking at the beautifully decorated restaurant, a satisfied expression flashed across his face. Xiaochang Anne's reputation was one of the best in Jinxie City. Being able to stay here was a symbol of status and was not something that could be solved with money. Of course, Xiaoyachang, Anne's prices were high and was one of the best in Jinxie City. On the first floor, behind the counter, seeing the visitor, the shopkeeper's expression was neither hot nor cold as he continued with his work. "Shopkeeper, bring the best wine." The merchant sat down at the largest table and shouted. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper did not even lift his head and pretended not to hear. On the first floor, the guests at other tables heard the merchant's clamor and frowned, revealing their displeasure. Was the best wine in Xiaya restaurant something that could be drunk whenever one wanted to? How many high officials and nobles had spent a fortune just to get a bottle of drunken dream? There was also the intoxicating new Hong, which was a rare fine wine in the world. Only in this waning moon restaurant could one see it. Where did this nouveau riche come from? Running here and shouting, he didn't know the rules at all. Just as everyone was looking down on the merchant, the owner of the Dawn Moon Inn, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked over from the second floor. When she saw the merchant, she revealed an extremely warm expression. "Mr. Zhang, you're here so soon. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress walked up and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, bring me a pot of Hong." Behind the counter, the shopkeeper was surprised when he heard this. What was wrong with the owner today? Why was he so friendly to a nouveau riche? Was his brain damaged? "What are you waiting for?" The Dawn Moon house master shouted softly. "Yes," the shopkeeper replied helplessly. He reluctantly took a pot of new Hong from the wine rack behind him and personally brought it over. "Tower master, here is the wine you ordered." The shopkeeper put down the wine and left without looking back. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress didn't mind and continued to receive the rich man in front of her with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, try this new Hong. It's the signature wine of Wu Xiaoya restaurant." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress personally poured the wine for the person in front of her and said with a smile. Merchant Zhang picked up the cup of wine and sniffed it. Immediately, he felt a strong aroma of wine hit him in the face, making his pores open. "Good wine." The merchant, surnamed Zhang, couldn't help but praise. On the first floor, the guests at the other tables also smelled the strong wine aroma and looked envious. What was the identity of this nouveau riche that he could make the Dawn Moon brothel mistress boss personally serve him? After the two drank, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress saw that it was about time and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, how is it? Is my restaurant okay?" "Luxurious and grand. I like it," Merchant Zhang said drunkenly. "Then the price I agreed on with Mr. Zhang?" The Dawn Moon brothel mistress' smile became brighter. "Sure." Merchant Zhang took out a stack of gold notes and slapped it on the table. He said generously, "I'll buy this restaurant." Seeing the gold notes on the table, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress chuckled and took out the title deed and house deed. She placed them in front of the merchant and said, "From now on, Dawn Moon's Chang and belongs to Mr. Zhang." It was a shocking scene. Before everyone present could recover from their shock, the famous Dawn Moon restaurant in Jinxie City had changed owners. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper's face was filled with disbelief. How many years had he treated this place as his home? He never thought that there would be a day when Dawn Moon's Chang and would be sold. "Shopkeeper, this is yours." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress walked over and handed half of the gold notes to the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper recovered from his shock and looked at the former. He asked in confusion, "Brothel mistress, why?" "I've stayed in Jinxie City for too long and want to go out for a walk." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress smiled and replied. She looked at the lady walking down from the second floor and said, "Let's go." Hong Wan nodded and looked at the Dawn Moon restaurant with reluctance. Soon after, she followed her. The two of them walked out of the restaurant. The shopkeeper walked to the front of the restaurant and watched them leave. "Brothel mistress, where are we going?" "Outside Jinxie City. Hong Wan looked at the man in front of her and asked, "The underworld." The dawn moon brothel mistress smiled. In the Z-Way star zone between two stars on a primitive planet, numerous halls stood. In the halls, the kings of hell sat cross-legged and focused on cultivation. The war was approaching, and the kings of hell of the 10 halls were all in position, making the final preparations for the upcoming war. In front of the 10 halls of hell, in a hall of impermanence, a beautiful figure in white stood quietly and looked at the king of hell's palace behind her. She stood there for several days. In the king of hell's palace, the demon sensed it and opened his eyes, but did not say a word. "You are different from him." In the hall of impermanence, Mu Qingxue spoke calmly. "Humans and demons are different from each other," Ning Chen said indifferently. Mu Qingxue was silent and did not say anything else. They had the same face and the same soul, but they were completely different people. Was the current him still the same person? In the Hongwan star zone, not long after the dawn moon brothel mistress and Hongwan left, the army of the 100 races arrived in the human world and quickly conquered many planets with life. When the kings of the 100 races attacked, the cultivators in the human world did not even have the strength to fight back. Cities were directly razed to the ground, and the flames of war spread, burning every inch of land. The scene of suffering was shocking. When the war began, the grudges that had been there for hundreds of thousands of years erupted in one day and became even more intense than before. With the Hongwan star zone as the center, the invasion and massacre quickly spread to the surrounding star zones. The kings of the 100 races were unstoppable. In front of the army of the Western Sacred Region, Luo Jia, the master of the 6th palace, stood in the air and looked at the devastated planets in front of him. This war was destined to be full of killings. From today onward, the 100 races and the human race would fight to the death. Chapter 1235. The Red Lawn Star area was covered in smoke for thousands of miles. With the Heavenly Devil Imperial family as the leader, the 100 races army had invaded the human race. They quickly conquered the entire Red Lawn Star area. The 100 races were cruel and they fed on the human race. The true calamity turned many of the stars into dead lands. The plundering of resources became brazen. Within the Red Lawn Star field, all of the great stars were plundered clean. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy dried up in just a few days, forcefully extracted by forbidden techniques to refine the necessary immortal jades for cultivation. Xian Tsang cried in sorrow, and resentful spirits filled the entire star field. It was eerie and terrifying. Next to the Red Phoenix star field, in the All-Heaven star field, Mount Meru Buddhist Kingdom, thousands of Buddhas chanted sutras day and night to help the dead. However, how could the resentful spirits that filled the entire star field be so easy to help? On this day, in front of the Red Phoenix star field, the void swirled and 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared. Their faces were evil and intimidating. "What are you doing here?" Under the Anika mask, Mu Qingxue asked in confusion. "Forging the 4 swords." The demonic body said coldly and clenched his right hand. Immortal execution flew out and fell from the sky. Immortal Slayer sank into the dried-up planet of life and vanished without a trace. "Let's go." After that, the demonic body stepped out from under the Anika mask and rushed into the distance. Behind him, Mu Qingxue frowned and glanced at the immortal execution sword left on the star. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and followed. For some reason, he felt that things were not that simple. His demonic body's actions were too strange, and it made people suspicious. A few days later, in the south of the Red Phoenix star field, the immortal execution sword appeared in the demonic body's hand. The immortal execution sword flew to the nearest star and disappeared. After planting the second immortal sword, Ning Chen's demonic body left again and rushed to the west of the Red Phoenix star field. Not far away, Mu Qingxue followed along. The suspicion in his eyes became more and more intense. He could not guess what the demonic body wanted to do. In the starry sky, the two figures flew one after the other. They traveled day and night without stopping for a moment. At the same time, the massacre in the Red Phoenix Star field continued. The kings of the 100 races attacked the last resistance and did not give the human race any chance to counterattack. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Everyone understood this principle. The human race understood it, and so did the 100 races. The war had already begun, and there was no room for mercy. Slaughter might not be the best method, but it was the most direct and effective method. A few days later, two figures, one black and one white, appeared in the west of the Red Phoenix Star area. Ning Chen waved his hand to summon the Kill Immortal sword and placed it on the big life star that was full of holes. Ning Chen turned his head and looked towards the north. His dark eyes flashed with coldness. Only the last sword was left. At the side, Mu Qingxue quietly looked at the man beside her and sighed in her heart. She really couldn't understand him anymore. I said, "You don't have to follow me." Ning Chen calmly spoke when he felt the gaze of the lady beside him. Then he continued to rush forward. In the north of the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the Sorcerer Tribe's army was stationed on the various planets. Compared to the territories occupied by the other tribes, the 7 planets occupied by the Sorcerer Tribe were relatively peaceful. Although there were wars, there were not too many killings. Among the 100 races, the Sorcerer Tribe believed in fate more. Therefore, they did not want to kill too much. On this day, demonic qi surged in the starry sky. Ning Chen's demonic body arrived and walked towards the planet. On the planet, one of the 12 witch queens, the purple crystal witch queen, sensed something. She looked into the distance with a serious expression. This aura belonged to the heavenly demon tribe. Why would someone from the heavenly demon tribe come here? Someone's coming. 10,000 miles away, Mu Qingxue sensed something. He narrowed his eyes and reminded. In front of him, Ning Chen sneered. His right hand was filled with a murderous aura. An ancient, immortal sword appeared and pierced through the ground. Just in time. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure that was speeding towards him. He said coldly, "It's time to greet the 12 witch queens of the Sorcerer Tribe. What are you going to do?" Mu Qingxue's expression turned serious. He said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to fight the 100 races. Don't be rash. It doesn't matter. I'm just greeting them." Ning Chen replied coldly. He clenched his right hand, and ghost aura filled the sky. The 6 paths of reincarnation was in his hand. The demon's figure instantly dashed out. Thousands of miles away, the two figures met. Without saying a word, Ning Chen slashed with the ghost sword in his hand. It was earth-shattering. The purple crystal, which Queen focused. She raised her slender hand, and purple ice crystals formed. With a bang, she blocked the ghost race's saint weapon. There was a violent collision. The sky shook and the earth shook. The void collapsed. The shock waves of the battle between monarchs roared for 10,000 miles. Purple Crystal, Witch Queen, how have you been? In the battle, Ning Chen took off the evil ghost mask on his face and said indifferently, "It's you." The familiar face in front of her had a completely different aura. The Purple Crystal, Witch Queen, was shocked. She paused her attack. "Witch Queen, you're distracted." Ning Chen snorted. He stepped forward again and pressed forward. His sword moved with the force of 1,000 caddies, and each move was heavier than the last. Rumbling sounds came one after another. In the battle, thousands of sword lights formed a net that blocked all the escape routes of the former. She had lost the initiative. The Purple Crystal, Witch Queen, activated her ultimate skill. Purple ice crystals formed around her body, blocking the attacks one after another. Yama's third watch judgment, Avicii Heaven Wails. Ning Chen took the initiative. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. His sword accumulated to the extreme, and his ultimate skill appeared again. In an instant, The sky was filled with ghost aura. Black rain fell from the sky as if it was crying for the tragic state of the human world. In the battle, sword lights flashed by one after another. They were merciless and ruthless as they swept toward the purple crystal, witch queen. Saint Heart, heavenly protection. The sword might was endless. At the moment of crisis, the purple crystal, witch queen, activated the crystal essence in her body. The land, mountains, and rivers all turned into purple ice crystals. In an instant, the attacks of the two peak stage king experts collided. The sword aura dispersed, and the purple ice crystals around the purple crystal, witch queen, disappeared. The shock waves backfired. The purple crystal, witch queen, grunted and took half a step back. She was restrained in one move. Every move was restrained. However, at this moment, the sky was filled with ghost aura. The ghost sword acted as a medium. The sky was filled with cold yelling of ghosts. Ghost aura gathered. Yama's third watch judgment, reincarnation hell. She activated her ultimate move again. The Avicii hell appeared. In the battle, huge reincarnation vortexes appeared. They had the power to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. Even ghosts and gods could not escape. In danger, the purple crystal, witch queen, activated her vital essence. A huge lotus bloomed around her, protecting her. Boom! At this moment, the reincarnation vortexes exploded in hell. Terrifying power surged and swallowed the entire battle. Ugh! There was a muffled groan. Blood splattered everywhere. In the collapsing hell, a sword aura pierced through her body. The purple crystal, witch queen, took a few steps back. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. The result of the battle was shocking. Facing the knowing destiny devil body, one of the 12 witch queens, the purple crystal witch queen, was at a disadvantage. She was about to lose. How can you be so powerful? The purple crystal witch queen looked at the young man in front of her. She was shocked. Why do you think I don't have such power? Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the blood on it. Did my previous performance give you this false impression? If so, I can only say sorry. As he spoke, Ning Chen moved again. The ghost sword absorbed the power of the ghosts. In this hell created by the 100 races, its power was several times stronger than usual. Thank you for turning this world into this. It made my sword sharper. Close at hand, ghost howls shook the sky. Ning Chen's body was like an abyss. His sword was like lightning. With the help of the law of space and time, his movement technique was extremely fast. This is the purple crystal witch queen's expression changed. 9 underworlds battle technique. Black demonic flames burned around Ning Chen. The 9 underworlds battle technique appeared again. His speed and power increased several times. The murderous intent on his sword was piercing to the bone. In the battle, the purple crystal witch queen's expression turned serious. Determination flashed through her heart. She knew that she might not be able to survive today. The 13th prince of the demon race had hidden too much of his power and deceived everyone. Ryip! The sword landed, and the sound of clothes tearing rang out. Blood spurted out of the purple crystal, witch queen's left arm, dyeing half of her body red. After the first strike, the sword did not stop. The ghost swords crisscrossed, unavoidable. At the critical moment, the purple crystal witch queen unleashed all her power. Purple light spread out around her. Everywhere the light touched, everything turned into ice crystals. The move, mutual destruction, had a world-shaking might. With the purple crystal witch queen as the center, everything in the world froze, shocking everyone. I'm sorry. In Seamless, you can only go first. As Ning Chen spoke, his figure flashed past quickly. The divine restrictions around him flickered. The law of space and time slowed down the freezing speed. An instant later, the demonic body arrived before the purple crystal witch queen. The ghost sword slashed past, cutting the purple crystal witch queen's throat. Blood spurted out, filling the sky and falling to the ground. The beautiful scene was intoxicating. The purple crystal which Queen stood quietly. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She looked at the world for the last time. Only the cold, demonic body stood with his sword. The sword was dyed red. Which monarch? I tried my best. With a thud, the woman fell to the ground. Her last regret echoed in the world. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In the primitive demon realm, the sacred land of the witch tribe, Tion Exan felt it. His body shook, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could purple crystal be like this? Let's go. On the life planet, the battle had ended. Ning Qin glanced at the woman in white not far away and said calmly. Then he stepped forward and left. Mu Qingxiua was silent. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and followed. The Jiming Marquis now was indeed different from before. In the north of the Red Phoenix star zone, on the other life planets, the three strongest witch queens of the witch tribe, Red Snow, Baijian and Yu, also felt the purple crystal witch queen's gradually disappearing aura. Their hearts sank. What had happened? Was there such a strong person among the human race? Purple crystal. The Red Snow witch queen clenched her fists. She looked at the life planet in the distance. The murderous aura around her was hard to hide. After a while, her figure flashed and flew away. In the starry sky, Ning Chen felt the strong aura coming from afar. He sneered and didn't stay. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, on the life planet where the battle had taken place, the Red Snow witch queen arrived. Seeing the purple crystal witch queen in a pool of blood, her eyes shrank. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 1236. Z-Way Star Field. In the starry sky, between two huge stars, the 10 halls of hell stood tall. The majestic scene was shocking. On this day, above the 10 halls of hell, a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared. Behind him, a beautiful woman with a veil covering her beautiful face appeared. Before the invasion of the 100 Races army, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant fled to hell to avoid the calamity of Hong Wan Starfield. In the 10 halls of hell, the human powerhouses felt the arrival of guests from afar. They opened their eyes and stood up to greet them. Above the 10 halls, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant descended from the sky with Hong Wan. She looked at the human powerhouses in front of the 10 halls with a smile on her face. I'm Mo Shawai of the Dawn Moon restaurant. Greetings. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant bowed politely and smiled. You're too polite. In front of the 10 halls, the human powerhouses spoke. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. May I know why you're here? I'm here to see the Marquis. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant said truthfully. The Marquis has left hell for many days and hasn't returned. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here. In front of the 10 halls, the voices of the Yama Kings were heard calmly. In that case, sorry to disturb you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant bowed politely again. The Yama Kings didn't say anything more and disappeared back to the King's Hall. In front of the 10 halls, Ruah, she walked out and came to the 2. She bowed and said softly, Please follow me. Sorry to trouble you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant smiled. It's my duty. Ruah, she responded softly and turned to lead the way. Inside the 5th hall of the 10 halls, King of Hell's palace, Ruah, she led the 2 to their seats and served them hot tea. In the guest seat, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant looked at the furnishings in the King's Hall and smiled. This Marquis is really a simple person. The young master should be back soon. Please wait here. Ruah, she softly exhorted the 2 after doing her part as a host. Thank you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant nodded and thanked her. Ruah, she returned the gesture and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left. Watching the former leave, the Dawn Moon Tower's master picked up the teacup and took a sip before smiling. Hong Wan, what do you think of this place? It's very simple and also very reassuring. Hong Wan softly said. Huh. The Dawn Moon House mistress chuckled and said, As long as you like it. Just as the guests of the underworld arrived, two figures, one in black and one in white, sped across the Ziwei galaxy. Their mission was completed, and they returned to the underworld. Above the Nether Palace, Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue's silhouettes arrived. After a few breaths, they descended from the sky and returned to the King Hall. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he sensed a familiar aura from the King of Hell's palace. He stepped forward. A guest had arrived at just the right time. Behind them, Mu Qingxue also sensed the aura of the King of Hell's palace in front of him. He stopped and didn't move forward. It was better for him to deal with these matters. Mu Qingxue turned around and walked toward his Hall of Impermanence without saying a word. Ning Chen strode over from King of Hell's palace. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His aura was bone-chilling. Inside the hall, the Dawn Moon House master stood up and looked at the person who had come. A smile appeared in her eyes. This was the Marquis Jiming, whom she had met for the first time. He was cold, emotionless, and easier to deal with. The few times she had faced the Marquis Jiming's original body and the Phoenix body, the verbal exchanges were really tiring. House Master. Ning Chen walked in and looked at the man on the guest seat. He said calmly, Welcome to the underworld. Marquis Jiming is too polite. It was me who came without notice and disturbed the hall masters of the underworld. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled. House Master, you worry too much. Ning Chen stepped forward and sat on the main seat. He said directly, House Master, why are you here? I heard that the Marquis Jiming is opening the underworld, so I came to see if there is anything I can help with. The Dawn Moon House Master said seriously. Ning Chen heard this and smiled indifferently. Old fox. He and Mu Qingxue had just returned from the Red Lawn Star Zone, so he was very clear about the situation there. Only this black-hearted merchant could describe the situation in such a fresh and refined manner. Although Ning Chen thought so, he did not say it out loud. He looked at the former and went with the flow. I appreciate Tower Master's kind intentions. However, I do have something that I need Tower Master's help with. I wonder if Tower Master is willing to help me? Oh, the Dawn Moon House Master replied. Marquis Jiming can say it. Among the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence, the Hall of Yama and the Hall of Black Impermanence are lacking a hall master. I wonder if House Master can temporarily take over one of them. Ning Chen suggested. Yama Impermanence. The Dawn Moon House Master thought for a while. After a long time, she looked up and said, The Hall of Yama already has the Marquis Jiming. I can't take over the position of the Hall of Impermanence. Ning Chen heard this and stood up. He bowed politely and said, Then thank you, House Master. You are welcome. The Dawn Moon House Master stood up and bowed back. She didn't mention the reward. Living under someone else's roof, she had to do something to be fair and just. After the discussion, the Dawn Moon House Master and Hong Wan stood up and left. They walked towards the Hall of Impermanence. In the Hall of Yama, Ning Chen looked at the 2 leaving figures, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. With the arrival of the Dawn Moon House Master, the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence were finally completed. Next, it was time for them to counterattack. At the same time, in the western border of the Hongwan Star Zone, the Sacred Domain Army continued to expand their territory. On a large life star, the Lord of the 4th Palace, Di Tian, was leading his army. Everywhere he went, the earth was scorched. The Palace Lord of the 12 Palaces loved to kill. He never left anyone alive. His brutality was shocking. At this moment, a white figure walked over from the flames of war. A powerful aura circulated, shocking everyone. In front of the Sacred Domain Army, Di Tian's expression sank. An expert. Who is it? Back down. The two Saint Realm Kings beside Tian barked solemnly, "The one who will send you on your way." As soon as he spoke, a white robe flashed and a white dragon spear appeared. A flood dragon came out of the sea and killing intent exploded. Tian's pupils constricted. Claws appeared on his hands, blocking the white dragon spear. As the divine weapons clashed, an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. Young Master Shao spun his spear, and the white dragon pierced through the air, pushing back the fourth palace lord. At this moment, the two sacred domain kings beside Tian attacked. One yin and one yang, their killing intent pierced the bone. "Get lost!" A cold light flashed in young Master Shao Bai's eyes. The white dragon divine spear swept out and sent the two sacred domain kings flying. After repelling the enemy with one move, young Master Shao Bai's attack did not stop. He took a step forward and leaped forward. The white dragon danced in the wind. Before Tian could stabilize himself, killing intent appeared again. An unshakable peak king realm expert's dragon might shook the heavens. A dragon shadow appeared on the white dragon divine spear. Dragon Qi pierced through the air and rushed toward the sacred domain palace lord. Tian's expression changed slightly. Claws appeared on his hands, trying to stop the white dragon's killing intent. However, the absolute difference in strength made the fourth palace lord's obstruction meaningless. The white dragon pierced through the air and entered the fourth palace lord's body. Ugh! With a groan, Tian retreated several steps. Blood spurted out from his mouth. "Kill!" At the back, the sacred domain kings charged forward. Their attacks were like raging waves, trying to rescue their commander. "You're courting death." Young Master Shao snorted coldly. The white dragon divine spear left his hands and condensed the power of wind and clouds in his palms. With shocking power, the heavy palm broke through the air and slammed into the two sacred domain kings. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion rang out as the two Saint Realm Kings exploded. Blood and bones splattered all over the sky. In the sacred domain army, Tian's expression changed drastically. Fear rose in his heart. He did not dare to fight anymore and turned to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Young Master Shao Bai's expression was even colder. He stepped forward, and the white dragon danced, opening a bloody path in front of the sacred domain army. This was the first time a god realm genius had shown such shocking ability. With the strength of a peak king realm expert, he had beaten the fourth palace lord to the point where he could only flee. Young Master Shao killed his way through the sacred domain army. His body was bathed in blood like an azura. In front, Tian fled frantically, not daring to stay for even a moment. "I told you, you can't escape." Young Master Shao shouted coldly. White light shot out from his body, and the white dragon divine spear turned into a dragon and rushed forward. Murderous intent descended. Tian hurriedly turned around and unleashed all his cultivation. A gloomy death Qi spread out, protecting his body. Boom! The white dragon arrived again, and the death Qi in front of Tian quickly dissipated. It was difficult to resist the power of a god realm saint artifact. After a moment of stalemate, young Master Shao Bai's figure flashed from behind. He clenched his right hand, and the white dragon formed. The divine spear appeared again, and with a bang, it pierced through the death Qi. With a distance of 3 meters, the divine might was hard to block. Young Master Xiao Bai took another step forward and pressed forward. Ugh! The divine spear pierced through Tian's body, and blood spurted out. The fourth palace lord stepped back, his eyes filled with fear. Who is this person? Why is there such a terrifying expert in the world? Spare me. In front of a life and death crisis, Tian could no longer care about the martial supremacy. He anxiously begged for mercy. "Spare you." Killing intent flashed in young Master Xiao Bai's eyes, and he said, "When you're slaughtering the humans, did you ever think of sparing their lives? Your sins can only be repaid with blood." Young Master Xiao Bai shouted, and the dragon chi on the white dragon divine spear exploded, shattering Tian's martial bones. Tian's martial bones were shattered, and his meridians were severed. Tian's body fell down powerlessly, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Why? How could a bad person like him have such a short life? Tian's consciousness gradually dissipated, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. Young Master Xiao Bai pulled out the divine spear and let Tian's body fall from the sky. This person had committed a heinous crime. His hands were stained with the blood of too many innocent humans. Dying like this was already too easy for him. The invasion of the human race by the 100 races had aroused the ugliness in many people's hearts. This fourth palace lord was one of them. After the battle, young Master Xiao Bai turned around and looked at the sacred domain army behind him, then turned around and walked forward. "Those who are not of my race must have a different heart. This sacred domain army that slaughtered humans cannot be allowed to return." The divine spear flashed, and young Master Xiao Bai's figure flashed out. In an instant, the massacre started again, and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Chapter 1237. In the red Phoenix star zone, there was a large primitive star that had yet to bloom. There were no humans on it, and its resources were relatively scarce. On this day, a white bone throne descended from the sky on the large primitive star. Powerful royal aura circulated, and a trace of royal aura spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. "Greetings, Ghost King." Below, the people of the Yin Sea Ghost Prison knelt down and bowed respectfully. "Rise." On the white bone throne, the king of the ghost race said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Ghost King." The experts of the ghost race stood up and stood in front quietly. In front of everyone, the grand elder of the ghost race stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Ghost King, why did we choose this place as our base? With the strength of the ghost race, we can occupy a large life star with rich resources. We can't have a conflict with the human race for the time being." On the white bone throne, the king of the ghost race's old face flashed with a touch of emotion. Below, Inji was silent. She knew what the Ghost King meant. The ghost race had sworn loyalty to the 13th prince. Although they were all deceived by him, an oath was an oath. The consequences of going back on an oath were too great. If the ghost race and the human race clashed, they would be on the opposite side of the 13th prince. There would be no turning back. Unless they had no other choice, the ghost race would not cut off their own path of retreat. "Inji, have you found the whereabouts of the 13th prince?" On the throne, the king of the ghost race asked. "Not yet, Ghost King." Inji withdrew her thoughts and replied softly. After the battle in front of the passage between the two realms, the 13th prince seemed to have disappeared from this world. Continue to investigate. Report back immediately when you find out. The king of the ghost race sighed. "Yes." Inji bowed and replied respectfully. At the same time, in the western border of the red Phoenix star zone, the successor of the god realm prince Xiao Bai had attacked. The sacred realm army, led by the 4th palace master, was completely annihilated. Have they found out? On a large life star not far away, the 3rd palace master Luojia looked into the distance and said in a serious tone, "Tian has died." "Yes." At the side, the 10th palace master, Seuss, nodded and said in a deep voice, "Human experts have made their move." Luo Jia's eyes flashed as he said, "Although Tian's strength is ranked last in the 12 palaces, his cultivation is close to the late stage of the king realm. The fact that he was defeated so quickly shows how powerful the human expert is." Do you want me to make a trip? The master of the 10th palace, Seuss, said solemnly. That's fine too. However, you must be careful. If you can't win, immediately withdraw. Luo Jia reminded him seriously. Understood. Xios nodded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and vanished into the starry sky. Just as the kings of the Sorcerer tribe and the Saint region were all killed in battle, mysterious human tribe experts from the other regions of the Red Phoenix Galaxy appeared one after another, trying their best to stop the kings of the 100 tribes. In the unknown god realm, the old god realm master stood quietly on the peak, looking at the red lawn star area in the distance where the flames of war were raging. The fatigue in his eyes became more and more intense. Greetings to the border lord. Right at this moment, a black-clothed man appeared in the deity realm and bowed respectfully. Concentrate our forces and defeat the Stone tribe. The master of the divine realm said calmly. Yes. The black-clothed man took the order and disappeared. A few days later, in the southeast of the Red Lawn Star area, the mysterious human tribe experts launched a fierce attack on the Stone tribe's territory. The kings of the Stone tribe were caught off guard and were killed one after another. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. The human tribe still has so many hidden experts. At the center of the Red Lawn Star area, the Sky Demon Kings, led by Azura, Xianqi, Xianlai, and Xianemo, looked at the changing situation with solemn expressions. The human tribe's counterattack came so quickly. Where did these human tribe experts come from? Xianqi, why don't you make a trip? Azura said with a solemn expression. Sure. Xianqi nodded and left without saying anything else. In the west and southeast of the Red Lawn Star area, Seuss, the master of the 10th palace of the Saint region, and Xianqi, the 4th prince of the Sky Demon royal family, went out together to check the background of the human tribe experts. Z-Way Star area, the 10 palaces of the underworld. Ning Qin stood quietly in front of the king of Hell's palace. Next to him, a beautiful young woman was sitting in a wheelchair, quietly. Miss Peacock, can you reveal your trump card at this time? Ning Qin looked into the distance and said calmly. Peacock was silent for a long time and then said, I can only say that the strength of the immortal realm is not inferior to any of the royal families except for the Sky Demon royal family. Other than that, I can't reveal too much. Oh. Ning Chen heard this, and a strange light flashed in his cold eyes. If that's the case, the human tribe and the 100 tribes still have to fight. The source of the chaos left by the ancient war is really troublesome. It won't be easy to defeat the 100 tribes. Ruashi, Ning Qin called out. Master. Ruashi stepped forward and said softly, Go to the inner realm and ask Senior Sister Dai and the female supreme to come. Ning Qin said lightly. Okay. Ruashi nodded gently. Miss Peacock, I have to leave for a while. In my absence, I will have to trouble you to take care of the underworld. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said calmly, The strength of this immortal realm woman was unfathomable. If they really fought, even the top kings of the 100 tribes would find it difficult to gain an advantage. With this woman here, even if he left, he could rest assured. Where are you going? Peacock didn't rush to answer and looked at the former and asked directly. Celestial Starfield, Immortal Graveyard. Ning Chen said truthfully. Immortal Graveyard? Peacock frowned slightly and said, That's a forbidden area of the human realm. What are you going to do there? Fulfill my promise. Ning Chen calmly responded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and went straight to the sky. A black stream of light broke through the sky and disappeared into the starry sky in a flash. Below, Peacock frowned again. What is this Ji Ming Marquis trying to do? In the other 9 kings' palace of the 10 kings of hell, the experts of the human race opened their eyes and looked at the back of the Ji Ming devil body. Their hearts became more and more dignified. The actions of the Ji Ming Marquis these days became more and more incomprehensible. Without the suppression of the phoenix body and the devil body, the Zhiming devil body became more and more dominant. Don't worry, trust him. In the sixth palace, King Bianqing Palace, Qing Ning's voice sounded. No matter if it's the phoenix body, the devil body, or the devil body, the Zhiming devil body will always be the Zhiming devil body. We've always chosen to trust him, and now should be no exception. Hearing that, the kings of hell of the other palaces fell silent. Perhaps they were worrying too much. In the eighth palace, King Dusher Palace, King Erin closed her eyes and a pink aura spread out from her body. Vaguely, a trace of black, demonic chi appeared. It was powerful and heavy. The merciful Bodhisattva and the Asura devil body appeared on the face of the Buddha. The Buddha and the devil were one. It was a shocking scene. In front of the 10 palaces, in the Impermanence Palace, the Dawn Moon House Master revealed a playful smile. The 10 palaces of the underworld were all strange people. Xiazi was a devil, the Zhiming Marquis was a devil, and now, even this King Erin was going to mutate into a devil. Using a devil to control a devil was indeed a good idea. However, have they considered the consequences? The human world, which had been ravaged by the demonic calamity, would probably abhor the existence of demons to an extreme degree. What would these demon-slaying heroes do? Just as Zhiming was about to leave for the All-Heaven Starfield's immortal graveyard, in the western part of the Red Phoenix Starfield, the 10th Palace Master, Seuss, had arrived on the vital planet where the 4th Palace Master of the Holy Region had died in battle. He forcefully stopped the human king who was about to leave. On the life planet, young Master Xiaobai stopped. Looking at the Saint Realm expert in front of him, his face turned serious. How quick! The two stared at each other. In front of young Noble Little White, the master of the 10th Palace, Seuss, stood quietly. He was ranked 3rd in the 12 palaces and was also the fastest. In the battle between experts, everyone focused. The white dragon divine spear reappeared in young Master Xiaobai's hand. The cultivation of a peak king realm expert burst forth. The battle began, and in an instant, Xiu's figure disappeared. A golden light flashed by at an extreme speed. Clang! As the divine weapons clashed, the sounds of metal clanging could not be heard. In the battle, streaks of golden light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, trying to gain the upper hand. La, after exchanging more than 10 moves, the sound of clothes tearing was heard. Blood splashed out from young Master Xiaobai's left shoulder, dyeing his white robe red. Wind travel. His speed was restricted, so young Master Xiaobai used his soul transformation realm martial art. Immediately, the sky was filled with wild winds. With the support of a secret art, young Master Xiaobai's speed increased by several times. Waving the white dragon divine spear, he faced the master of the 10th Palace. In the battle of speed, each move was faster than the previous. Injuries were constantly exchanged between the two. It was extremely tragic. After more than 100 moves, Seuss' figure suddenly stopped. An extremely sharp, golden divine sword appeared in his right hand. With a slash, the void was instantly torn apart. It was a shocking scene. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever the sword light passed, the sky and the sea were cut apart. Young Master Xiaobai focused and waved the white dragon divine spear. The spear broke through the air and met the golden divine sword head-on. The sky shook violently as the two divine weapons clashed. Violent sharp lights scattered in all directions, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood on the two. Expert. The aftershock forced the two back several steps. 30 meters away, Seuss stabilized his body and looked at the man in front of him. You're not bad either. Young Master Xiaobai raised his hand to wipe off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Unfortunately, even if the human race has an expert like you, it's hard to reverse the situation. All right, the test is over. Next, life and death is up to fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Seuss took half a step forward and shouted. Suddenly, a golden brilliance rushed to the sky. An incomparably powerful force erupted, changing the weather. Heavenly sword. Extreme power appeared. Seuss raised the golden divine sword in his hand. The sharp sword light directly pierced through the heaven and earth, splitting the 9 heavens. The heavenly sword appeared. With a rumble, the golden divine sword slashed down from the sky. The entire heaven and earth were instantly split apart. In front, young Master Xiaobai saw the situation and shouted. Scales appeared on his body. Endless dragon aura erupted, shaking the world. Boom! The dragon aura and the heavenly sword collided. Golden waves spread out and swallowed the two in an instant. Chapter 1238. West of the Red Phoenix starfield, young Master Xiaobai was battling Seuss, the 3rd strongest warrior in the sacred realm. The heavenly sword appeared with the power to slash the heavens and move the earth. It directly split the void and descended upon the mortal realm. In the face of danger, young Master Xiaobai burst out with shocking power. Dragon scales appeared around his body as he blocked the heavenly sword's power with absolute defense. With the two of them as the center, a violent energy spread out. The sky and earth changed color in an instant. In the aftermath, the two figures separated. Seuss stabilized his body and looked at the former with a gloomy expression. Scaled race? No, this aura is from the dragon race. Wasn't the dragon race extinct? Why are there still people from the dragon race in the mortal realm? Before he could think, a white light flashed in front of him, and young Master Xiaobai rushed forward again. The white dragon roared in the sky, and its power was even stronger than before. Seuss came back to his senses, and the golden divine sword responded. It shook violently, and he took half a step back. The battle started again, and it was on a completely different level. Young Master Xiaobai's dragon aura spread out, and his every move was filled with shocking divine power. The white dragon divine spear's moves were unpredictable. It could be pointed, stabbed, swept, and hacked. With the support of divine power, its destructive power was unstoppable. In the battle, Seuss retreated again and again. Facing an opponent that had undergone a complete transformation, he was completely at a disadvantage. Dragon race, you're actually a descendant of the dragon race. Under the torrential attacks, Seuss was both shocked and enraged as he spoke. Since you've guessed it, then I can't let you live. Dragon roar. Murderous intent covered his body, and his attacks reached the peak. The white dragon's shadow appeared behind young Master Xiaobai, and the dragon's aura spread out. After countless years, the dragon race reappeared. In the battle, Seuss, the master of the 10th palace, lost his mind, and his moves began to show flaws. Boom, boom. The white dragon divine spear danced, and it swept through the army. Seuss retreated continuously, and blood dripped from his right arm, dyeing the golden divine sword red. Retreat! Knowing that he had no chance of winning, Seuss was unwilling to continue the battle. He slashed out with his sword, and his figure quickly retreated. You can't leave! Young Master Xiaobai's spear shattered the sword chi that pierced through the air, and the white dragon divine spear in his hand was thrown out. Suddenly, the divine spear transformed, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. As the murderous intent approached, Hugh turned around and looked at the white dragon that was charging at him from behind. He waved his divine sword to block the dragon might. Boom! The dragon might that shocked the world was violent and ruthless. Seuss' hand that was holding the sword was dyed scarlet again. After a moment of delay, young Master Xiaobai arrived from behind. His right hand grasped the air, and the divine spear materialized once again. The unpredictable martial arts of the Dragon Clan had reappeared after hundreds of thousands of years, and had suppressed the 3rd most powerful expert of the Saint Domain. Black and Yellow Chi, 8 dragons against the world. Knowing that Xiao Chen could not expose his identity, young Master Xiao Bai burst forth with his cultivation. Immediately, the winds and clouds in the 9 skies changed. 8 dragons materialized, creating a mystical scene. A peerless martial art appeared in the world for the first time. Above the 9 heavens, 8 dragons roared in the sky, turning into blazing meteors, rushing towards the former. Xios retreated hastily, but it was already too late. The ultimate technique of the Dragon Clan had never been seen before. Xios blocked it with his sword, but the dragon chi passed through his body. The golden divine sword could not block it at all. Ugh! Blood splattered everywhere as the dragon chi pierced through his body. Xios fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Young Master Xiao Bai's figure descended from the sky. He walked forward step by step, not daring to be careless. Suddenly, a golden sword light tore through the air amid the sand and dust. It was bone-piercing and sharp. Young Master Xiao Bai smiled coldly. His figure flashed, avoiding the sword light. After an instant, he entered the sandstorm. The divine spear tore through the air and pierced through the golden battle armor, piercing the chest of the sovereign personage. Ugh! Xios grunted again, feeling bone-deep pain. As he looked at the dragon race descended before him, he gathered the last of his aura and drove his veritable essence energy. Then the divine sword shot out. Whoosh! The divine sword shot out at an extremely fast speed. Blood flowed out of young Master Xiao Bai's left arm, dyeing his clothes red. Huh. Young Master Xiao Bai frowned and looked at his left arm. Did I stab him? In front, Xios's body fell weakly. The moment he closed his eyes, he revealed a gratified smile. Luo Jia, I'll leave the rest to you. When Xios died in battle, the 3rd Palace's master, Luo Jia, sensed it on a nearby life star. Xios, how could it be like this? Not long after, a golden light flashed in the distant starry sky. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived on the life star. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The golden divine sword pierced through the air and stabbed into the ground. The blood-stained divine sword cried out continuously. After a life and death battle, the 10th Palace's master of the Holy Zone had fallen. Luo Jia stepped forward and silently pulled out the golden divine sword. His heart was filled with pain. In less than a day, the Holy Zone had lost 2 palace masters. Such a loss had never happened before. Suddenly, Luo Jia's body shook. He looked at the blood-stained golden divine sword in shock. What is this aura on the blood-stained golden divine sword? Aside from Xios's aura, an indistinct pressure spread out. It was abnormally strong. It's not a human. Luo Jia's expression turned grave. It was somewhat similar to the scaled race, but it was not exactly the same. Strange. Luo Jia's heart was filled with questions. He looked at the golden divine sword in his hand and frowned even more. It seemed like Xios had risked his life to return this sword to tell him something. At the same time, in the southeast of the Red Phoenix starfield, a mysterious human expert attacked. The kings of the stone race were defeated and more than half of them died in battle. The human expert's counterattack attracted the attention of the celestial devil imperial family. Xian Qi personally went out and headed for the stone race's territory. Several days later, Xian Qi appeared on the planet where the human and stone race fought. He looked at the scene of devastation in front of him and light flashed through his eyes. It was indeed an aura unique to the human race. He did not expect the human race to have so many hidden experts. After checking for a moment, Xian Qi's figure flashed and rushed toward the nearest life planet. These auras were clearly left not long ago. The human experts must not have gone too far. He should be able to catch up. After several breaths, a sword light flashed through the starry sky. It was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. While the human race and the 100 races were fighting in the Red Phoenix starfield, a black figure appeared in front of the immortal burial ground of the All-Heaven starfield. Cold wind whistled in front of the immortal burial ground. Countless white bones were everywhere. Even before entering, one's hair stood on end. After pausing for a moment, Ning Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the immortal burial ground. After 100 years, everything had changed. The topography of the immortal burial ground was very different from the last time he came. It was as if it was a living world that was constantly changing. Ning Chen walked in with full vigilance. He knew very well that this was definitely not a pure land of the mortal world. Otherwise, the man suppressed in the mountain would have broken out long ago. He did not know what kind of power could turn this place into a land of death. However, the purpose of this place was very likely to suppress the man in the mountain. Roar! Not long after entering, at the end of the valley, a beast roar shook the sky. It could be heard clearly from 1,000 miles away. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the valley in the distance with a frown. Clang, clang. In the depths of the valley, energy filled the air. Orderly footsteps sounded. Rows of soldiers in armor walked past. It was so eerie that no one dared to approach. Since the ancient era, after the collapse of the 4 great immortal realms, soldiers would appear in every corner of the starry sky. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. In the distance, Ning Chen saw the soldiers in the valley. This time he was not as excited as before. In the past 100 years, he had lost count of how many soldiers he had seen. He seemed to be fated with these things. Every few days he would see these strange things. Not long after the soldiers appeared in the depths of the valley, they disappeared into thin air. It was like an ancient reflection that completely disappeared. On the mountain peak in the distance, Ning Chen took a step and flew towards the valley. In the land of death, strange light rose and suppressed the power of heaven and earth. Birds could not fly and would fall from the sky from time to time. Below the mountain peak, Ning Chen's figure landed. With a thump, he bent his knees and landed in the valley. His absolute physical strength was abnormally terrifying. He jumped down from the mountain peak without any injuries. In the deep valley, the soldiers could no longer be seen. Only the lingering energy filled the air. Ning Chen walked in the valley and did not stay for long. His figure flashed as he rushed forward. At the end of the valley, on the mountain peak that reached into the clouds, a pair of tired eyes suddenly opened. He looked forward with excitement. He was here. He was finally here. In front of the mountain peak, there were thorns everywhere. In the past 100 years, black thorns had appeared out of nowhere and blocked the path. It was a shocking sight. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the thorns in front of the mountain peak. His eyes narrowed. The last time he was here, these thorns did not exist. In just 100 years, this place had changed so much. It seemed that this trip would not be easy. He reached out and touched the thorns in front of him. The thorns in front of him swayed gently. Black energy filled the air and there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. The skin on Ning Chen's finger began to crack, revealing traces of blood. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and frowned. What terrifying thorns! Even the heavenly demon body could not defend against them. Thinking of this, Ning Chen waved his right hand and the ghost sword appeared in his hand. The thorny mountain path was long and rugged. In the next 10 days, Ning Chen cleaved the path in front of him step by step. He was not in a hurry. Behind him, the thorns that he cut down were all collected into the green cauldron. Not a single one was wasted. Since these thorns were so terrifying, they would definitely come in handy in the future. In 10 days, Ning Chen had cut down half of the thorns in front of the mountain peak. Even with his heavenly demon body, he felt a little tired. 10 days later, Ning Chen finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked at the mountain in front of him and held the ghost sword tightly. He slashed out. Boom! The sword slashed down. In the earth-shattering vibration, the whole mountain shook violently. In the center of the mountain, a huge crack appeared. Huge rocks flew and fell to the ground. The mountain collapsed and the path in front of him appeared. Ning Qin focused his mind and stepped forward. In the mountain, the sound of iron chains swaying could be heard. Dozens of black chains crisscrossed, and at the center of the chains a black-clothed man was locked in the mountain, unable to escape for thousands of years. No, tens of thousands of years. Finally, you are here. When the knowing destiny state arrived, the man in black raised his head and said tiredly, Chapter 1239. In the immortal burial impasse, knowing destiny appeared. For 10 days and 10 nights, he cut a path through the thorns. In front of the mountain, the ghost sword slashed down and separated the mountain. After 100 years, the two met again. You're finally here. After 100 years, the man's tone was full of exhaustion. After being sealed for so long, a day felt like a year. 100 years was torture. According to the agreement with you 100 years ago, I'm here. Ning Qin stepped forward and said calmly, After 100 years, I didn't expect you to have become a King Realm cultivator. Congratulations. The man looked at Ning Qin and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't dare to slack off for a moment because of the agreement with you. Ning Qin said faintly. He looked at the crisscrossing iron chains in the mountain, and his expression froze slightly. 100 years ago he hadn't entered the fourth realm, so he could only vaguely feel the terror of the runes on these iron chains. Now that he was a King Realm cultivator, this feeling of oppression became extremely clear when he saw these runes again. There was no doubt that each of these runes was inscribed by a cultivator above the King Realm. Even after the passage of time, they were still extremely powerful. Ning Qin stood in front of the iron chains and observed for a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He knew better than anyone how powerful an Emperor Realm cultivator was. The power of the seal they set up couldn't be underestimated. The immortal burial impasse had existed for a long time, which meant that this person had been suppressed here for at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. After such a long time, even an Emperor Realm cultivator would have passed away, let alone the Emperor Realm laws they left behind. According to his speculation, the cultivator who sealed this person back then might have surpassed the Emperor Realm. It was very likely that he was comparable to an ancient immortal. Who was this person? Or what kind of mistake did he make to be suppressed here for tens of thousands of years? In the crisscrossing iron chains, the man looked nervously at the young man in front of him, but he didn't say anything to disturb him. He knew that these iron chains weren't easy to break. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. In front of the iron chains, after observing for a long time, the ghost sword in Ning Qin's hand hummed and shone brightly. With a rumble, the ghost sword slashed down. In front of him, the iron chains immediately shook violently. Runes lit up, and in an instant, the Yin fire burned fiercely. Ugh! With the Yin fire on the iron chains, the man immediately struggled in pain. In front of the iron chain, Ning Qin's figure retreated quickly, avoiding the incoming Yin flame. His expression turned serious again. As expected, these chains were not something that could be broken by ordinary divine weapons. At the center of the iron chain, the Yin fire gradually dissipated. The tortured man weakly raised his head, despair flashing in his eyes. After more than 100,000 years, these chains were still so terrifying. Even King Realm experts couldn't cut them open. Sorry. Ning Qin sheathed his sword and looked at the man in front of him. He said calmly, I have tried my best. However, these seals are not something that I can break. Within the iron chains, a look of struggle flashed across the man's face. After a long time, he said in a low voice, For you to come back after 100 years, I am already very touched. Perhaps my sins really haven't been forgiven. Ning Qin fell silent for a moment before he said, If Junior is lucky enough to attain the Imperial Tao in this life, Junior will return. Imperial Tao, murmured the man. How could it be so easy to become a Zun, Qi, cultivator. The young man in front of him didn't have the best talent. It was easier said than done to become an emperor. If this young man couldn't do it, how long would he have to wait? 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? A look of pain flashed across the man's eyes. He really didn't want to stay here for a second longer. In front of him, Ning Chen stood there quietly. There were no ripples in his cold eyes. He had been suspicious of this man's identity for a long time. There weren't many experts in the world who had surpassed the Imperial Tao. Those who were qualified to be sealed here could be counted on one hand. If he guessed correctly, this man was most likely a sinner from the ancient times. Only in that era did the world have peerless experts who had surpassed the Imperial Tao. In the chains, the man struggled for a long time before he finally made up his mind and said, "I have something that can double your strength in a short period of time. However, you must swear that once you have the strength of an Imperial Tao, you will come back immediately and help me get out of here." Hearing this, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Finally, the time had come. Since this man was qualified to be sealed here by a peerless expert who had surpassed the Imperial Tao, how could he not be extraordinary? Only when one was in despair would they be willing to give up everything around them. This was the moment Ning Chen had been waiting for. "Senior, I made a promise 100 years ago, and I came back 100 years later. I don't owe you anything." Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "If you don't trust me, you can just pretend that I never came here." After speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the mountain. Wait. Just as Ning Chen was about to walk out of the mountain, the man in the chains said apologetically, "Little brother, please wait." Ning Chen stopped in front of the mountain and said calmly, "Is there anything else, Senior?" "I'm sorry I was rude just now. I've been sealed here for too long, and I really want to go out." The man sighed softly and said, "Little brother, since you kept your promise 100 years ago and came here, you must be a man of your word. I was the one who judged you with my own yardstick." After hearing the man's words, Ning Chen's expression softened slightly. He said, "Just now I was too impulsive. If I offended you, please forgive me." "It's fine." The man shook his head lightly and said, "I have something here that can help little brother's strength advance by leaps and bounds. Before this, your cultivation was too low, and you were unable to endure it. Now that you've attained the king realm, you ought to be able to endure it." Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, and he said with a puzzled expression, "What is it? The requirements are actually so harsh." "Imperial Tao quintessence." The man slowly spat out these words. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted in a low voice, and then his Imperial Tao aura arose. In an instant, the entire mountain shook violently. Ning Chen immediately took a few steps back when he saw this, and he wasn't willing to be affected by the flames that were about to erupt. In the next moment, countless talismans awakened within the mountain, and then the flames surged and pressed down madly towards the man below. Ugh! Amidst a muffled groan of pain, an enormous black phoenix appeared behind the man, and its imperial might shook the heavens and caused others to shudder. Black Phoenix. Ning Chen's pupils constricted fiercely when he saw this. So, he's that traitor of the Phoenix clan. Huh! Amidst the blazing flames, a ball of light that seemed like black mist flew out from before the man's chest, and its peerlessly formidable aura shook the heavens and the earth. Half of the Imperial Tao quintessence had left his body, causing the man's countenance to turn pale while his eyes were exhausted to the extreme. He said, "Refine it. Even if you're unable to attain the Imperial Tao within 30 years, you'll be able to fight any Imperial Tao exalt in the world." Chapter 1240. In the Immortal Graveyard, the Black Phoenix revealed its true form. After the huge Black Phoenix appeared, its sovereign Tao aura shook the entire Forbidden Land. Ning Chen's expression sank when he saw this. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. He didn't expect that the traitor of the Phoenix clan that the Phoenix Master mentioned was the person in front of him. The sovereign Dao aura flew between the two of them, and a faint sovereign Dao aura spread out. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for one to breathe. Ning Chen looked at the Phoenix origin in front of him quietly. The coldness in the depths of his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Thank you, Senior." After a while, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and thanked the Phoenix origin politely. He raised his right hand and forcefully sealed the Phoenix origin into his body. The Phoenix origin entered his body, and the sovereign Dao aura surged violently. Ning Chen closed his eyes and temporarily sealed the Phoenix origin with a divine restriction. After doing this, Ning Chen looked at the black phoenix that was chained up. He bowed again and said, "Senior, after I refine this sovereign Dao aura, I will definitely come back here to save you." The black phoenix heard Ning Chen's words, and the worry in his heart lessened. He said tiredly, "I will wait for your return." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the mountain. Inside the mountain, the dark and tired eyes looked at the departing figure in front of him until the mountain was completely sealed up. Outside the mountain, after the mountain automatically repaired itself, Ning Chen left directly. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes anymore. The Black Phoenix was already an sovereign Dao realm expert. The person who sealed the Black Phoenix's cultivation had definitely surpassed the sovereign Dao realm. It was very likely that he was an ancient celestial lord. However, the Black Phoenix had committed a grave mistake, and this ancient celestial lord didn't kill the Black Phoenix. There were only two possibilities. First, this ancient celestial lord was someone who didn't want to kill. Therefore, he only sealed the Black Phoenix and didn't kill it. This reason existed, but it was very unlikely. Being able to cultivate to the celestial lord realm, he definitely wasn't a merciful person. How could he leave such a huge threat like the Black Phoenix alive? Second, the ancient celestial lord couldn't kill the Black Phoenix and had no choice but to seal it. If this was really the reason, then it was really troublesome. Even an ancient celestial lord couldn't kill the Black Phoenix, which showed how terrifying the Black Phoenix's vitality was. He didn't have the power to oppose the Black Phoenix yet, so if the Black Phoenix were to break free, he would most likely be the first to suffer. Presently, he possessed half of the Black Phoenix's imperial Dao quintessence, and he hoped to rely on it to find the Black Phoenix's weakness and completely deal with this problem. While he was lost in thought, Ning Chen stepped into the starry sky and rushed in the direction of the underworld. At the same time, at the southeastern border of the Red Lawn Star Field, in the territory of the Stone Clan, a purple-robed demon cultivator wielded a sword. His powerful demon might shook the stars in the sky. Xian Qi, the fourth heavenly demon grand prince and the strongest swordsman in the primal demon realm, had personally appeared to investigate the origins of the human experts. After searching for so many days, Xian Qi wasn't worried at all. He knew that those human warriors couldn't just disappear. As long as they reappeared, he would be able to sense them. Suddenly, in the distance, several tyrannical auras sped past. Their speed was extremely fast, and they did not stop for even a moment. Finally found it. Xian Qi narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward and chased after him. Several figures flew past in the starry sky. They wore black armor and exuded the might of kings. They were abnormally powerful. In front of him, the immortal state warriors sensed something and stopped. They looked back at the newcomers with solemn expressions. "Masters, greetings, human experts. This is the first time we meet. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, Xian Qi unsheathed the heart-burning sword. At that moment, demonic flames rose and boiled the sea. "Be careful." The leader of the 7 Shadow Kings, a young man with silver eyes, said. He clenched his right hand and a silver spear appeared. Behind him, the 6 lords nodded. Silver spears appeared in their hands at the same time. Their king might was extremely powerful. The 7 lords of the immortal state were the top overlords in the human world. They had never been defeated before. The most extreme clash between the first sword of the demons and the 7 shadow kings of the immortal state was about to begin. The starry sky was cold, and the demon cultivator faced the wind. The battle between humans and demons had begun a new chapter. This was the most critical battle since the immortal state warriors had appeared in the human world. They faced the first sword of the demons. Xianqi moved, and the heart-burning sword flashed across the starry sky. Demonic flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. In front of him, the 7 lords of the immortal state also waved their silver spears. Their movements were synchronized as if they had been cast from the same mold. Led by the silver-eyed man, they joined forces to fight against the sky demon. In the first exchange, the spear and the sword collided. Demonic flames swept out and the world shook violently. Sword chi and spear radiance scattered, destroying the nearby meteorites. At the front of the 7 lords, Yin stepped forward. Her silver eyes flashed coldly. She spun her spear and her killing, intense sword. She took a step forward, and her body was like a shooting star. The silver spear in her hand broke through the air, and her divine might was shocking. Behind her, the other 6 lords followed. They made the same movements and the same moves. They complemented each other, and their power doubled. 7 against 1. Even the first sword of the demons couldn't break through in a short time. Heart-burning sword, demonic release. The demon's sword was restrained, and Xianqi was furious. Xianqi shouted, and the demonic qi around him became blood-red. With a forbidden technique, Xianqi's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He stepped forward, and his sword split the sky. Yin, the leader of the 7 lords of the immortal state, saw the situation. She spun her spear, and her power reached the peak. Behind her, the other 6 lords cooperated and supported the former. The 7 lords joined forces, and their spears were like dragons. A huge silver spear radiance pierced through the sky and blasted toward the former sky demon. The strongest human warriors joined forces to kill the sky demon. The sound of battle was ear-piercing and resounded through the sky. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided in the sky. The aftermath roared and rippled out in circles. Ugh! Suddenly, in the battle, 3 of the 7 lords of the immortal state were affected by the sword chi. The corners of their mouths turned red. On the opposite side, Xianqi took half a step back, and the blood in his body also surged violently. Amazing sky demon! Yin Yu's eyes narrowed. She didn't hesitate anymore, and her silver spear danced like a dragon. She attacked like a storm, displaying the power of the 7 lords. Xianqi blocked the violent attack with his sword. He had lost the initiative and was forced to retreat a few steps. Retreat! After pushing back the sky demon, Yin Yu's figure flew back. Black light spread around her, and she took the 6 lords away. In the sky, Xianqi steadied himself and looked at the 7 lords in front of him. He didn't chase after them. The strength of the 7 human overlords was indeed amazing, especially their cooperation. It could be said to be flawless. If he hadn't come in person today, he wouldn't have been able to return alive. Ugh! Suddenly, Xianqi's chest tightened and he staggered. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his purple robe red. The human race has impressed me yet again. Xianqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Demonic qi surged around him and engulfed him. A second later, the sky demon disappeared and returned to the sky demon territory. In the underworld of the Ziwei star zone, Ningqin appeared in the sky above the upper palace. Demonic qi surged and became more and more difficult to suppress. Knowing destiny returned. In the 10 halls, the cultivators of the human clan opened their eyes and looked at the sky with solemn expressions. There was something wrong with Jiming Marquis. In front of the 10 palaces, Ning Chen's figure landed. A powerful overlord's aura shook the sky and earth. In the fourth palace of hell, in the five senses palace, Een felt it and was shocked. This aura was Phoenix origin. It was a familiar yet strange aura. It was different from the phoenix's holy and fiery aura. In front of her, Ning Chen's body was filled with a bone-chilling aura. Een, hurry up and send the phoenix soul out of your body. In front of the 10 palaces, Ning Chen suppressed the black phoenix origin and shouted. In the five senses palace, Een immediately got up and rushed forward. Ning Chen raised his hand. Demonic qi surged around him. The Overlord's realm, Overlord's cultivation, was raised to the limit. He wanted to extract the heaven soul from Een-Er's phoenix origin. Boom! But at this moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed. A huge celestial gate appeared. It felt the aura of Ji Ming realm and 3 souls and suppressed it forcefully. Go away! Down below, when Ning Chen saw this, the ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he met the attack head-on. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth. The celestial gate trembled, and its descending momentum was restrained. I don't have a true body or a phoenix body. There's nothing I don't dare to give up. If you keep being noisy, I'll destroy you. A cold demonic aura surged in Ning Chen's eyes. Back then, his original body was willing to be suppressed by the celestial gate because he couldn't let go of his emotions. However, he was a demon, and emotions meant nothing to him. This broken gate couldn't do anything to him. In the sky, the celestial gate slowly descended amidst thousands of lightning bolts. Its heavy pressure pressed down on the sovereign Tao. Below, Ning Chen's murderous aura surged. Black phoenix flames lingered in his left hand. Absolute royal might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Demonic form blood flame sky. Forced to his limit, Ning Chen gripped his sword with both hands. Black phoenix flames surrounded the ghost sword. With a deep shout, he slashed the 9 heavens. Boom! A sword that shook the world. In the void, the sword light slashed the celestial gate. A terrifying vibration sounded, and the phantom formed by the ancient laws collapsed. The celestial gate collapsed, and the aftermath roared. Below, Ning Chen bore the brunt of it and was forced back a few steps. In the 10 palaces, the human powerhouses saw this shocking scene, and their hearts surged. The knowing destiny demonic body had become so powerful. In front of the 10 palaces, Ning Chen steadied himself and walked forward step by step. He raised his right hand gently, and the demonic aura rose again. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Ning Chen reminded. Although his words were calm, it made people feel at ease. Okay. Een nodded gently and stood there obediently, not moving at all. Huh. With a deep shout, Ning Chen activated his demonic aura again, and the powerful demonic aura entered the space between her eyebrows. As the demonic aura entered her body, the phoenix origin and heavenly language origin in Een-Er's body were awakened at the same time, trying to block the external forces. The 3 forces collided, and the demonic aura was strong, forcefully suppressing the phoenix origin and heavenly language origin. Ning Chen's eyes were blazing, and he said in a deep voice, "Wake up, phoenix origin!" As soon as he said that, a shocking phoenix cry sounded between heaven and earth. It was so loud and clear that it resounded through the 9 heavens. Chapter 1241. In the underworld, in front of the Yama 10 halls, the demonic body attacked, trying to revive the phoenix body. It was a shocking scene. Behind the demonic body and Een, the black phoenix and fire phoenix appeared at the same time. The phoenix body in Een-Er's body was about to revive due to the connection between the phoenix origins. The process of reviving the phoenix body was so smooth. Just when everyone thought that the phoenix body could be revived successfully, the vitality around Een suddenly dissipated. Following the revival of the phoenix body, it gradually reached the limit of withering. Not good. The sudden change caused the expressions of Qing Ning, Mu Qingxue, and the others in the halls to change. No one expected this to happen. In front of Yin Er, Ning Chen immediately stopped. Demonic qi surged around him, and he stopped moving. Knowing destiny, what will you do in front of such a dilemma? In the equal hall in the 9th hall, Xiazi looked forward and asked softly, now that the phoenix origin and Yin Er had merged into one, if the phoenix body revived, Yin Er would die. If he wanted to save Yin Er's life, the phoenix body couldn't be revived. Heavens will never let people have the best of both worlds. In the Impermanence Hall, the Dawn Moon House Master also looked at this scene quietly and didn't interfere. No matter what choice the Knowing Destiny Marquis made, it wouldn't be wrong, but it would also be wrong. Demons didn't have emotions, but the demonic body in front of her had been affected by the phoenix body for too long. No one could be sure if he could be completely emotionless. In front of the Yamaten halls, Ning Qin stopped. The black phoenix behind him screeched, waiting for its host. Facing such a dilemma, even someone as calm as the Knowing Destiny Marquis couldn't make a decision calmly. After a long while, Ning Chen's cold eyes flashed with emotions. He put down his right hand and chose to give up. If he sacrificed the girl in front of him to revive the phoenix body, then the sacrifice of the phoenix body would be meaningless. In front of the 10 halls, Ning Chen stopped. Yin Er regained her senses and looked at the former with tears in her eyes. In the 8th hall, in the Dusher Hall, the Empress of Erin walked out. She looked at the two and suggested, "Can you not revive the phoenix body and directly remove the heavenly soul?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. After a long time, he shook his head lightly and said, "I can't do it. Not to mention me. Even an Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to forcefully remove the soul." The soul had always been the most mysterious thing. Even though a martial arts expert could strengthen his own soul, or even let his soul leave his body, the prerequisite was that his consciousness was clear. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of someone who could forcefully strip another person's soul. Even if it was possible, the victim's soul would be severely injured. The 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls were born in the same body. They were bound together for good or ill. If one could not guarantee the safety of the cauldron, it would be better to leave it in Yin Er's body. At least the other 2 spiritual souls would not be affected by the damage to the cauldron. "Perhaps I have a way." The Empress of Erin said calmly, "There are ancient books in the Buddhist kingdom that record the secrets of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Among them, there is a method to remove the soul. However, it is very troublesome to do so. There must be 10 Emperor Realm experts, or even Emperor Realm experts, working together to stabilize Yin Er's 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The remaining person must slowly remove the cauldron from the phoenix origin. This process will take a long time and it will be extremely painful. After all, removing the soul will affect your other 2 spiritual souls." In the 10 halls, Luo Xingqian and the others were solemn when they heard this. Such harsh conditions showed how dangerous it was. If anything happened during this period, Yin Er and Jiming's lives would be in danger. You decide what to do. However, as long as you agree, we will do our best to help, the Empress of Erin said calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he looked at the girl in front of him and said softly, "Do you dare to try it with me?" "Yes." When Yin heard this, she nodded vigorously and said, "All these years, it was her master who had been taking care of her. This time, she should do something for her master." Ning Chen nodded slightly when he heard the girl's reply. He looked at the figures in the 10 halls and bowed respectfully, saying, "Please, everyone." The experts of the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence nodded and agreed. "We need 10 people to stabilize Yin Er's 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. We need 1 person to remove the cauldron from the cauldron." In addition, we need one person to protect everyone in case of any accidents. Therefore, we need 12 people in total. Now, there are 13 people here, including Miss Peacock. You and Ener can't fight. We need one person to protect everyone, the Empress of Erin said seriously. We don't need one. Ning Chen said indifferently, Miss Peacock will protect everyone. As for removing the cauldron from the cauldron, I will do it myself. No. The Empress of Erin's face darkened and said, removing the soul is extremely painful. At the same time, you need to maintain a high level of concentration. You can't do it yourself. How do you know it's impossible if you haven't tried? Other than that, is there a better way? Ning Chen said in a deep voice, the origin of the Black Phoenix in my body can't be sealed for too long. Once the origin of the Black Phoenix fuses with my body, the Phoenix body will never be able to recover. The Empress of Erin's body shook when she heard this. She looked at Peacock not far away with a serious look in her eyes. If there is no one to protect her, will it work? Don't hesitate, Ning Chen said calmly. There must be someone to protect her. Otherwise, it won't be just me and Ian who will be in danger. If anything happens, everyone will die. Miss Peacock has a special cultivation body and is the most suitable person to protect her. In front of the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence, human experts stepped forward. Although they didn't say anything, they were ready to fight at any time. The Empress of Erin sighed softly. She pinched her fingers together and opened her mouth slightly. A Buddhist scripture turned into golden words and entered everyone's consciousness. This is the Buddhist scripture. The most important thing is that the person who removes the soul must not be careless. Otherwise, the soul will be damaged and everything will be in vain. The Empress of Erin looked at the people in front of her and said in a deep voice, I understand. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at everyone and said, Come. As soon as he said this, the human experts in front of the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence raised their hands. Powerful king's aura filled the air. Thousands of threads of true chi shot out like spiderwebs from all directions. In front of the halls, Ener closed her eyes. She let down her guard and cooperated with everyone. As the true chi entered her body, Ener's body shook slightly. Her body slowly rose and floated in the air. The 10 Yama and the black and white impermanence worked together to stabilize Ener's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Ning Chen personally took over the most crucial part. With a shout, demonic aura rose again. Ning Chen raised his hand. Thousands of demonic threads entered Ener's body, continuously to search for traces of her soul. Demonic chi entered her body again. In Ener's body, the Phoenix origin and the heavenly language origin resisted, but were suppressed by the demonic chi again. The demonic thread spread. In the Phoenix origin, the sleeping soul did not move. Soon, the demonic threads completely wrapped around the soul. The demonic threads turned into a cocoon and sealed the soul. Soon after, a powerful tearing force erupted and forcefully separated the soul from the Phoenix origin. At this moment, in front of the 10 halls, Ning Chen's body trembled. He let out an undetectable groan as intense pain spread through his body. The pain of his soul being torn apart was so clear that even fainting seemed like an extravagant hope. Ning Chen's body trembled continuously. The pain of his physical body and soul increased. Once again, he experienced a pain that was worse than death. The pain was bone-piercing. Ning Chen shouted. Demonic chi rose around him as he used 30% of his strength. His demonic technique was pushed to the peak. The soul that was surrounded by the demonic cocoon was slowly pulled out of Ener's body. The process seemed simple, but it took a long time. In front of the halls, the human experts were focused. They carefully protected I's 3 souls and 7 spirits. They did not dare to be careless. 2 hours for hours. In the land of extreme day, there was no night. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had passed. 30% of the demonic cocoon was gradually pulled out of Er's body. There was still more than half left. In front of them, sweat drenched Ning Chen's black robe. 8 hours felt like 100 years. In front of King Bian Cheng's hall, Qing Ning looked at the young man in front of her. Pity flashed through her eyes. No matter what happened, he always forced himself. Boom! Dark clouds covered the 9 heavens. The heaven-defying actions of the 11 kings shocked the heavens. Thunder and lightning flashed, resounding through the starry sky. Not far away, Peacock saw the situation and moved forward in her wheelchair. She was on full alert. At this time, these people could not be disturbed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! In the sky, a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky. Its power was earth-shattering and terrifying. Below, Peacock squinted her eyes. The 5-colored divine light bloomed around her, protecting everyone. The thunderbolt fell. The moment it touched the divine light, the thunderbolt dissipated. It could not fall again. It was an earth-shattering ability that could not be shaken by the heavenly tribulation. In the 5-colored divine light, the human experts continued with their tasks. They did not dare to be distracted. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 8 hours had passed. In Er's body, more than half of the demonic cocoon was pulled out. In the demonic cocoon, Tian Han was unconscious and had not woken up. Stripping one's soul was something that had never happened before. The 11 human experts worked together, and gradually, the dawn of victory appeared. Boom! At this time in the 9 heavens, thunderclouds rolled. The color turned from black to red. Vaguely, a trace of golden light appeared. Below, Peacock saw the situation and her expression changed. The emperor's power. Xiansong was furious. The heavenly tribulation showed its emperor's power. The golden brilliance burned brighter and brighter, filling the blood-red tribulation clouds. In the next moment, red thunderbolts fell from the sky. Golden light lingered around it. Its power was terrifying and shook the heavens and earth. In front of the various halls, the human experts felt it and were shocked. With the promise in front of them, they would not allow the heavenly tribulation to descend. Peacock shouted. Behind her, a huge peacock shadow appeared. The moment the peacock spread its tail, a dazzling 5-colored divine light burst out. The peacock's true form was powerful. The blood-red thunderbolt fell from the sky and landed on the peacock's true form. In an instant, the peacock shadow shattered. The 5-colored divine light scattered in all directions. It had reached its limit. On the wheelchair, Peacock spat out a trace of blood. As a woman of the immortal state, it was the first time in 100 years that she was injured. Chapter 1242. In the netherworld, the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence, the 12 hall masters gathered and helped knowing destiny to extract the heaven soul. It was a shocking move, and Xiansong was furious. The clouds in the 9 heavens changed, and blood-red lightning descended. The imperial aura was faintly discernible, shocking the world. Below, Peacock resisted the heavenly tribulation alone. Under the imperial aura, she was injured for the first time. In the sky, the blood-red clouds kept rolling, and the golden light became brighter and brighter. The imperial aura also became clearer. 11 kings faced the heavenly tribulation at the same time, and the heavenly tribulation was infinitely close to the imperial aura. Below, as time passed, 90% of the heaven soul wrapped in the demonic cocoon had been extracted. Success was imminent. In front, Ning Chen's skin began to crack, and the pain in his soul was too much for his body to bear. It began to show signs of collapse. Red blood seeped out and stained his black clothes. Ning Chen's eyes burned even brighter like stars, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! At the top of the 9 heavens, Xiansong was furious. The blood-red clouds gradually turned golden, and the imperial aura filled the sky. On the wheelchair, Peacock opened her slender arms and pushed her divine vitality to the limit. The power beyond the king realm exploded. With the promise in her heart, Peacock's body was surrounded by divine light. Suddenly, her long hair danced wildly. The immortal realm woman showed her strongest cultivation. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens, and the majestic power pressed down. Before the heavenly tribulation arrived, the entire netherworld had begun to shake. Divine technique, protection of the gods. Thunder descended, and the imperial aura was endless. Below, Peacock activated her divine vitality, and for the first time, an immortal realm forbidden martial art appeared. Unparalleled power appeared in the world. In the void, 12 immortal kings appeared and formed a divine wall, blocking the sky above everyone. Boom! An earth-shattering vibration sounded, and the heavenly tribulation descended. The dazzling light blasted on the immortals, and in an instant, the immortals' figures collapsed. Below, on the wheelchair, Peacock's mouth turned red again. Even with the 5-color divine light, it was difficult to resist the imperial aura. Thunder descended, and in the moment of crisis, the demonic cocoon was completely pulled out of Yin's body. She was instantly freed, and the demon's chi rushed to the 9 heavens. Demonic form, heavenly crime. The ghost sword soared into the sky. 10,000 swords were parallel to each other. Ningchen shouted and broke the wind and thunder with one sword. The world-shocking sword changed the color of the universe. Tens of thousands of sword lights soared into the sky, and the demonic might roared. With a loud boom, the blood lightning in the sky collapsed. The crisis was instantly resolved. In front of the palaces, the human kings came back to their senses one after another. Their kings might appeared at the same time, and each of them made a move to help the knowing destiny state. Above the void, one after another palm force broke through the air. Ning Chen once again activated the extreme sword might, and the sword momentum was pushed to the limit. In an instant, the ghost sword broke through the sky, and the world was filled with sword light. The earth-shaking sword intent directly slashed open the void. The tribulation clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles shook violently. Sword chi swept across and dispersed the lightning that filled the sky. Not long after, the tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sun shone down on the ground again. Down below, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. The black air around his body stirred, and an extremely terrifying power spread out, shaking the entire underworld. Thank you, everyone. Ning Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and said calmly. In front of the palaces, the human kings gently nodded. Without saying anything, they flashed and returned to their palaces. We can't help you from now on. Be careful, Qing Ning said. Qing Ning opened her mouth and said. Then she carried the unconscious Yin and returned to the palace. Ning Chen nodded, looking at the demonic silk cocoon in front of him. His eyes flashed with seriousness. Now the real test was coming. The heaven soul had been merged with the phoenix origin for a long time. Now that it was separated, it was impossible for it to not be damaged at all. The black phoenix origin in his body might be the only medicine for the heaven soul to heal. Worried that merging with the black phoenix origin would destroy the underworld, Ning Chen didn't waste any more time. He stepped forward and flew toward the starry sky. In the palaces, the human kings looked at the back of the departing knowing destiny state and silently wished him well. The recovery of the phoenix body was very important for the war against the demons in the future. They hoped that everything would go smoothly. In the starry sky, the ghost sword broke through the sky and disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it didn't dare to waste any time. The surging demonic chi was earth-shattering. It passed through layer after layer of meteorites and rushed toward the deepest part of the Ziwei galaxy. A few days later, in the center of the Ziwei galaxy, among the countless meteorites, a black-robed figure stood in the sky. Lightning surged around his body. Endless heavenly tribulations fell on him, trying to destroy the heaven-defying demon. 7 changes of the heavenly demon Yu Tianqiang. In the center of the galaxy, the demonic body looked up to the sky and roared. The demonic form appeared again. The giant demonic form was tens of thousands of feet tall. The terrifying king's aura shook the stars in the sky. The demonic body showed its true form. In the starry sky, the demonic body opened and closed his hands. Terrifying demonic chi surged out. With the heavenly demon's body that had been purified by the heavenly demon pool, it forcibly resisted the lightning. No one could see this shocking scene in the depths of the starry sky. Only the collapsing stars witnessed the heaven-defying demon's shocking actions. In front of the demonic body, the demonic silk cocoon quickly peeled off. The heaven soul was revealed. The faintly discernible soul could disappear at any time. With a deep roar, the demonic body urged the demonic chi again. In the demonic chi, the earth-shattering cry of the phoenix resounded. In an instant, black flames spread all over the sky. It was cold and gloomy, freezing the entire starry sky. The black phoenix was an anomaly of the Phoenix clan. In millions of years, it was the only variant of the Phoenix clan. Although it had betrayed the Phoenix clan, its strength was undeniable. The black phoenix appeared, and the king's aura filled the air. In the starry sky, the demonic body opened and closed his hands. Endless demonic waves swept out, one on the left and one on the right. He forcibly merged the heaven soul and the black phoenix's origin. Boom! The demonic body's crazy actions caused the sky to be furious. Terrifying lightning continued to strike from all directions. The power was getting more and more terrifying. In the lightning, the demonic body was as still as a mountain. He forcibly endured the thunder tribulations one after another. He roared angrily and urged the demonic body to the extreme. As the heaven soul and the black phoenix's origin approached each other, a shocking repulsive force spread out. In the heaven soul, the remnants of the phoenix's origin spread out. The phoenix flame lingered, and the power of the divine saint would not allow the dark black phoenix's power to get close. The two completely opposite forces collided violently. Not long after, the powerful black phoenix's origin quickly suppressed the fire phoenix's power and wanted to devour the heaven soul. Phoenix body, it's time to wake up. The demonic body roared. The demonic chi around him swept out to help the heaven soul fight against the black phoenix's origin. He wanted the phoenix body to be revived, but he could not become a puppet that had lost its self-consciousness. With the help of the pure, heavenly demonic origin, the phoenix flame around the phoenix body quickly became blazing. It forcibly blocked the black phoenix's origin from devouring. In the starry sky, the fire phoenix and the black phoenix continued to collide. At the same time, they were slowly merging. They repelled and merged. The contradiction was inevitable. In the Z-Way star zone, in front of the marching heavenly demonic army, Azura suddenly stopped in his tracks. This aura belonged to the Black Phoenix? Chapter 1243. In the depths of the Z-Way galaxy, the Black Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix were clashing with each other. The aura of extreme yin and extreme yang clashed with each other. The destructive aura spread rapidly, destroying everything in sight. Lightning bolts flashed around the demonic body, trying to destroy the heaven-defying demonic body. The heavenly demon, which was thousands of feet tall, had an astonishing royal aura. Its powerful physical body took on the lightning bolts one after another, but it did not retreat. Blood seeped out of its cracked skin, but the demonic body did not seem to notice it. Demonic chi surged around it, forcing the two phoenixes to merge. In the starry sky, the two phoenixes clashed more and more violently. The two opposing forces were like fire and water. After some time, the phoenix and the demonic body worked together to resist the origin of the black phoenix. The two phoenixes clashed again and again. Gradually, a trace of the fire phoenix's origin merged with the black phoenix, and a trace of the black phoenix's origin merged with the fire phoenix. The two opposing forces began to merge. Although it was only a trace, it was the beginning of hope. Just as Knowing Destiny was trying his best to revive the phoenix in the primeval demon realm, the Sword of Hugh, the master of the 10th palace, was sent back. The golden sword was stained with blood, and its sharpness had dimmed. In front of the sun god statue, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan looked at the golden sword that was sent back with a heavy heart. In just a few days, the sacred leaders of the 12 palaces had died in battle. The strength of the human race was beyond expectations. Hugh's strength was second only to Luo Jia in the 12 palaces. Who would have thought that he would die in the heavens beyond sky? No. Suddenly, the Lord of the Sanctuary's expression froze. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the golden sword. This aura was not right. Besides Hugh's aura, there was another aura that should not belong to a human cultivator. It was like the scaled tribe, but there were some differences. The dragon tribe. After thinking for a long time, the sacred leader's body trembled as he thought of a shocking possibility. The dragon tribe. There was no doubt about it. This aura must belong to a dragon cultivator. But hadn't the dragon tribe been destroyed? How could there still be a descendant alive? The dragon tribe was destroyed before the phoenix tribe. In the ancient times, the dragon tribe, the phoenix tribe, and the heavenly demon tribe were extremely powerful. No one was willing to submit to the other two tribes. Between the three races, there were constant wars, especially between the dragon and phoenix races and the heavenly demons. They were like fire and water. Unfortunately, whether it was the dragon clan or the phoenix clan, it was extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Unlike the heavenly demon clan, they were not willing to put down their pride and marry other clans. In the end, there were not many pure-blooded dragon clan and phoenix clan left. The defeat of the dragon clan and the phoenix clan was not an accident. The survival of the fittest was an eternal principle. In front of the sun god statue, the sacred lord stared at the dragon blood on the golden sword for a long time and sighed softly in his heart. There was no room for mercy in war. This descendant of the dragon race would definitely be a great threat to the 100 races in the future and could not be tolerated. Send this sword to the heavenly devil ancestral land. Tell them that there are still descendants of the dragon race who are fortunate enough to survive. The lord of the sacred region said as he looked at the lord of the 9th palace. Yes, the 9th palace master accepted the order respectfully. He took the golden sword and left. One day later, in front of the ancestral land of the heavenly demon in the primordial demon region, the master of the 9th palace of the sanctuary, Jian-Yi, arrived. He was clad in golden armor, which gave off a dazzling brilliance under the blazing sun. The master of the 9th palace of the sanctuary, Audiobook, greets the 2 demon emperors, first Kuan and 7 luminaries. Audiobook bowed and said respectfully, "In the depths of the ancestral land of the heavenly devil ancestral land, demonic aura surged. 2 mighty figures appeared, and their imperial aura spread, shaking the heavens and the earth. Come in." The first Kuan demon emperor said indifferently, "Thank you." Audiobook thanked him and walked into the ancestral land of the heavenly devil ancestral land. In the deepest part of the ancestral land, the first Kuan demon emperor looked at the man walking in front of him and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Demon Emperor, the sacred lord asked me to pass this sword to you and pass on a message." With that, the golden sword appeared in Audiobook's hand. It slowly rose and flew forward. The first Kuan demon emperor frowned. He looked at the golden sword in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What message?" The first Kuan demon emperor said calmly, "The sacred lord asked me to pass on a message to the 2 demon emperors." Audiobook's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "There are still descendants of the dragon race who are fortunate enough to survive." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. The two heavenly devil emperors' expressions darkened. They looked at the golden sword in front of them, and a moment later, their killing intent surged. No wonder they felt that the aura on the sword was familiar. It turned out that it was the aura of the dragon race. Report. At this moment, outside the ancestral land of the heavenly devil ancestral land, a messenger appeared and knelt down. Demon emperors, there is a battle report from the front line. In the ancestral land, the two heavenly devil emperors frowned again. In front of them, Audiobook, the master of the 9th palace of the sanctuary, saw this and bowed respectfully. "I have brought the message from the sanctuary. I will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave first." With that, Audiobook turned and walked out of the ancestral land. In front of the ancestral land, the messenger and Audiobook brushed past each other and then went their own way. "What's the matter?" the first Kuan demon emperor asked in the depths of the ancestral land. "Demon Emperor, Azura sent news that the aura of the Black Phoenix has appeared in the outland." The messenger replied respectfully, The first Kuan demon emperor's eyes flashed. The Black Phoenix, was he still alive? First, it was the dragon race, and now it's the Black Phoenix. The dragon race and the Phoenix race are all here. Not far away, the 7 Brilliants demon emperor harumphed and said, "These ancient race remnants are still alive. They are really lucky. Let's not talk about the dragon race descendants for now. The Black Phoenix has worked with the heavenly devil imperial family before. If the Black Phoenix is still alive, it's not a bad thing for our race," the first Kuan demon emperor analyzed calmly. "The Black Phoenix is a traitor. He can even betray his own race, let alone the heavenly devil imperial family. We can't trust him," the 7 Brilliants demon emperor said coldly. "Let's not talk about trust for now. Let Azura find the Black Phoenix first, then we will talk about the rest," the first Kuan demon emperor said calmly. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor frowned. Although he disagreed, he did not say anything. He did not have a good impression of the Black Phoenix. The traitor of the Phoenix race was not worthy of the trust of the heavenly devil imperial family and the dragon race descendants. "Ask Azura to take care of them as well to prevent future trouble," the first Kuan demon emperor said sternly. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor nodded. The dragon race remnants could not be tolerated. They had to take care of them as soon as possible. In front of him, the messenger accepted the order. His figure faded and disappeared. 2 days later, in the Ziwei Star Zone, a messenger appeared in front of the heavenly devil army and gave the first Kuan demon emperor the order. Azura accepted the order. He pondered for a moment and looked at the 2 heavenly devil princes beside him. He said, "I'll leave the dragon race descendant to you. I'll take care of the Black Phoenix myself." Xian Qi and Xian Lai nodded. They left without saying anything else. "Xian Mo, I'll leave this to you." Azura looked at the man on the other side and said sternly, Xian Mo nodded and said calmly, "I'll be here. Don't worry about it." Azura did not waste any more time after giving the orders. He flew toward the Ziwei Star Zone in the distance. Chapter 1244. In the Ziwei Galaxy, among the thousands of meteorites, a huge demonic figure stood in the air. In front of him, the power of the Fire Phoenix and the Black Phoenix attacked. In 10 days, the area within 10,000 miles had become a vacuum. The blazing red Phoenix fire and the cold Black Phoenix fire collided again and again. Yin and Yang opposed each other, but Yin and Yang coexisted. Gradually, at the intersection of the 2 opposing Phoenix flames, the space began to distort and a chaotic aura appeared. It was like the most original power in the primal chaos era, calm and terrifying. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. In the space of stars, the the demonic body who had experienced many lightning tribulations, had reached his limit. In front of him, the two different phoenix origins, one black and one red, had merged. The two phoenixes had also merged into one. One half of them was cold like hell, while the other half was blazing like the sun. As the two phoenixes merged, an even more terrifying repulsive force came. After a few days, there was no progress. Boom! In all directions of the starry sky, thousands of lightning bolts struck again. Vaguely, the Emperor's aura filled the air. Seeing this, the demonic body's expression darkened. With a shout, he opened and closed his hands, guiding the stars to block the wrath of Xiansong. With a loud rumble, stars began to crumble one after another. The shockwaves from the collision caused the demonic body to let out a muffled groan and blood to spray out. Have I reached my limit? The demonic body looked at the two phoenixes that could no longer merge, and his expression became serious. At this moment, an extremely powerful demonic aura came from afar. It was as heavy as a mountain, making people shudder. Ning Chen felt it, and his expression darkened. He looked back, and coldness flashed in his eyes. The war god of the demonic race, Azura. With the arrival of a great enemy, Ning Chen didn't dare to hesitate. The demonic aura around him surged, spreading for thousands of miles and swallowing the phoenix body. A moment later, the demonic figure that was thousands of feet tall dissipated and returned to its original form. So it's you, 13th. As he spoke, the aura of heaven and earth swept over. The war god of the demonic race appeared and pressed down. Azura! Ningchen focused and clenched his right hand. Ghost chi filled the sky, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and disappeared into his hand. The moment he clenched his sword chi soared into the sky, and the boundless sword pressure spread, shocking the starry sky. I haven't seen you for many years. Your sword is even sharper. A cold glint flashed across Azura's eyes as he looked at the person before him and said indifferently, "You flatter me. I have long admired the name of the war god of the demon race. Today, I have the honor to experience it." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost sword in Ning Chen's hand hummed softly. Dense, demonic chi swept through the heavens and earth, covering the stars in the sky. As the great battle was about to begin, the atmosphere became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. When Azura saw this, his expression turned cold. He took a step forward, and his demonic chi shook the 9 states. The battle between the two demons was on the verge of breaking out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them moved at the same time. Their palms and ghost swords shook the heavens and the earth. Extreme powers collided, causing heaven and earth to sink. Intense rumbling sounds rang out as demonic waves engulfed everything in the surroundings. The battle between experts was intense and dazzling. They exchanged several moves, each of them shocking the world. Boom! Boom! The war god of the devil race was a peerless expert who was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Half of his body was already in the monarch realm, and he only needed one last opportunity to become a supreme emperor. The sword shadows were fast, and the demonic flames blazed. In just a few breaths of time, the battle between the two demons had reached its peak. The difference in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Ning Chen's sword was dripping with blood, and it was extremely dazzling. However, even though he was injured, the battle intent in Ning Chen's eyes didn't decrease at all. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. After exchanging 10 moves, Azura couldn't defeat his opponent. He shouted, and the demonic energy around his body surged once more, causing his cultivation to increase. The moment he got close, a palm strike that shook the heavens and the earth destroyed the stars. Its terrifying power shook everyone's hearts. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and the ghost swords changed directions, blocking the demonic aura head-on. Bang! Ning Chen's powerful palm energy landed on the ghost sword. Hearing the sword's cry, Ning Chen's body was sent flying dozens of feet away. Blood rushed to his heart, and Ning Chen's body staggered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was injured. The war god of the devil race's unshakable demonic aura was close to that of the demonic path's emperor. It was so strong that it couldn't be blocked. After exhausting himself for days, his body was no longer at its peak. Ning Chen was in danger when he encountered the war god of the devil race. 9 Underworld's battle technique. Forced to his limit, Ning Chen took a step forward, and the demonic flames around him ignited. With his blood as the source, he forcefully gathered his power. The Juyo battle technique appeared, and the pressure of heaven and earth became heavy again. The demonic aura in Ning Chen's body surged, and his king's aura multiplied. Xian Juyo's secret technique. So he also taught this technique to you. Azura's expression sank, and he no longer hid it. He waved his right hand, and the fire beacon city appeared. The dual demonic techniques were fully activated, and the battle became even more intense. The two figures flashed through the starry sky, and the battle shook the world. Sounds of collision rang out one after another, and the power was shocking. Using the secret technique to activate his body, Ning Chen's attack power multiplied, and his moves were majestic. In an instant, the heavens and earth were overturned. Facing the transformed enemy in front of him, Azura's expression also became serious. He waved the fire beacon city, and every move displayed the war god's might. The battle started again, and the situation gradually reached a stalemate. The war god was invincible, and even knowing destiny was fearless. Fire beacon city and 6 paths of reincarnation. The two peerless divine weapons of the present age clashed again, and sparks flew everywhere. Strong, so strong that it was shocking. With the help of the 9 Underworld's battle technique, Ning Chen's attack and defense were both multiplied, and he barely reached the level of fighting on equal footing with the war god of the devil race. The legendary war god of the devil race, Xian Juyo, had evolved the war technique of the sacred realm and the scaled race. It had both attack and defense, and could be called unbeatable. In the world, only Xian Juyo and Ning Chen had learned it. They passed it down from master to disciple, and they did not hide anything. Boom! The two's moves clashed again. Demonic silks rolled around Ning Chen's body, blocking the fire beacon city. At the same time, Ning Chen's demonic aura flourished. He slashed the sky with his sword, and the attack multiplied several times, overturned the starry sky. Azura focused and shouted, and his palm met the sword light head-on. Suddenly, Azura's left palm shook violently and blood spurted out. It was the first time he saw red. Imperial technique, flying swan art, 9 Underworld's battle technique. Indeed, they live up to their reputation. Azura looked at the sword wound on his left palm, and his expression turned even colder. The fire beacon city swept out, and he roared, and demonic flames swept across the 9 heavens. The war god was enraged, and a huge Azura demonic image appeared. Its ferocious face made one shudder. In front, when Ning Chen saw this, he took a step forward and leaped up. 6 paths fall, myriad demonic calamities, supreme forbidden sword. Ning Chen circulated his body, and his sword swept out, and the demonic might overflowed. An instant later, sword chi soared around Ning Chen. 10,000 swords of the 9 heavens gathered, forming a huge black phoenix. Demonic phoenix, heavenly tribulation. Ning Chen's body soared into the 9 heavens, and the ghost sword slashed down, and the demonic phoenix descended. In the starry sky, the Azura and the demonic phoenix clashed. A horrifying explosion resounded, and the starry sky within several tens of thousands of miles turned into nothingness. In the battle, the shock waves forced Azura to take several steps back before he stabilized himself. The black-clad figure in front disappeared into thin air. When the shock waves dispersed, there was no trace of him. Azura frowned, and he looked at the collapsed space in front of him, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He left quite quickly. Just as knowing destiny and Azura met, the third and fourth heavenly demon princes of the Red Phoenix Star zone appeared in the Western Territory, looking for the descendant of the dragon race, the world's #1 palm and the world's #1 sword. They were at the peak of the primordial demon realm, and they were invincible under the sovereign Tao. In the Western Territory, the two stood in the sky above a planet with life. They spread out their divine senses and soon left again. After searching for a few days without any results, Xian Qi's expression darkened. He looked at the man beside him and said, "Let's split up." "Okay." Xian Lai nodded and said seriously, "Once you find something, inform them immediately. This descendant of the dragon race is not to be underestimated. Don't be careless." "Understood." Xian Qi nodded and didn't say anything else. His figure flashed, and he flew forward. Looking at Xian Qi's departing figure, Xian Lai turned around and flew in another direction. At the end of the Western Territory of the Red Phoenix Star Zone, young Master Shao Bai had traveled through the star space and killed 2 palace lords of the sacred zone. He had consumed a lot of energy and was preparing to leave the Red Phoenix Star Zone to rest for a while. After traveling for a few days, the end of the star zone was already in front of him. Just then, a strong demonic aura came from behind him. The aura was stronger than any opponent he had encountered before. Young Master Shao Bai felt something and looked back. He saw a man rushing toward him, and his expression froze. Heavenly Demon Royal Family. After a few breaths, Xian Lai, who was wearing dark red armor, arrived. His violent demonic aura swept out, strong and overbearing. "Remnant of the dragon race, you have nowhere to run." Xian Lai looked at the man in white in front of him and said coldly, Aren't you overconfident?" The feud between the two races that had been passed down for countless years made young Master Shao Bai's killing intent surge out uncontrollably. He waved his right hand, and the white dragon divine spear appeared out of thin air. "Whether I'm overconfident or not, you'll know soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Lai's figure flashed. He threw out a palm, and a violent power that could destroy the sky poured out. Boom! The dragon race and the demon race, the 2 top royal races of the primordial demon realm, had the power of gods. Today, the 2 peerless experts were fighting, and their moves were powerful enough to shake the sky. Roaring Dragon Incantation. After exchanging a few moves, the opponent could understand. Young Master Shao Bai's expression turned serious. He raised the white dragon divine spear to the sky, and a huge white dragon shadow coiled out. Powerful dragon aura swept out crazily. Heart-devouring palm. As the dragon aura came, Xian Lai's expression turned serious. He used a top skill, and demonic aura surged out. He threw out a palm, and a demonic wave shocked the world. Dragon chi and demonic aura clashed, and violent shockwaves shook the sky and the earth, instantly shaking the battle. In the starry sky, the 2 stood in the air, their blood chi surging. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Just as the 2 were fighting in the distance, the 4th heavenly demon prince, Xian Qi, felt the mighty demonic aura. He stopped and looked back. Had Xian Lai found him first? Thinking of this, Xian Qi didn't hesitate anymore. He stepped forward and rushed toward the battle in the distance. At the end of the star field, young Master Shao Bai and Xian Lai, 2 top experts of the King Realm, were fighting with all their might. Terrifying shockwaves continued to spread in all directions. Meteorites turned into dust and completely collapsed in the battle. Suddenly, young Master Shao Bai's body shook. He looked into the distance, and his expression darkened. There was another expert. Chapter 1245. The battle between young Master Xiao Bai and the third prince of the demon race was gradually reaching its climax. The dragon race and the demon race, the two royal races that stood at the peak of the world, clashed once again after tens of thousands of years. In the starry sky, expanse after expanse of space collapsed, unable to withstand the might of the battle between the two. In this evenly matched battle, the aura of destruction continued to spread in all directions, intimidating all living beings. After exchanging 100 moves, it was hard to determine the victor. Young Master Xiao Bai urged the dragon essence in his body again. The white dragon roared to the heavens, and the universe lost its color. Seeing this, Xian Lai focused all his attention. He opened and closed his palms, and demonic power swept across the 9 heavens. When the two moves collided, the stars that filled the sky instantly shook violently. Xian Lai and young Master Xiao Bai both retreated a few steps before forcefully stabilizing their figures. Remnant of the Dragon Clan, your ability has disappointed me. Xian Lai snorted coldly. With a deep shout, his palms stirred up wind and clouds, and demonic waves moved the world. The celestial devil imperial family is just SO. Facing the extreme power, young Master Xiao Bai also activated his dragon essence. The white dragon divine spear spun rapidly, and the violent heaven and earth spiritual chi rapidly gathered. Just as the two attacks were about to collide, a powerful sword light pierced through the air from afar. It was so powerful that it shook the mortal world. An even stronger demonic might attacked, and young Master Xiao Bai's expression changed slightly. He held his spear in front of him and blocked the demonic sword might head-on. Young Master Xiao Bai's figure took half a step back. More than half of the condensed aura dispersed. An opening appeared. Xian Lai's expression turned serious as he pushed his palm forward once more, and a vigorous palm energy swept out. Ugh! Young Master Xiao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced to take a few steps back. The sudden change had reversed the situation in an instant. Before he could react, the sword light in front of him tore through the air once more. The sharp sword aura was threatening to take his life. Zila! With a slash of the sword, young Master Xiao Bai's clothes were torn apart. Blood splattered from young Master Xiao Bai's left arm, dyeing his clothes red. At the same time, Xian Lai's palm force arrived in front of him. It broke through the air and attacked again. Ugh! Receiving another palm strike, young Master Xiao Bai's figure retreated continuously. Half of his body was dyed red, and he was injured all over. The two strongest grand princes of the celestial devil royal family joined forces. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and their combat prowess was close to that of an emperor realm cultivator. Being injured again and again, young Master Xiao Bai's mouth was bleeding profusely, looking extremely miserable. The Dragon Clan has already disappeared from this world. Similarly, there is no need for you to continue existing. As soon as he finished speaking, Mysterious Fantasy activated Burning Heart again. A sword reflecting the moon, the sword aura shook the world. As the sword light neared, young Master Xiao Bai activated his dragon essence. The white dragon divine spear was like a soaring dragon as it welcomed the attack. The demonic sword and divine spear continued to collide. The sword chi and spear aura scattered in all directions, and the aftermath of the collision quickly spread out. Heart-devouring, soul-destroying. Not far away, Xian Lai's dark destruction devil essence swept over from all directions, its power becoming more and more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shaking palm shot out from the starry sky and swept forward. Young Master Xiao Bai regained his senses and waved the white dragon divine spear, blocking the incoming attack. With this palm strike, young Master Xiao Bai was pushed back. After 10 steps, he staggered and stabilized himself. King at the end of his rope, Give up resisting, and I'll give you a quick death." Xian Lai said coldly as he stepped forward and looked at the former. Not far away, a blood-red light lingered in the mysterious eyes, and a violent demonic aura was faintly discernible. The dragon race can only die in battle. Young Master Shao Bai raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the two imperial heavenly demons in front of him, his eyes flashing with determination. Stubborn. Xian Qi's expression turned cold, and the demonic aura around him turned blood-red. He took a step forward and rushed forward. Clang! The divine weapons clashed, and the aftermath shook. Young Master Shao Bai, who was heavily injured, spurted out blood. Heavenly Dragon Shock. Forced to the limit, young Master Shao Bai's eyes shone brightly. He threw out a palm, forcefully counterattacking. Xian Qi snorted coldly and did not dodge. He met the attack with a palm and blocked it. The two palms collided. Xian Qi felt his arm go numb, and he flew back several feet. "How is it?" Not far away, Xian Lai asked. "It's fine." Xian Qi shook his head and looked at the former, killing intent flashing in his eyes. It seemed that this person was still holding back. The descendant of the dragon race was indeed not weak. No need to hold back. Let's end this quickly. Worried that the battle would drag on, Xian Qi held his sword horizontally. A dazzling sword light crossed the starry sky, reaching thousands of miles away. Heart Destruction Palm. Not far away, Xian Lai condensed his essence. Demonic waves swept out, drowning thousands of miles of the starry sky. Shocking demonic aura spread wildly. The terrifying aura shocked the gods of the nine skies. The two demons moved, and the entire starry sky shook violently. It was a shocking scene. The demonic aura approached, but young Master Shao Bai's expression did not change at all. The divine spear in his hand shot into the sky, turning into a dragon. Heavenly dragon transformation. The white dragon sped forward, breaking through the void and rushing forward. The dragon and demonic aura clashed, and blood splattered everywhere. The blood-stained white robe flew out. In the distance, on a collapsed meteor, young Master Shao Bai stabbed the divine spear into the ground, barely stabilizing his body. Blood flowed down, dyeing the ground red. It was a tragic scene. A king at the end of his road, gradually reaching his end. In front of the meteor, Xian Lai and Xian Qi arrived. The powerful demonic aura became more and more shocking. From today onwards, the dragon race will be history. Xian Lai flipped his palm, and demonic aura surged out. Suddenly, waves swept across the nine heavens. A huge demonic figure appeared in the world. The heavenly demonic royal tribe's secret technique, the heavenly demonic 9 transformations, appeared again. At the same time, a demon appeared behind Xian Qi. The demonic aura strengthened, and the sword Qi shocked the world. The two demons appeared at the same time. The strongest demons under the sovereign Tao displayed the power to destroy the world. On the meteor, young Master Shao Bai stood up, his white robe dyed red. The unyielding king of the dragon race. Even if he was severely injured, he would not yield. The glory of the dragon race will never disappear. History will bear witness to the glory of our race. Young Master Shao Bai pushed himself to the limit. The scales on his body appeared, and the divine spear of the white dragon disappeared into his body. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. A huge white dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Its 5 claws tore through the air, sharp and threatening. The dragon was thousands of feet long, and it coiled in the starry sky. The dragon's aura was as heavy as a mountain. Roaring dragon, roar! The dragon soared in the endless sky. In the starry sky, the white dragon roared at the sky. In an instant, it crashed toward the two demons in front. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the dragon race and the demon race gradually came to an end. Dragon chi and demonic aura collided. Below, the entire meteor exploded. Rocks flew in all directions, flying into the depths of the starry sky. Arg! In the starry sky, 2 streams of blood burst out. The demonic figures behind the 2 demons collapsed, and demonic aura spread out. 100 feet away, Xian Qi and Xian Lai stabilized their bodies. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. In front of them, the huge dragon dissipated. Young Master Xiao Bai's figure appeared. His white robe was dyed red. Send him on his last journey. Xian Qi said in a low voice. Yes. Xian Lai nodded. He stepped forward step by step. Looking at the only descendant of the dragon race in front of him, he activated the energy in his palm and struck out. Chapter 1246. Back in the Red Luan planetary system, Xian Lai attacked amidst the crumbling asteroids, unleashing a deadly palm strike. In front of him, young Master Xiao Bai floated in space, his white robe stained with blood. He had already lost consciousness. In the face of a life and death crisis, a shocking sword chi pierced through the air from afar. It was swift and cold, and it blocked the life-reaping palm. When Xian Lai and Xian Qi saw this, their expressions froze as they looked at the starry sky in front of them. Someone had interfered. Before they could finish their thoughts, a huge pavilion flew over from afar. It was extremely fast and arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The magnificent pavilion was thousands of feet high. Powerful auras could be vaguely sensed from it. They were all experts above the king realm. Who is it? Xian Qi's face darkened as he said coldly, the number 1 pavilion. As soon as he said that, the door of the pavilion opened and 5 powerful figures walked out. The leader looked very young, but there was a strong sense of age in his eyes. The lord of the number 1 pavilion and the lords of the 4 mystic realms came out together. The 5 top experts of the human world had appeared to stop them. The remnants of the human race of the primitive demon realm. Killing intent flashed across Xian Lai's eyes. The number 1 pavilion was a force of the human race. Gu Shangtian. In front of the pavilion, the Night Lord said softly, "Greet the 2 demon princes." Yes, Gu Shangtian, the leader of the 4 mystic realms and the lord of the East mystic realm, walked out. The ancient Kuntian sword in his hand was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, beams of sword chi came down from the sky and charged at the 2 heavenly demon princes. Useless move. Xian Qi snorted, and the heart-burning demon sword shone again. He waved his sword, and a violent demon flame came out and blocked the sword chi. When they met again, the 2 peak primal demon realm swordsmen, whose strength had improved further, exchanged a single move. The number 1 sword in the world. In front of the pavilion, the Night Lord looked at the 2 heavenly demon princes and said with a smile, "Qing Shuang Yunhua, Song Feng, greet the 2 princes as well." Yes. Behind him, the leaders of the Northern Mystic Realm, Southern Mystic Realm, and Western Mystic Realm stepped forward, unleashing their imperious auras as they launched a joint attack. When the lords of the 3 realms attacked, their might shook the heavens and the earth. In the astral space, wherever the palm force passed, the void shattered. Competing with palm strength? You're just showing off in front of an expert. Xian Lai's expression turned cold as he let out a shout. Demonic chi swept out from all directions, gathering madly from all directions. Shocking demonic might, the palm energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth, shattering the starry sky, went up to meet the attack. In the next moment, the 2 terrifying palms collided in the starry sky. A terrifying tremor resounded, and the starry sky within 100,000 miles shook violently. After the palm strike, the shaking heaven and earth gradually calmed down. Everyone looked at each other with undisguised hostility. The world's #1 palm strike also lives up to its reputation. The smile on the Knight Patriarch's face didn't fade as he spoke. In front of them, Xian Lai and Xian Qi gradually became serious. These human warriors were much stronger than they had imagined. What was even more troublesome was that the pavilion master of the world #1 pavilion had yet to make a move. "Qing Shuang, bring that injured friend back to the pavilion," the Knight Lord said calmly. Then he looked at the 2 demon princes in front of him and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please give this pavilion master some face and stop the battle today. How about it?" Hearing this, Xian Lai's anger rose. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Xian Qi. "Retreat," Xian Qi said coldly. Without another word, he took a step and left. Seeing this, Xian Lai's eyes darkened. He clenched his fists. After a while, he released his hands and flashed away. In front of the pavilion, the Knight Lord watched the 2 demon princes leave and gradually let down his guard. Although his #1 pavilion was not afraid of these 2 demon princes, if they really fought, he would not gain any advantage. The world's #1 sword and the world's #1 palm strike. These 2 famous demon princes of the ancient times had shocking cultivation and strength. They were far from ordinary opponents. "Pavilion master, that person is from the dragon race." In front of the pavilion, Qing Shuang walked out and said, "I knew it." Hearing this, the Knight Lord's expression turned serious. Just now, he felt that the white-robed man's aura was very special. It was not from the 100 races, nor was it from the human race. The dragon race, a top royal family that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, still had a descendant in the world. "Pavilion master, how should we deal with this person?" Qing Shuang, the lord of the northern region, reminded the Knight Lord. "He can cultivate to the peak of the king realm in the outer sky. He's extraordinary. I'm afraid there are more powerful forces behind him." "Yes, I understand." The Knight Lord nodded slightly and said, "Let's leave here first. As for how to deal with this person, we'll talk about it after we find out who he is." With that, the Knight Lord and the 4 lords of the mysterious realm walked into the pavilion behind him. After a while, the pavilion flew out and turned into a stream of light. In the Ziwei galaxy, above the underworld, the starry sky stirred. A black-robed demon stepped out and descended from the sky, returning to the underworld. In front of the King Yama's palace, the demon body flew out. He could no longer suppress the injuries he had been suppressing for many days. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the 10 palaces, the kings of the human race felt it. They looked at the seriously injured, knowing destiny state in front of them. "I'm fine. It's just that I've consumed too much energy these days." In front of the King Yama's palace, Ning Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly. Then he walked toward the King Yama's palace in front of him. In the King Yama's palace, Peacock, who was guarding the underworld, saw him and said lightly, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Ning Chen replied, and walked to the main seat in front of him and sat down. The surging demon, Qi, gradually suppressed the injuries in his body. Ning Chen looked at the woman in the wheelchair in front of him and said, "Miss Peacock, thank you for your help this time." "It's what I should do," Peacock replied lightly. Her attitude didn't change much compared to before. Ning Chen didn't care about her attitude. This Miss Peacock was a very rational person. She wouldn't be affected by emotions. She knew better than anyone what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Although it wasn't easy to be friends with such a person, he admired her very much. "I want to meet the master of the immortal state as soon as possible." Ning Chen's expression became serious and said. Hearing this, Peacock's eyes narrowed. After a long while, she nodded and said, "I will pass on your message to the master. However, I can't guarantee that the master will meet you. As long as Miss Peacock is willing to pass on the message, now that the primordial demon realm is invading. The human race can only stand a chance of winning if we unite against a common enemy. I think the master of the immortal state will understand this logic. Ning Qin said seriously. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, on the peak of the immortal state, the elder who had guarded the immortal state for countless years was still quietly looking at the human world. His old face was full of traces of time. State Master. At this moment, the void behind the elder swirled, and 7 black-robed figures walked out. The man in the lead had silver eyes and silver eyebrows. Although he looked young, his aura was unusually strong. The 7 shadow kings of the immortal state returned and bowed. The elder turned around and looked at the 7 of them. A strange look flashed across his old eyes, and he said, "You're injured." The kings of the stone tribe shouldn't be able to hurt Silver Moon and the others. State Master, when we came back, we met an imperial prince of the sky demon realm. His swordsmanship is amazing, so we are somewhat injured. Silver Moon answered truthfully. That is the 4th prince of the sky demon realm, Xuanqi. He is known as the best swordsman in the world. His strength is extraordinary. It's not easy for you to escape unscathed after encountering him, the elder said softly and continued. Go and treat your injuries first. If there is anything, I will inform you. Yes. Silver Moon led the 7 of them and bowed respectfully. Then they got up and left. Master, the 7 of them had just left when a 5-colored divine light appeared in the sky above the immortal state. In the divine light, Peacock appeared. Her body was faintly discernible. What is it? The elder said calmly. Master, Marquis, Ji Ming wants to see you. Peacock said in the void. Hearing this, the elder fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, Bring him here. Yes. Peacock accepted the order, and her incarnation dispersed and disappeared. In the underworld, King Yanlua's palace, Peacock opened her eyes and looked at the young man in front of her. She said seriously, Master has agreed to see you. Thank you, Miss Peacock. Ning Qin thanked her. If your injuries are not serious, you can leave now. Peacock said calmly. Sure. Ning Qin nodded and stood up from the main seat. He walked out of the palace. The 2 of them left the underworld and headed toward the immortal state. The human kings in the palaces weren't surprised by the knowing destiny state cultivators coming and going in a hurry. They were already used to it. Ji Ming was not as talented as them in cultivation. But in terms of scheming, the 10 palaces combined might not be able to defeat Ji Ming Marquis. They knew that Ji Ming must have his own plans. They did not need to interfere, and they did not have the ability to do so. In the void, 2 figures flew across the void. They were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How is the phoenix body? Peacock asked on the way. The heaven soul and the phoenix source have merged. As for when it will wake up, I do not know. Ning Qin replied. Did you get the origin of the black phoenix from the immortal graveyard? Peacock asked. Ning Qin was silent. He did not deny or admit it. Since you have been to the primordial demon realm, you should know that the black phoenix is a traitor of the phoenixes. His words are not to be trusted. Peacock reminded. I understand. Ning Qin replied faintly. I need his power, so I have to do this. Master said that you are the hope of the human race. Although I have always been suspicious, I respect Master's choice. I hope you will not disappoint him. Peacock said calmly. 10 days later, the 2 of them passed through the void and finally arrived at the legendary immortal state. We are here. Peacock stopped and looked at the void in front of them. She said, Master, I have brought Ji Ming Marquis. Chapter 1247. In front of the entrance of the immortal realm in the unknown realm, dimensional turbulence intertwined as knowing destiny and Peacock appeared. After traveling for many days, they finally arrived at the immortal realm. After a few breaths, the void began to shake violently as the immortal realm opened to welcome the arrival of the 2. Let's go. Peacock, said as she turned her wheelchair and walked forward. Ning Chen followed and entered the immortal realm together. As the two entered, the entrance of the immortal realm disappeared and dimensional turbulence surged, covering all traces. The immortal realm was a boundless and mysterious realm. Floating islands bobbed up and down. Each island was guarded by a human powerhouse. Their powerful aura indicated that each of them was above the 4th level. Ning Chen followed behind Peacock. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the floating islands around him. There were so many 4th level powerhouses in the immortal realm. Most of these people only reached the 4th level in the past 100 years. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for opening the ancient battlefield. Peacock seemed to have sensed his thoughts and explained, "The spiritual qi here seems to be different from the outside world." Ning Chen asked, "Yes." Peacock nodded and said, "Truthfully, the immortal realm was originally a corner of the immortal realm. In the ancient times, the 4 immortal realms collapsed, and the first master of the immortal realm moved the collapsed corner of the immortal realm to here, barely preserving some of the original energy of the immortal realm. That's why there are more immortal realm powerhouses than the outside world. However, as the years passed, the original energy of the immortal realm gradually dried up, and the number of 4th level powerhouses decreased. Thanks to you opening the ancient battlefield, the original energy of the mortal realm and the immortal realm was replenished, and the number of 4th level powerhouses increased correspondingly." "I see." Ning Chen heard and nodded slightly. Suddenly he paused and looked at a floating island in the distance. This aura was Honorable Gu Yao. At the same time, on a floating island 1,000 miles away, a middle-aged man in ancient clothing stood quietly. An extremely powerful aura flowed around him, shining like the sun. The number 1 powerhouse of the immortal realm, Honorable Gu Yao, the peerless powerhouse who taught knowing destiny the time restriction, had reappeared, and his cultivation had reached the immortal realm. The two of them looked at each other from 1,000 miles away. Although they had fought before, the past was as faint as smoke when they met today. Ning Chen politely bowed and nodded. Back then, in order to resurrect the ghost girl, he had challenged Honorable Gu Yao and tried to steal the time seal. No matter what his motive was, it was still a little rude. Reverend Gu Yao was one of the strongest opponents he had ever encountered. If he had not used a trick, he would not have been able to defeat Reverend Gu Yao. 1,000 miles away, Honorable Gu Yao nodded in return and said calmly, "I haven't seen you in 100 years. You've grown a lot. You flatter me." Ning Chen replied softly and didn't say anything else, continuing to walk forward. Gu Yao reached the 4th level 100 years ago. 50 years ago, he broke through to the King realm. Now he's already close to the peak. "His natural talent is hard to come by in 1,000 years, said the peacock. "Have all the 4th realm human cultivators been brought into the godly realm?" Ning Chen asked. "They used to be." Peacock said calmly before the origin of heaven and earth was incomplete. The appearance of every 4th realm human cultivator greatly affected the balance of the human world. Therefore, whenever a 4th realm human cultivator appeared, the godly realm would absorb them. However, now that the number of 4th realm human cultivators is increasing and the primordial demon realm is invading, the godly realm cannot bring all the human cultivators here without exposing their whereabouts. Of course, there's no need for that. Peacock paused for a moment and continued, "Apart from the godly realm, the strongest human force is the underworld. The fact that you can gather so many human cultivators is indeed beyond my expectations." While the two were talking, in front of them, in the center of the godly realm, on the largest floating island, a towering mountain towered into the clouds. On the mountain, an old man stood quietly with his back facing the two. His gaze was fixed on the mortal world. "Master." The two walked over. Peacock stopped her wheelchair and said respectfully, "I've brought them here." "Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now." The old man turned around and looked at the two in front of him. Yes, Peacock heard this and didn't ask any more questions. She turned around and left. After Peacock left, Ning-Chin bowed and said, "Greetings, Realm Lord." "Knowing destiny, Marquis." The old man looked at the young man in black and said softly, "We meet again." Ning-Chin straightened up and looked at the old man. He said calmly, 40 years ago, "Thank you for stopping the Scale Emperor." When the Scale Emperor's avatar came to the inner realm, if it wasn't for the old man in front of him, the inner realm would have faced the end of the world. He would never forget this favor. As the master of the godly realm, I have to bear the responsibility of protecting the human race. The old man said calmly, "But you, why do you protect the human race time and time again without hesitation?" All these years, he had been paying attention to this young man. The human world had experienced many disasters, and this young man had experienced many disasters. This dedication moved him. "I have never protected the human race." Ning-Chen looked at the endless starry sky and said calmly, "The three bodies of knowing destiny all have their own beliefs, just like everyone else in this world. We are not saints and do not have the heart to care for the world. Knowing destiny only cares about protecting the people we cherish. If the Realm Lord misunderstands, perhaps you can change your mind today." The old man quietly listened to the former's words, his eyes still calm. After a long time, he said softly, "I'm very pleased to hear your words. Of course, I'll stick to my own choice. The Lord of the Divine Land doesn't need a saint, but someone who can take responsibility. Your sincerity, your cruelty, and your extraordinary scheming are all necessary to bear the hope of the human tribe in the future. Heroes emerge in troubled times. This is your era and also your era. I'm old, and there's no place for us in the new world. So, in the near future, whether you're willing or not, you'll bear the hope of the human tribe." Ning-Chin frowned, but didn't say much on this issue. He changed the topic and said directly, "Realm Lord, I want to know if the godly realm has a way to fight against the primordial demon realm, especially the demon emperor Kuan one." "No." The old man shook his head and said, "There are many strong cultivators in the primordial demon realm, and their overall strength is far stronger than that of the human race. Demon Emperor Kuan one has the combat power of an ancient immortal. Even if I join forces with venerable longevity, we can't beat him." Ning-Chin heard this, and his eyes flashed. This was the answer he didn't want to hear the most. Looking at the current strength of the two realms, the human race doesn't have much chance of winning. However, don't be too discouraged. No matter how bad the situation is now, it can't be worse than when the Underworld King destroyed the world, right? The old man looked at Ning-Chin and said calmly, "At least we are not facing the immortal Underworld King now." Chapter 1248. On the peak of the Divine Mirror, the knowing Destiny demon body and the Lord of the Immortal Realm met for half a day. They exchanged information and decided the future of the human race. Half a day later, Ning-Chan walked down the peak. He looked calm and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. At the foot of the peak, Peacock waited quietly. She didn't look anxious at all. Ning-Chan paused and asked, "Master, Xiao Bai is from the dragon race?" "Yes." Peacock nodded and said calmly, "When you saved the legend of the Xia dynasty, the dragon qi in your body, was it the dragon fate?" "Yes." Ning-Chen answered honestly and said indifferently, "Not only the dragon clan's luck, but I also have the dragon emperor sword. Someone asked me to give it to the dragon clan's descendant. However, I have to meet this person in person and confirm his identity as a descendant of the dragon clan." Peacock squinted her eyes and said, "Senior brother has left the immortal realm, but you will meet again. I look forward to the day when the dragon and phoenix join forces to kill the demon." Ning-Chin nodded and said calmly, "I have something to do. I will leave first. The Lord is still waiting on the peak. Miss Peacock, please go up." Ning-Chin didn't stay any longer and walked out of the immortal realm. After Ning-Chen left, Peacock looked at him for a long time. Then she turned her wheelchair and walked up the mountain. On the peak, the elder looked at the stars and said softly, "You did well. It seems that Master's choice hasn't changed." Peacock said calmly, "Since the Lord of the Heavenly Province broke the underworld's enchantment, I have noticed this boy. The human world has changed a lot over the years. It is easy for people to forget their original intentions and be changed by the outside world. Only this boy, I can clearly see the word persistence in him. He has been through hundreds of years and hundreds of disasters, but he has never wavered." The elder sighed. Peacock was silent. She couldn't deny this. The knowing, destiny, Marquis persistence and willpower were amazing. It was even terrifying sometimes. The heart of metal and stone was ruthless to others and to himself. It was the same when he resurrected the ghost girl. It was the same for the phoenix body. "Your senior brother is in trouble. Fortunately, he was saved. You should go there personally," the elder said softly. Peacock was shocked. After a while, she calmed herself down and said, "Yes." The old man raised his hand and golden light filled the air. A page of the golden mirror flew out and landed in the old man's hand. "This is a visiting card. Don't be impolite. Go on." "Yes." Peacock held Jean Jian and bowed respectfully. Then he turned his wheelchair and headed down the mountain. In the Ziwei galaxy, many illusory figures flashed in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, their auras disappeared and they reappeared even further away. Ever since the primordial demon realm had invaded the Red Lawn Star Zone, the godly realm shadow had begun to act in secret to gather information on the 100 races. The primordial demon realm had been preparing for 10,000 years to return to the realm beyond Avalon. The immortal realm had also been preparing for this day for a long time. A few days later, Devil Chi surged in front of the Red Phoenix stellar region, and a black-clothed and black-haired young man appeared. He gazed at the numerous stars before him that were covered in the flames of war, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. After observing for a moment, a golden token appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The Emperor's might was restrained, and it was faintly discernible. Half a day later, an illusory figure walked out from the starry sky. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, divine envoy." "No need to be so courteous. Is there any news about the Ghost Clan?" Ning Chen looked at the black-clothed man and asked calmly, "Divine envoy, please wait a moment." With that, the black-clothed man closed his eyes and used a secret technique to ask the other immortal realm shadows. An hour later, the black-clothed man opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Divine envoy, please follow me." With that, the black-clothed man turned around and flew into the distance. Behind him, Ning Chen stepped forward and followed, disappearing into the starry sky. Just as the overlords of the human race in the realm beyond Avalon were working hard for the future of the human race, a familiar figure appeared in the 3 imperial city of the primordial demon realm. He had red hair and red clothes, and his similar appearance made it difficult to distinguish him. In the Juyo Palace, Xian Juyo opened his eyes and looked at the young man who appeared in the palace. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head after a while. It wasn't him. "Greetings, Juyo Demonic Emperor." Red Sparrow bowed respectfully and said, "Who are you?" Xian Juyo looked at Red Sparrow and said lightly, "Red Sparrow." Red Sparrow straightened up and replied calmly. Hearing this, Xian Juyo's eyes flashed. The 4 symbols deities? The 4 symbols deities actually had descendants in the world. This era was really surprising. The Phoenix and Red Sparrow were both fire deities and could not coexist. This was the law of heaven and earth since ancient times. Now that the Phoenix and Red Sparrow had appeared at the same time, one could foresee that there would be a great battle in the future. The winner would completely replace the loser. "Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you?" Xian Juyo said lightly. "Everyone knows the temperament of the Juyo Demonic Emperor. That's why I dare to set foot here today and appear in front of you." Red Sparrow looked at the demon emperor in front of him and said, Xianjiu's eyes flashed with admiration. This person's courage was not bad. Ning Chen was lucky to have such an opponent. Tell me why you're here, Xianjiu said bluntly. I'm here to ask you something. Red Sparrow's expression turned serious. Did the Jiming Marquis obtain the secret method of the phoenixes? Yes. Xianjiu nodded and did not hide anything. He confirmed the secret method of the phoenixes in the heavenly demon ancestral land was indeed taken away by Ningchen. So, if you meet him again in the future, you must be careful. Red Sparrow's expression darkened when he heard this. After a long while, he bowed respectfully and said, Thank you. After saying that, Red Sparrow did not ask any more questions. He turned around and walked out of the hall. After a few breaths, a blazing meteor streaked across the sky above the 3 imperial cities, rushing toward the east. At the same time, in the sea of reincarnation, flames rose, and a divine sun soared into the sky. In the divine sun, a 3-legged golden crow with shocking royal might. After another breakthrough, golden light circulated around the 3-legged golden crow. There were faint signs of atavism. At the same time, 2 blazing streams of light rushed toward the east, looking for the same person. They could not coexist. In the sky above the eastern continent, a huge spatial passage stirred, connecting the 2 territories. Every day, an army of 100 races would enter to support the battlefield. Right at this moment, 2 blazing fiery lights came from afar. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. In the divine sun, the 3-legged golden crow transformed into a young man holding an ancient sword. He was handsome and extraordinary. He was the current ruler of Sunrise Royal City, Yuyao. In front of him, the sea of fire dispersed, and Red Sparrow walked out as well. He looked at the man in front of him with a serious expression. 3-legged golden crow, Red Sparrow. As they looked at each other, killing intent rose. It was an unexpected encounter. No one would have thought that the other would exist in this world. So, other than the phoenix, the 3-legged golden crow has appeared as well. Red Sparrow waved his hand. Red flames spread, and a red long sword appeared, filled with killing intent. There is already a 3-legged golden crow in this world, so there is no need for Red Sparrow. The gods of fire could not coexist. Yao held his sword and slowly pulled it out. In an instant, Bian's sword aura soared into the sky, and the wind and clouds stirred. They were both enemies of the knowing destiny state. Today, they met unexpectedly in front of the passage between the 2 territories. The atmosphere of battle spread, and a great battle was about to break out. Without saying anything, the 2 figures moved at the same time. Swords and swords clashed for the first time. Clang! When 2 experts clashed, every move was a battle of life and death. Born in this world, they were destined to not coexist. Hence, there was no need to be soft-hearted. In the west, the sun was setting, and the day was about to pass. Under the setting sun, the golden crow and Red Sparrow fought at the summit. This was the first time they met, but it was already a moment of life and death. Boom! Their swords were sharp and deadly. Their palms surged, vast and boundless. The 2 figures kept clashing. Their swords shone brightly, and their palms were activated. The rumbling shook the sky. In the realm of kings, peerless experts did not care about grudges, love, or hatred. They only cared about the future. There was only one person left at the summit. With a deep shout, flames soared into the sky. Around the 2, raging flames rose. The incomparably blazing brilliance completely illuminated the dusk. In an instant, the entire eastern continent was filled with 3 suns. The shocking scene shocked all living beings. My king! In Sunrise Royal City, the experts looked at the distant sky. Their expressions turned solemn, and they silently prayed in their hearts. Sky slash! In the battle, Red Sparrow swung his sword and slashed open the void. The shocking sword was so familiar. Yu Yao focused. He dispersed the sword light in front of him, and the killing intent in his eyes burned even brighter. Your sword reminds me of him. When his words fell, Yu Yao pointed his sword. The golden light shone brightly, and a gigantic golden crow illusion appeared. It roared towards the sky. The golden crow appeared, and the divine sun soared into the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the world rose sharply. The entire sky was filled with flames, and it turned into a sea of fire. Hatred was etched in his heart, and it aroused the killing intent in the Lord of Sunrise Royal City. Yu Yao's luck turned into the golden crow's ultimate art, and had the power to shake the heavens and earth. On the opposite side, Red Sparrow's expression turned solemn as well. He held his sword in his left hand, and blood dyed the blade red. Heavenly sword. The blade was raised to the sky, and the blood sword soared into the sky. Behind Red Sparrow, the illusions of the four symbols gods appeared at the same time. Red Sparrow cried in the sky, guarding the area. The battle between the gods gradually came to an end. The two of them raised their cultivation to the limit. Waves of fire swept across the 9 heavens. With another 2 deep roars, the 2 divine suns collided in the sky. A huge explosion sounded, and the divine suns devoured each other. In the next moment, an unusually dazzling brilliance exploded, illuminating the entire world. Ugh! After the explosion, 2 muffled groans sounded. Blood spurted out and filled the sky. The 2 of them retreated a few meters at the same time. Blood flowed down and dyed their clothes red, the swords that pierced through each other's bodies at the same time. However, the slightest difference represented a completely different result. PFFF. In the sky, Red Sparrow's figure staggered once again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of his chest, the ancient sword of Biyun hummed softly, and blood flowed down continuously. On the opposite side, the Lord of Sunrise Royal City stood quietly. Suddenly, blood spurted out from his chest, dyeing the setting sun red. Wrong. Yu Yao softly muttered. He turned to look at the royal city in the distance. At this moment, there was no hatred or resentment in his eyes. There was only endless nostalgia. Wrong. Everything was wrong. The Lord's eyes looked into the distance, and gradually they lost their luster. In the next moment, the Lord's figure fell from the sky, silently, and crashed onto the ground with a bang. Chapter 1249. In the northwest of the Hongwan star zone, demonic chi surged above a primitive star, and knowing destiny appeared. After completing his mission, the immortal state Shadow left. Ning Chen stared at the star below and descended from the sky after a while. On the primitive star, the Ghost King sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked at the sky with a serious expression. He was finally here. Demonic chi surged in the sky as Ning Chen descended, not hiding his aura at all. In front of the Ghost King, the experts of the In-Sea Ghost Prison sensed something and looked at the sky with dark expressions. It was him, the 13th prince who had tricked them. On the ground, Ning Chen's figure landed. An entire primitive planet began to shake. After hiding for so many years and leaving the primordial demon realm, he didn't hide his strength anymore. Under everyone's gazes, Ning Chan walked forward step by step as the powerful demonic chi swept away everyone in his way. On the white bone throne, the Ghost King looked at the young man walking over without any anger on his face. Greetings, Ghost King. 10 steps away, Ning Chen's figure came to a stop as he bowed politely and said, 13th Prince, you found this place so quickly. The Ghost King said with a hoarse voice, This is the world of the human race after all, and I have some friends here. Ning Chen straightened his body and said calmly, Your Highness, Aren't you afraid of us attacking you for coming here alone?" The Ghost King said indifferently, "If you have the guts to come, then you have the ability to walk out." Ning Chen said coldly without any fear on his face. The sharp words instantly caused the atmosphere to become heavy. All the ghost race kings were on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. Not far away, Ji clenched her fists with a complicated expression. The ghost race had chosen the 13th prince to become a servant of the emperor, but they didn't expect him to become a pawn. "Just tell us why you're here," the Ghost King said coldly on the white bone throne. "I'm here to confirm if the ghost race's oath of loyalty is still valid." As he spoke, killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. The powerful demonic qi made everyone feel suffocated. "You've gone too far." In front of the Ghost Kings, the Grand Elder of the Ghost Clan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He condensed vital energy in his right palm and leaped forward to grab the knowing Destiny State cultivator. On the throne, the Ghost King did not stop him. She also wanted to know how capable the 13th prince was. "Insolent, step down." As Ning Chen's palm energy approached, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a strange light rose from his body, and the sand in the sky surged. A giant dragon roared out, and with a loud bang, it sent the great elder of the Ghost Clan flying. 100 steps away, the great elder of the Ghost Clan staggered and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. This shocking scene caused waves to surge in the hearts of the ghost race's kings. They looked at each other, unable to conceal their shock. What happened just now? Victory and defeat had already been decided before even a single move had been made. Everything that had happened before made the hearts of the Ghost Clan's kings uneasy. If they had been in Yi Futian's place, their heads would have already been separated from their bodies. On the white bone throne, the Ghost King's eyes lit up. Was that the divergent yellow forbidden art? This kid had even grasped the long-lost Qi Huang technique. "Ghost King, I haven't heard your answer yet." Ning Chen looked at the lord of the Ghost Clan in front of him and said coldly. Not far away, the Ghost Race's kings looked at the former's aggressive attitude, and they could not hide the anger in their hearts. On the white bone throne, the Ghost King looked at the former. After a long time, he slowly stood up. In an instant, a ghostly wind blew on the entire primitive planet, and an extremely terrifying king's aura appeared vaguely. The Ghost Race's king, who had lived the longest in history and was the closest to the Emperor path, displayed his peerless cultivation today. Lightning surged in the sky and tore through the void. The appearance of the heavens was a shocking scene. The Ghost Race's king had not even made a move, but the world had already started to shake violently. Use your strength to prove to me that you are qualified to make my Ghost Clan submit. As soon as he finished speaking, ghostly chi surged around the Ghost King, and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. As you wish. In front of him, Ning Chen's expression was cold. Demonic chi surged out of his body, and the surrounding ground started to shake. Giant dragons roared out, and 8 dragons appeared, shocking the kings. The 2 strongest kings stared at each other, and their figures slowly rose into the sky. In the next moment, the 2 figures flashed in the sky. Demonic chi and ghostly chi filled the air, and they crashed together. The 8 dragons coiled around each other, and with the help of the power of heaven and earth, Ji Ming's combat power was raised to the limit. With the Ghost Race's saint weapon in hand, its sharpness shook the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 In the sky, the 2 peerless powerhouses fought, and the violent collision resounded throughout the world. Demonic chi and ghostly chi spread out, devouring everything around them. Below, the Ghost Race's kings looked at the shocking battle in the sky, and they were all shocked. No one had thought that the 13th prince could fight the Ghost King to a standstill. In the sky, Ji Ming used his sword and his sword moves were ever-changing and extremely sharp. Seeing this, the Ghost King raised his hand and pulled out his sword, instantly taking advantage of the opportunity to rush forward. At such a close distance, the Ghost King's aura was unparalleled, and it slammed toward Ji-Ming's chest. 9 heavens, star, picking hand, jadeite rain floating. Danger came, but Ning Chun did not dodge. Instead, he activated his palm essence, and demonic chi filled the sky. The Qilin's ultimate skill appeared again, and he also countered with an earth-shattering palm. When the two palms met, the sky sank and the earth fell. The 3 dragons coiling around Ning Chun collapsed, and the ghost race's king's aura dissipated. Spiritual 12 styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Knowing that his cultivation was inferior, Ning Chun did not want to fight for a long time. After that palm, he used his ultimate skill again. In an instant, waves rose and demonic chi covered the sun. The giant palm struck down from the sky. In front, the Ghost King saw this and raised his withered hands. Demonic chi spread out, and he blocked the incoming attack. With a boom, the two's palms clashed again. Demonic chi and ghostly chi shook, and the aftershock swept through the world. Heavenly demons, 7 transformations, royal sky dome. After the palm strikes clashed, a giant demonic figure appeared in the sky, and its moves connected without leaving any gaps. With a boom, the giant fist struck down. The ghostly chi barrier in front of the Ghost King shook violently, showing signs of collapse. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, using 30% of his strength. At the same time, he gathered chi in his right palm. Dense, ghostly chi roared through the 9 heavens, and 100 ghosts appeared, devouring the world. 100 Ghosts' Night Parade, soul destruction. When the ultimate move appeared, the 100 ghosts reared their heads and howled, rushing forward. Imperial technique. When the ultimate move arrived, Ning Chun used the 9 underworlds battle technique again. Demonic silk spread out around him, turning into an inescapable net, blocking the front. This was the peak battle technique of the scaled race's absolute defense. Now it appeared again, blocking the Ghost King's shocking move. The ground rumbled and the world changed. Round after round of intense attacks and defenses showed the two's peerless abilities. Bang! After the ultimate moves clashed, the 2 dragons behind Ning Chun collapsed again. 5 of the 8 dragons were gone, and most of them were destroyed. The two's figures bobbed up and down in the air. Due to the intense consumption, although their auras weakened, their fighting spirit was even stronger than before. Chapter 1250. The battle between the knowing Destiny State and the Ghost King had reached its climax on an unknown primitive planet in the Red Phoenix Galaxy. The 2 peerless kings were able to shock the world. Round after round of fierce attacks and defenses shocked everyone present. With the help of the Qi Huang secret technique and the 9 Serenities battle method, the knowing Destiny State's combat power was raised to a shocking level. Facing the strongest Ghost King, they were not at a disadvantage at all. 3 dragons circled in the void. The power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions to strengthen the knowing Destiny State's combat power. After 100 moves, the demonic flame and ghost chi kept colliding in the void. The 9 Serenities battle method was pushed to the peak. The flying swan formula was shocking, showing the power to kill immortals. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the sacred weapon of the Ghost Clan, shone brightly. The power to kill gods was shocking. Below, the Ghost Kings saw the scene. They could not hide the shock in their hearts. No one had expected that the sacred weapon of the Ghost Clan would turn against them one day. Surpassing the only peerless swordsman in the world, with the ghost sword in hand, he feared nothing. Yama's judgment, reincarnation hell. The ghost sword swept across. Demonic chi surged in the sky. Ning Chun channeled his demonic chi. Raging waves swept across the 9 heavens and opened up hell on earth. Hell appeared. Reincarnation vortexes appeared one after another. Life and death were constantly alternating. The Ghost King squinted. He pushed away the nearest reincarnation vortex with a palm. He did not dare to let reincarnation touch him. In an instant, a black light flashed across. The 6 paths of reincarnation broke through the mortal world. The sharp killing light was endless. The Ghost King raised his hand. Ghost shadows filled the air. He controlled hundreds of ghosts to besiege the former. The 2 kings of hell fought. The Yama and the Ghost King showed their full power. Sword chi and ghost shadows intertwined. The fierce battle did not allow any mercy. Ning Chen's demonic flame rose. He activated the 9 Serenities battle method and suppressed the Ghost King's attacks. At the same time, Ning Chen flipped his left palm. Demonic chi gathered and did not disperse. 12 spiritual styles, soul-scattering hand. The palms intertwined. The sword was sharp. Ning Chen's peak move. The palm and sword moved side by side. The sword slashed. The Ghost King evaded the sword radiance. The Ghost King saw the palm energy coming. With the support of the Flying Swan incantation, the power of his palm doubled. The power of Star Shatterer was earth-shattering. Ghost King turned sideways and retreated again and again. However, the 12 styles of spiritual rhino followed him like a shadow. His palm power was continuous and there was no way to avoid it. With a thumping sound, the Ghost King was forced back several steps. The blood and energy in his body tumbled and tumbled. His moves were actually half a step behind. In the void, the last 3 giant dragons also collapsed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth shook, and the wind was like a raging wave sweeping through the world. 10 steps away, the Ghost King's expression sank. Ghost chi surged around him, suppressing his surging blood chi. 13th Prince, you're really something. In 1,000 years, you're the first person to force me to this extent, the Ghost King said in a hoarse voice as he looked at the young man in front of him. I also admire the Ghost King's ability. I know that you have yet to be defeated. Let's go again. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic flames around Ning Chen's body burned even brighter. He took a step forward and charged forward again. Up ahead, the Ghost King's expression turned serious. He raised his withered hands, and immediately Ghost Chi surged. Time and space trembled, and the passage of 1,000 years began to reverse. In the battle, Ning Chen sensed something. His expression changed slightly, and he stepped into the air, turning back. 10 feet away, Ning Chen stopped. He looked forward, and his expression turned serious. Something was wrong. Time began to reverse around the Ghost King. The Ghost King's body started to change gradually. His withered face recovered its youth at a visible rate, and his skin started to glow. It was dazzling. A few breaths later, a peerlessly beautiful figure appeared in the void. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy. The passage of 1,000 years was reversed in a single instant. This shocking scene shocked everyone present. The Ghost King's withered blood and chi was now as dazzling as a divine furnace. No one dared to look directly at him. 13th Prince, please, the Ghost King said. His pleasant voice reverberated between heaven and earth. A powerful king's aura spread out, and it was so heavy that it made people's hearts palpitate. So the Ghost King was hiding such shocking strength. However, when it comes to controlling the passage of time, I don't think I lose to anyone. As soon as he said that, time flowed around Ning Chen's body. The God restriction activated and quickly spread out. In the void, time was merciless and quickly passed. It wanted to reverse the passage of 1,000 years and beat the Ghost King back to her original form. The Ghost King sensed this and frowned. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She stepped forward and raised her hand. Boom! A peak king's palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. Her shocking cultivation pressed down. wanting to end the battle quickly. Ning Chun sneered and stopped fighting head-on. He used a strange footwork technique, and his figure kept flickering. He avoided the heavy attacks and focused on the light ones. Palm after palm struck out, and afterimages flew everywhere. Ning Chin used the time restriction to waste the Ghost King's lifespan and stopped fighting head-on. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the Ghost King's hand started to wrinkle again. The rejuvenation technique actually showed signs of collapsing. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed and her expression darkened. She stepped forward and left the battle. Ghost Chi spread out and time reversed. The Ghost King's hands gradually became smooth again. Her beautiful eyes looked at the youth in front of her and said seriously, "Your Highness, you seem to have an unfair advantage." "Why?" Ning Chen said indifferently. "Did I use someone else's strength or did I sneak attack you? One-on-one, fair and just. How is this unfair?" Hearing this, the Ghost King felt stifled, but she didn't know how to refute this. The person in front of her indeed didn't use any excessive methods. Even though his battle tactics were unpleasant, they weren't despicable. "How about it? Do you still want to fight?" Ning Chen looked at the Ghost Race King in front of him, his tone somewhat impatient. The Ghost King's expression darkened. If they continued fighting, even if she could defeat him, the price she would have to pay was not something she could bear. The law of time was beyond the reach of humans. The fact that this youth before her could control the power of time was beyond her expectations. This king admits defeat. After a long time, the ghost chi around the Ghost King scattered, and her face returned to its old state. As soon as she said this, the kings below were in an uproar. No one had expected this result. "Since the Ghost King admits defeat, then please fulfill your promise." Ning Chen looked at the Ghost Race Kings below and said indifferently. The Ghost King fell silent. She descended from the sky and arrived before everyone. Several breaths later, the Ghost King half knelt. "Greetings, my lord." A king submitting was shocking. Behind them, the kings looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to kneel. "Greetings, my lord." Everyone knelt and submitted once again. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. "From now on, you are the ghosts of the underworld." Ning Chen swept his gaze across everyone present and said coldly, "And I am your king." After speaking, Ning Chen looked at the Ghost King in front of everyone and said coldly, "Ghost King, I'll give you 3 months to prepare. After 3 months, I will come again. At that time, everyone of the ghost race will leave with me." With that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and left. After knowing Ming left, the Ghost Race Kings came back to their senses. They looked at the Ghost Race King in front of them and asked in confusion, "King, why did we choose to be loyal to this person? With the invasion of the 100 races, the human race will eventually be defeated. If we submit to this person, we will be implicated in the end. The reason is simple. I lost," the Ghost King said indifferently. The Ghost King said indifferently, "A bet is a loss. Not to mention that how would all of you know that the human race will be defeated? Since the ancient times until now, the human race has experienced countless calamities yet has never declined. On the other hand, the 100 races have been annihilated in the past 100,000 years. I'm afraid even we are unable to keep count." The leader of the ghost race, the Grand Elder of the ghost race, frowned slightly when he heard this, and he said, "King, you mean that the human race will win this war?" "I don't know if the human race will win or not, but it will absolutely not be easy for the 100 races to win this war." The Ghost King spoke with a solemn expression. "Just think about that peerless sword cultivator that guarded the pass all those years ago. Merely he alone stopped the 100 races for 10 years. If the 7 luminaries, devil emperors, and Kuin he hadn't personally made a move, the army of the 100 races would probably still be unable to descend to the outer heavens." All the kings fell silent when they heard this. They'd heard of that shocking sword cultivator as well. Since the ancient times until now, there was absolutely no second person that possessed such terrifying combat strength at the King Realm. The current situation isn't clear, and our ghost race has already aroused hostility from the Celestial Devil Imperial clan because we sided with the 13th Prince. Since it's like that, why don't we completely side with the human race? Said the Ghost King in a low voice. There was no essential difference between the human race and the Celestial Devil Imperial clan. The ghost race wasn't an imperial clan, so they had to choose a backer. Actually, there was no definite right answer to exactly who they chose. This was a gamble. If they won, then the ghost race would soar into the sky in the near future and truly become a subordinate of the Emperor. If they lost, then they would undoubtedly fall into an abyss and be doomed eternally. Ning Chen's figure flashed swiftly through the starry sky, and it wasn't long before he vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Devil body. Right at this moment, a familiar voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Phoenix flames blazed fiercely, and they were yin and yang. Ning Chen stopped moving, and his expression turned serious as he said, "You're awake." "I just woke up." The Phoenix body's voice was heard. "You've done a good job subduing the ghost race. That Ghost King's strength is second only to an emperor. If he can sincerely submit, he'll be of great help in the future. Whether or not he'll truly submit depends on his strength in the end. If the human race is defeated in the future, the ghost race will most likely betray us again," said Ning Chen indifferently as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Driven by benefits, this is inevitable." The Phoenix body said, "However, as long as the human race has a chance of winning, the ghost race won't easily betray us. After all, the ghost race has already betrayed the Celestial Devil Imperial clan once, and they won't easily change sides again." Ning Chen nodded and asked, "How are you now?" "Not too good." The Phoenix body did not hide and answered truthfully. The powers of the Black Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix are of opposite attributes, and they suppress each other. In the future, I'll have to focus on fusing the origins of both phoenixes, so I won't be able to help you. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded and said, "Don't worry about what you're doing. I'll take care of the matters outside. Thank you for your hard work." After saying this, the Phoenix body's voice gradually faded away, and the Phoenix flames dissipated, returning to the devil body. Chapter 1251. At the border of the Red Phoenix Star area and the Spirit Void Star area, thousands of meteors floated up and down. Above the meteors, a huge pavilion descended from the sky and landed on one of the meteors. "Start setting up the array," the Knight Patriarch said calmly from within the pavilion. "Yes." In 4 different small worlds around the pavilion, the 4 peerless kings opened their eyes and formed hand seals, starting to set up a formation. In an instant, the 4 symbols array was activated. With the world number 1 pavilion as the center, a giant starlight spread rapidly and covered thousands of miles. Before the pavilion, the Knight Patriarch walked out. Looking at the vast starry sky before him, a bright light flashed in his eyes. After waiting for so long, he finally returned to the human world. He believed that the name of the world number 1 pavilion would spread to every corner of the universe in the near future. Pavilion Lord. Qing Shuang, the Lord of the Northern Mystic Realm, walked out and said that Overlord of the Dragon race is heavily injured. He might not be able to hold on for long. HM, the Night Lord frowned and said, "Even your ice mystic art can't save him. I can only slow down the speed of his injuries, but I can't save his life." Qing Shuang sighed. "Do your best," the Night Lord said calmly. "He might be the last dragon race in the human world. We can't let him die like this." "Okay." Qing Shuang nodded and said, "I'll do my best." In the Ziwei planet zone, above the underworld, not long after he returned, he immediately summoned the 10 kings of hell to discuss the ghost race. In the King Yanluo Palace, the 10 kings of hell and 2 Wuchangs of hell were gathered. At the long table, 12 top overlords of the human world sat on both sides. They looked at Knowing Ming with surprise. Knowing Ming had summoned them at this time. There must be something important. I've summoned all of you here to discuss the surrender of the Gui clan. Ning Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and said seriously, I've told everyone about the Ghost Clan situation. Not long ago, I went to the Ghost Clan stronghold in the human realm beyond heaven. The Ghost Clan expressed their willingness to surrender. Do you have any objections? The Ghost Race? Xiazi frowned and said, Previously, you were the 13th crown prince of the Sky Devil Imperial family, so it wasn't strange that the Ghost Race was willing to swear allegiance to you. Now that your identity has been exposed, the Ghost Race is still willing to pledge allegiance to you. This makes one suspect their motives. In front of the long table, all the human kings nodded. This was indeed strange. In the current situation, the human race was still at a disadvantage. Why would the Ghost Race choose to side with the human race? Ning Chen said calmly, Back then the Ghost Clan swore allegiance to me, not the Sky Devil Imperial family. Once they break their oath, the entire Ghost Clan will have to pay a heavy price. Besides, after my identity is exposed, the Ghost Clan will definitely be angered by the Sky Devil Imperial family and even the other 100 clans. Even if we don't join the human clan, we won't be trusted by the other 100 clans anymore. Since that's the case, the Ghost Clan might as well join the human clan. If the human clan wins, the Ghost Clan will become the second largest clan after the human clan. At the front, the crowd fell into deep thought. Knowing Destiny's words made sense. The Ghost Clan had no way out now. They were in a dilemma and could only take a gamble. Do you trust them? Mu Qianshang said solemnly. I don't trust them. Ning Chen shook his head and said, But not trusting them doesn't mean that we can't use them. The Ghost Clan King's battle strength is astonishing. Together with the other king-level experts in the Ghost Clan, they are a considerable force. If we can use them, the strength of the underworld will be even stronger. Speaking of this, Ning Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and said seriously, I know that everyone is worried about the loyalty of the Ghost Clan. In fact, you don't have to worry about this. An alliance of interests is not about loyalty. Now, the human race and the Ghost Clan are at most helping each other. If the human race loses the war against the 100 clans in the future, the Ghost Clan alone can't reverse the situation. On the contrary, if the human race loses the war against the 100 clans, even if the Ghost Clan rebels, the strength of the Ghost Clan alone is not enough to reverse the situation. So, the existence of the Ghost Clan is at most icing on the cake or adding insult to injury. At the long table, the 9 kings of hell and the 2 impermanences nodded slightly, agreeing with the former's words. The knowing Destiny Marquis must not have called us here just to explain this matter, right? Among the crowd, the Dawn Moon House Master spoke with a smile. Ning Chen nodded and said, There are indeed other matters to trouble everyone. The surrender of the Ghost Clan is not a small matter. Now, the Ghost Clan's base is in the Red Phoenix Star region. Everyone knows that the Red Phoenix Star region has been completely occupied by the 100 clans. If we want the Ghost Clan to surrender peacefully, we must bring all of them out of the Red Phoenix Star region. Migration. Among the 10 kings of hell, Prince Qi Linyushan frowned and said, I'm afraid this is not easy to do. In the territory of the 100 clans, it is impossible to escort the entire Ghost Clan out without anyone knowing. Once it attracts the attention of the 100 clans, a great battle is unavoidable. That is why I have gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. Ning Chen said seriously, Does anyone have any good ideas? Below, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. There was probably no good way to deal with this matter. They could only escort the Ghost Clan out as soon as possible before the 100 clans found out. Covering the retreat of others is my specialty. This time let me do it. Luo Xingqian spoke and expressed his opinion. You do have to go, but it is not safe for you to go alone. Count me in. Mu Qianshang expressed his opinion. The two of them asked for permission. The others also expressed their willingness to follow orders. The choice of candidates fell back to the knowing destiny Marquis. Since everyone agrees, I will choose the people who will go this time. Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and... While speaking, Ning Qin looked at everyone present. After weighing his options, he said, Yishuan Miao. At the long table, the three people who heard the knowing destiny Marquis name nodded and accepted the order. They were ready to move at any time. Zi, in the time that I am away, you will be in charge of the underworld. I hope that everyone can help Zi with all their strength and protect the underworld. Ning Qin looked at everyone and said seriously, Understood. Everyone nodded and accepted the order. All right, everyone, go and do your own things. After giving instructions, Ning Qin did not waste anyone's time. He stood up and said, Everyone nodded and left one after another. They did not stay for long. After the kings of the human clan left, only knowing destiny, Luo Xingqian, and three others were left in the King Yanluo Palace. They were ready to go to the Red Phoenix Galaxy to help the Ghost Clan migrate. Before they left, Ning Qin looked at the three of them and said with an extremely serious expression, It's very likely that we'll encounter danger on this trip. I only have one request. No matter what happens, the first thing you have to do is protect your own life. Everything else isn't important, including the fate of the entire Ghost Clan. Understand?